Orion's Odyssey 1, Elderswar. Written and created by John Robinson. Published in 2024. Read by AI. Chapter 1. Shadows of the Void. In the shadowed heart of asteroid Jewel 139, nestled among the steel bones of the city, the weaponsmith and glaive tavern lay hidden like a secret whispered in the dark. Its walls, steeped in the aroma of vaporized incense cubes, failed to mask the underlying musk of its diverse patrons. The air, thick with the scent of synthetic wood resin, clung to the lungs, evidence of the tavern's struggle against the relentless encroachment of the outside world's chill. Here, beneath the great dome that shielded the asteroid from the void, the underground sanctuary served as a nexus for those who trafficked in the currency of secrets and promises. As Jaxon Orion entered, his gaze swept through the murk, seeking the one who had summoned him. At the tavern's furthest reach, he found her, a figure of intrigue, her visage adorned with a quintet of eyes that betrayed a depth of knowledge beyond the ordinary. A subtle nod, a gesture of recognition and respect, bridged the distance between them. Sliding into the booth opposite her, the leather protesting beneath his weight, Jaxon wasted no time. "What's the job?" he inquired, his voice a low rumble of anticipation. The exchange was swift, the passing of a data chip laden with promise.
Transport an ancient artifact across the galaxy. Safe delivery guaranteed,
She disclosed, her words painting a picture of simplicity that debunked the true nature of their undertaking. The sum offered was a king's ransom, enough to secure a future unburdened by want or worry. Yet Jaxon's instinct screamed caution. The details too sparse, the urgency too pronounced. Why the rush? He probed, seeking the cracks in the facade. Her answer, a shrug cloaked in indifference, did little to quell his unease.
The client didn't specify. But the money is good and the job is easy. Just deliver the artifact to its final destination and collect the payment,
She assured him, yet her nonchalance seemed a thin veneer over unknown depths. The decision made, driven by necessity and the allure of fortune, Jaxon committed to the task, though doubt lingered. Who was this mysterious benefactor, and what value did they place on this relic of ages past? Such questions circled in his mind as he made his way to the Manticore. The Manticore awaited, a vessel of renown, her systems a symphony of technology and engineering mastery. Jaxon, alongside Seth Foxwell, his co-pilot and confidant, embarked on the ritual of preparation. Their banter, light and teasing, concealed the grimness of their mission, a journey of 50 light-years fraught with the unknown. "Man, this ship is purring like a kitten. Are you sure you didn't do anything to it while I was gone?" Jaxon's question, playful yet tinged with admiration for the machine that had carried them through so much, elicited a dry retort from Seth, his appearance as unique as his skills.
"I'm a pilot, not a mechanic, Jaxon. I know how to fly this thing, not fix it."
Seth countered, his pride in his role unshaken by Jaxon's jest. The task ahead cast gloominess over their preparations. Yet as they delved into the unknown, their spirits remained unbroken, bolstered by the bond they shared and the trust they placed in one another. The artifact, its secrets veiled, awaited its guardians, while Jaxon and Seth faced the void, ready to navigate the perils of the cosmos. In the bowels of the Manticore, nestled within the cargo bay, Captain Jaxon Orion awaited the arrival of his charge, the air heavy with anticipation and the faint hum of the ship's lifeblood coursing through its veins. His uniform, exposing his rank and role, clung to him, the fabric a second skin that did little to comfort his rising apprehension. The cargo bay doors, with a sigh akin to the breath of some great beast, parted to reveal the figure of the cyborg. She moved with an elegance that was at odds with her mechanical nature. Clad in a bodysuit that whispered of both war and grace, Kaida Takahashi was a fusion of human artistry and the relentless march of progress. Their greeting, a simple exchange, called into question the complexity of their impending journey.
"Captain?"
Her voice, though touched by the cold of metal, carried a warmth that seemed at odds with her appearance. "Jaxon will do," he replied, his tone curiosity and distrustful, as if the very act of engaging with this cyborg was a foray into unknown lands. The artifact, a small, enigmatic relic of a bygone era, was entrusted to Kaida's care with a solemnity that underscored its importance. The exchange, marked by the cool touch of her metal hand and the radiance of holographic accents, was a dance of trust and necessity. Their dialogue, a blend of professionalism and personal curiosity, veered into the realm of the human condition. Kaida, despite her enhancements, sought to bridge the gap between her cybernetic existence and the human experience. Her request for meditation space was a quiet declaration of her lingering humanity. Jaxon, for his part, navigated the conversation with the caution of a man walking a tightrope between duty and curiosity. His queries about their mission and the artifact's significance were met with veiled responses. Kaida's quarters, a haven of luxury amidst the sterility of space, offered a moment of wonder for the cyborg, her reaction a poignant glimpse into the person beneath the metal. The amenities, from the personal sauna to the advanced training equipment, spoke of a care and consideration that transcended her status as a mere passenger or protector. Their interaction, brief yet charged with the unspoken questions and uncertainties of their mission, ended with a tentative embrace, a human gesture in a world increasingly defined by the fusion of flesh and steel. As the manticore set its course, piercing the darkness of space, Jaxon was left to ponder the true nature of their cargo and the unseen currents that would shape their journey. The artifact, secure within Kaida's cybernetic embrace, was a mystery wrapped in an enigma. And so, with the vastness of space stretched out before them, the manticore and her crew embarked upon their Odyssey, where legends are born and destinies are forged in the crucible of the stars.
In the boundless, silent void beyond the protective shell of the manticore, Kaida Takahashi sought solace within the confines of her lavishly appointed chamber. The endless stretch of the cosmos, visible through the transparent wall of her room, offered a reminder of the isolation and danger that accompanied her critical mission. Despite the luxury that surrounded her, Kaida's mind was besieged by a relentless storm of anxiety and dread, fueled by the knowledge of the internal bomb that lay dormant within her, a grim sentinel awaiting a misstep to fulfill its lethal purpose. The directive from the Martian underworld was unambiguous: ensure the safe passage of an ancient artifact to a designated sanctuary. Die should the object venture beyond a mere 10 meters from her body. Tortured by visions of potential calamities, from the artifact's theft to the threat of marauding pirates, Kaida wanted to anchor herself in the present and find refuge in the principles of her faith. She found a semblance of peace in the rituals of meditation, invoking the spirit of Kanzeon, a deity revered for her compassion across the diverse tapestries of belief that spanned Earth's cultures. With her past as a decorated space marine, Kaida understood the magnitude of her responsibility. The artifact's safety, entwined with her own precarious existence, demanded a vigilance that brooked no lapse. As resolute, she embraced the necessity of physical and mental readiness, her consolation found in escape offered by virtual reality, a poignant reminder of the verdant beauty of her long-abandoned home.
Hey Kaida, I'd like you to meet the rest of the crew. We're having a little gathering in the common room. Can you come down?
The abrupt summons from the captain of the Manticore, conveyed through the impersonal chime of her comband, pierced her solitude. It was a call to rejoin the world of the living, to integrate into the eclectic mosaic of individuals that comprised the Manticore's crew. Sure, I'll be there in a minute, Kaida affirmed, marking her transition from solitary guardian to an active participant in the ship's communal life. Her entrance into the common room was a foray into a realm rife with unspoken alliances and silent judgments, her presence a catalyst for curiosity and suspicion alike. As she navigated the gauntlet of introductions, Kaida was acutely aware of the delicate balance between revealing too much and saying too little. The crew's inquiries' veiled attempts to pierce the veil of her mission and essence were met with a cautious diplomacy that belied the turmoil within her.
Kaida, this is the rest of my crew.
The crew's curiosity about their new companion was discernible, their questions a reflection of the uncertainty and intrigue that Kaida represented. A blond man, his interest piqued, ventured to ask,
So Kaida, what's your background? How did you get involved in this mission?
Kaida, her past a mosaic of experiences she was not yet ready to share, chose discretion over disclosure. I'd prefer not to say, she responded, a veil of privacy drawn around the depths of her story. The crew's inquisitiveness did not wane, their desire for understanding manifesting in further questions. An indigo-skinned woman, her gaze piercing, queried the necessity of Kaida's role.
I'm more interested in why this object must be guarded by a cyborg,
She said. Jaxon sought to temper the rising tide of inquiries with a measure of reassurance.
I know as little about the artifact as you.
He admitted, yet the desire for clarity remained unquenched, the woman pressing further.
So can we at least know where we're going?
She asked, her question echoing the thoughts of many in the room. It was in this moment that the ship itself seemed to rebel, a sudden violent shudder throwing the crew into a state of alarm. Kaida's training took over, her body moving with practiced precision as she steadied herself and prepared to face whatever threat loomed ahead. Seth, Jackson's co-pilot, expressed concern over Kaida's presence on the bridge in the midst of the crisis.
Captain, she shouldn't come to the bridge with us.
He cautioned, his words born of a concern for protocol and safety. Kaida, however, stood firm, her duty clear. In my protocol, I am to help in any way I can to protect the crew of the Manticore, myself and the artifact, she declared. Jackson's acknowledgement of her stance was a silent accord, a recognition of the vital role she played in the unfolding drama of their journey. Together, they faced the unknown, the Manticore, a solitary vessel, against the backdrop of an uncaring cosmos, its crew bound by a common purpose and the fragile hope of safe passage through the treacherous tapestry of space. As Kaida Takahashi crossed the threshold into the bridge of the Manticore, her breath caught at the sight of the command center's vast expanse. It was a grand chamber, its design both elegant and functional, with a sweeping view of the cosmos that lay beyond a transparent wall, offering an unobstructed panorama of the void. The room was alive with the dance of holographic displays and the luminescence of consoles. It was then that an Ongu woman with a striking triad of eyes, two silver flanking a singular white orb in the center of her forehead, hurried in behind them. Her presence was a comfort and a reminder of the expertise nestled within the crew.
Visky.
The captain announced with a nod of recognition, his gaze briefly meeting Kaida's before adding,
Visky's our chief engineer.
Without need for command, Visky sprang into action, her fingers tapped over the interface of her console with practiced ease. A three-dimensional hologram of the Manticore materialized in the midst of the bridge, a spectral representation of their vessel. The hologram detailed the ship's cylindrical form, its design both sleek and utilitarian, revealing a complexity and scale that Kaida had not fully appreciated until this moment. Her initial journey to the spaceport had been a blur, the true majesty of the Manticore obscured by haste and circumstance. With a gesture, Visky pinpointed the site of their distress on the holographic vessel.
Here's where we have the most damage,
She explained.
It looks like a micrometeoroid hit the hull and caused a breach in the pressure vessel. We're lucky that the breach wasn't big enough to cause explosive decompression, but it caused a loss of atmosphere in that section.
The captain's response was measured, his experience as a commander evident in his stoic demeanor.
Think you can fix it?
He inquired.
Several crew members are also injured.
Visky noted.
We must act quickly to repair the ship and tend to the injured.
Seth interjected, his tone underscored by the urgency of their situation. His observation was swiftly followed by a note of concern for the captain.
Visky and I will see what we can do. Captain, you're bleeding.
Jaxon, ever the stoic leader, dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand.
I'm fine.
He asserted, his focus then shifting to Kaida.
Kaida. Dr. Patel and her team will need all the help they can get. Got any medical training?
Kaida's past service and sacrifice came to the fore. Yes, I was a space marine before I became a mercenary, she affirmed, her declaration a bridge between her former life and the role she must now play.
Perfect.
Seth said, his earlier apprehension replaced by a nod of approval.
Try to help them. We'll deal with the asteroid breach.
In that moment, the disparate threads of their lives were woven tighter, each member of the Manticore's crew bound by a common cause. Kaida's skills and experiences brought hope to the ship's community. Together, they faced the daunting task of healing their wounded ship and crew, their journey through the stars fraught with peril yet underscored by a burgeoning sense of unity and purpose.
Chapter 2. Breach and Bond.
In the aftermath of the tragedy that had befallen the Manticore, Kaida hastened through the corridors to the site of their earlier conclave. There, three figures lingered, each ensnared in their own shock and disbelief. Are you okay? Kaida inquired.
Yes,
Replied the bespectacled woman, her brunette locks framing a face marred by the ordeal.
if you want to help, head to the infirmary.
Her words propelled Kaida onto her new path. Guided by the ethereal glow of projected arrows, Kaida entered the sanctum of healing within the Manticore. There, the busty indigo woman and the blonde man, who had earlier cast doubt upon Kaida's silence, now toiled feverishly to mend the wounds inflicted by fate upon their comrades. The medical bay's beds hosted the afflicted, and the air was filled with the quiet hum of machinery. As Kaida stepped forward, she offered aid. The indigo-skinned doctor was quick to intercede.
No.
She implored, a hand raised in gentle admonition.
Let me and Camden do our work.
Undeterred, Kaida's proclamation cut through the air, a declaration of her capabilities and a plea for acceptance. But I'm a fully trained space marine. I've had extensive medical training, she stated, her gaze piercing into the soul of the purple-skinned doctor. I can assist with the injured crew members. A moment of silence followed before the purple-skinned doctor relented.
All right, we could use an extra pair of hands.
She extended a hand, and Kaida shook it.
Sorry I didn't get the chance to introduce myself in the meeting. I'm Anika Patel, the Starship's doctor.
Thus welcomed into the fold of healers, Kaida was introduced to the first of the wounded, Zos Wilson, whose injuries bore the brutal signature of their recent ordeal. Under Dr. Patel's watchful eye, Kaida's hands moved with precision and care, stabilizing Zos's leg with a splint as Anika administered pain medication. Their attention then turned to a man called Damien Black. His skin was a canvas of midnight blue marred by the crimson of his wounds. Together, they worked to stem the tide of his bleeding, Anika securing his neck with a brace as Kaida applied compression.
Hey,
Anika called out, rousing Damien from the depths of his stupor. He responded groggily, affirming his discomfort. As Anika proceeded with her examination, Damien's struggle to follow her movements was evident. The third patient, a blonde woman ensnared in the grip of a life support machine, lay beyond the immediate reach of their ministrations, her fate a somber note of their survival. Beside her, Camden, the blonde man, his earlier resistance replaced by grief, remained a silent guardian of her slumber. Kaida's spirit was dense with the memories of battles past, but she found a moment of reprieve in Zos's tales of Cygnus, a planet of binary suns, forests, and luminous foxes, an escape from the grim reality that enveloped them. Kaida and Zos's conversation covered botany, hydroponics, and the wonders of Cygnus. Yet, as they delved deeper into their stories, sharing tales of Anika's homeworld's diverse ecosystems and the harsh landscapes of Damien's homeworld, the stress of the mission loomed over Kaida. Her interactions with the curious Damien were a delicate balance between his need to know about the artifact and her need to protect what she knew. The sudden cardiac arrest of the blonde woman, Stephanie, tore through the fragile veil of the team spirit they had woven, her passing a reminder of the stakes of their journey. As Camden's grief poured forth, unbridled and raw, Kaida stood witness to the depth of his loss. That was when she discovered that the late Stephanie was, in fact, his twin sister. In the face of such loss, the conversations that followed, laden with tales of trauma, survival, and the pursuit of purpose, were evidence of the elasticity of the human spirit. Anika's revelation of her past as an orphan, and Damien's declaration of his path as a mercenary, spoke to the myriad reasons that had drawn them to the stars. As the Manticore sailed on through the void, its crew were bound by grief and hope.
Amidst the cold expanse of space, where the stars bore silent witness to the plight of mortals, Captain Jaxon Orion stood at the helm of the Manticore. "Visky, what's the status on that pressure vessel breach?" he inquired, his tone betraying none of the tension that knotted his stomach.
We're patching the hole, but it's taking longer than we expected. We've got a few issues with the seal,
came Visky's response, her voice laced with the strain of the task at hand. "Seth, how's the pressure on the rest of the ship holding up?" Jaxon called out, seeking reassurance from his trusted co-pilot.
It's stable for now, but we can't maintain this indefinitely. We need to fix that breach fast,
Seth replied. Jackson's gaze then turned to Raleigh, the giant Martian engineer of Indian descent, who had recently joined the effort to save the Manticore. "Raleigh, any suggestions?" he asked, his voice echoing through the corridors of the ship. Muffled by his tools, Raleigh's voice carried a note of hope.
"We could try reinforcing the seal with some nanofiber plating. It's experimental, but it might do the trick."
Considering their limited options, Jaxon made his decision. "Okay, let's give it a shot, but we need to do this fast." The engineers set to work, their actions desperate in the belly of the Manticore. Meanwhile, Jaxon's thoughts drifted to the artifact that lay hidden within his ship, the relic he had to transport to one of the wealthiest beings in the Milky Way, Alexander Grayson. As time wore on, a glimmer of hope pierced the gloom.
We've got the breach patched, and the pressure is stabilizing.
Visky's voice broke the tense silence. A sigh of relief escaped Jaxon's lips, unbidden. "Good work, team. Let's get everything back to normal as soon as possible." But the cosmos, in its infinite indifference, had other plans. A new crisis reared its head, manifesting as a rapid decline in the Manticore's power levels. Jaxon's heart raced as he confronted the reality of their predicament. The ship's fusion reactor was faltering, a silent countdown to oblivion.
What's wrong?
Seth's voice cut through Jaxon's mounting panic.
We've got a fresh problem with the reactor. We need to act fast,
Visky reported. Raleigh, ever the pragmatist, was quick to act.
"I'll go back to the engine room,"
he declared, with Visky at his side, their spirits undaunted by the doom that loomed over them. As they delved into the bowels of the ship, a grim discovery awaited them.
"The damage is much larger than we initially thought,"
Raleigh informed over the comms.
"It's affecting the life support and communication systems."
"The power levels keep dropping. Our efforts are useless," Jaxon confessed.
We're running out of time. The reactor's going critical in minutes.
Raleigh warned. In a bold yet desperate bid for salvation, Seth asked.
Can I join Raleigh?
Jaxon gave his assent with a nod. Together they faced the Herculean task of salvaging the Manticore's lifeblood, their every action a race against the inexorable march of time. As the situation grew dire, the decision to divert power from non-essential systems to preserve life support in the reactor was made. Try it. We have to make some hard decisions to save the ship and crew, Jaxon decreed, his command tinged with the sorrow of sacrifice. Yet, as they scrambled to implement this plan, defeat was imminent.
We need more power, and we need it fast.
Raleigh's voice was fraught with urgency.
The emergency backup batteries,
Seth proposed. But even as they tapped into the ship's last reserves of energy, the prospect of disaster was unrelenting.
What about overloading the reactor?
Visky suggested, her voice a whisper of desperation. No, it's too dangerous, Jaxon countered, overthinking with the possible outcomes, each more bleak than the last. As the bridge spun around him, Jaxon's strength waned, his body betraying him as blood trickled down his face, a crimson testament to the toll the crisis had exacted upon him. In his final moments of consciousness, the cold embrace of the void beckoned, and he fell into darkness, the fate of the Manticore and her crew suspended in the balance, their future as uncertain as the stars that watched over them. Chapter 3. Shadows of the Void.
In the silent corridors of the Manticore, where the hum of the engine and the distant stars were the only witnesses, Visky, the Ungu engineer, hastened to the medical bay. She found Damien, her lover, resting uneasily. Kneeling beside him, she inquired softly, "Oh, my darling, how are you feeling?" Damien confessed.
I'm dizzy. I'd like to leave and chill in my apartment if that's okay with you, Doc.
Anika Patel replied with a gentle firmness.
It's not okay. Not yet. I'll tell you when you're free to go.
What's happening up there?
Damien asked. Visky shared the plan to land on a planet and visit the shipyard there.
I bet Kaida's not too keen on making this mission take longer,
he said. Visky sucked in a tight breath. They very much need to do this, and Kaida understands. Zose, with her leg in a splint, said,
So the three of them are going to get help there once we've landed.
That's the plan, Visky confirmed, her gaze drifting to their captain. Is Captain Orion all right? Anika's indigo face looked exhausted, yet she offered reassurance.
Jaxon's fine. I sedated him so he can rest.
Damien, seeking secrecy, activated a screen around him and his three-eyed Ungu girlfriend, with gray skin and silver hair. The bubble offered them privacy to talk in the medical bay. Damien leaned in, his voice low.
Have you found out anything more about this artifact the cyborg's carrying? Why are we being paid so highly for it?
Visky, her heart aching with the complexity of their situation, admitted no. Kaida hasn't told us much, and I don't want to pry. She has her reasons for being secretive, yet Damien pressed further.
Come on, Visky Whiskey. Can't you just read her mind and find out what's going on?
But despite Visky's Unku telepathic abilities, she refused. I respect people's privacy. I won't use my abilities to invade their thoughts without their consent. Damien's plea, however, planted the seeds of doubt.
Just this once? We could find out what she's hiding and use it to our advantage.
She heaved a sigh. Okay, but only this once. Torn between her love for Damien and her duty to her crew, Visky ventured towards Kaida's quarters. What she discovered there, in the depths of Kaida's soul, was a tale of desperation and darkness. A sister held captive by the blind syndicate and a bomb lurking within Kaida's very brain. Armed with this knowledge, Visky returned to the medical bay and drew up the elemental screen again to reveal to her boyfriend the secrets she'd unveiled. Damien, his eyes alight with the possibilities this revelation presented, saw an opportunity where Visky saw only tragedy.
So Kaida's got a hostage sister and a bomb in her brain. We could take her ourselves and get all the money.
That's not the right thing to do, Damien. We can't turn on the crew like that. They need the money, too. Their discourse, a battle between greed and grace, left Visky torn. When Damien mentioned fulfilling Visky's dream of rescuing thousands of Ungu slaves with the money, she weakened. Could the liberation of countless Ungu slaves justify the betrayal of their own? In the solitude of her quarters, Visky grappled with the enormity of their dilemma, her love for Damien warring with her loyalty to the Manticore and her crew. As the ship sailed on, its course set for the perilous jungles of Tolar III, the line between right and wrong blurred into the infinite.
In the corridors of the Manticore, where silence held dominion save for the soft hum of the ship's life support, Damien found himself dismissed from the medical bay by Dr. Anika Patel.
Go on.
She urged.
I don't know what you said to Visky, but it looked to me like you upset her. Go find her and relax together in one of your apartments.
Thanks, Doc, Damien said. I'd say I'm on the mend. Anika's attention then turned to Jaxon, her face a mask of serene contemplation as she watched over the captain's slumbering form. But Damien did not seek Visky's warmth and comfort. Instead, he ventured to his own quarters, a space stark and barren, compared to the vibrant life that filled Visky's abode. Her apartment was a sanctuary of color and scent, adorned with artwork and crystals that spoke of a world far removed from the cold metal of their current surroundings. His was not. Seated behind his desk, Damien shed his jumpsuit and reached for his intergalactic communicator, initiating a connection. The holographic visage of A.R. Bachan, an Aaron of formidable alien stature, materialized before him. The intersex towered 9 feet tall, 3 feet composed of the chitin ball which grew from the loop of their tailbone and which Bachan used to get around on. Nipples in a deeper shade of blue dotted their blue-skinned torso. They had 3 pairs of arms and a horse-shaped head with 2 large crystal eyes.
Greetings, Damien Black. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Bachan, boss of the Black Star Brotherhood, inquired, their voice emanating from the necklace. Damien, dwarfed by the towering presence of the Aaron, hesitated only for a moment before plunging into his treacherous plan. He spoke of the blind syndicate which had held Kaida Takahashi's sister at ransom, and of the artifact that lay hidden within the casing of her cybernetic arm. As he unveiled the price of their cargo and the identity of their benefactor, Xander Grayson, a knot of fear and greed twisted within him. Bachan rocked forward on their ball, their interest piqued by Damien's revelations.
Go on,
they urged, the hoarse neighs muted and translated by the interpretation pendant around the Aaron's neck. As the conversation unfolded, Damien bargained with his soul, trading loyalty for the promise of wealth and protection. I want a much bigger share of the profits, he declared, desperation coloring his words. And I want protection for myself and my girlfriend. We don't want any trouble with the blind syndicate. The pact was struck, and Damien was left alone in the silence of his starship suite, his betrayal heavy upon his heart. Filled with a reckless optimism, Damien sought Visky, his heart alight with dreams of fortunes untold. We're going to be rich, baby, he exclaimed upon entering her apartment. Visky, however, was not swayed by visions of wealth gleaned from treachery.
Damien, I don't think this is a good idea. We can't just betray Kaida and the others like this. Jaxon's like a big brother to all of us. Betraying him is the worst.
But Damien was undeterred, blinded by the potential of their newfound wealth to change the fate of countless Ungu slaves. Relax, Visky. Think about all the good we can do with that much money. Her third eye flickered between black and white as she read his thoughts and memories, her Ungu heritage a source of fascination and unease for Damien. Do you have to do that? He grimaced. You freak me out when you do that. Their conversation turned to the deal Damien had struck, that promised wealth at the cost of their integrity. Visky's worry was palpable compared to Damien's unfounded confidence.
What if something goes wrong?
She asked. It won't, trust me, Damien assured her.
As the manticore descended towards the world of Tola 3, Kaida Takahashi stood at the helm alongside Seth. The planet's atmosphere, thick and unyielding, embraced the ship with a lover's intensity, threatening to crush them with its affection.
The thick atmosphere is making it difficult to control the ship,
Seth grumbled, his focus unbreakable as he navigated the turbulence, his dark brown forehead furrowed under the strain. Kaida's body tense with each shake of the ship. Yet, amidst the chaos, there was beauty. The clouds parted like the curtains of a grand stage, revealing Tola 3 in all its verdant glory. The sight stole her breath, a panorama of life untouched by the icy hand of space. But beneath this stunning facade, danger lurked. Giant insects the size of tanks buzzed around the ship, their presence visible through the view screens.
Dock with the station.
Raleigh's tense voice broke through the silence.
Be on alert for any signs of life.
We won't be going out into the wild,
Seth reassured them, as he expertly guided the manticore up to the docking bay.
Visky,
He turned to her.
Go check on Damien. We'll need him to escort us once he's recovered.
But he's a mercenary, and so am I, Kaida interjected. He should stay on the manticore, armed and ready.
He has a concussion,
Seth added. I'm already weaponized, Kaida said. Seth exchanged a knowing look with Raleigh, who nodded in agreement.
We'll gather our weapons,
Raleigh said. As Seth tried to close the exit ramp, a giant beetle appeared outside, causing him to grimace in worry.
The exit won't budge,
He announced.
That beetle is following us in.
Don't worry.
Visky quipped.
The manticore is far bigger than that thing.
Let's just hope it doesn't have a taste for metal.
Seth muttered under his breath. Kaida, enhanced with her cyborg abilities, felt no fear as she stood at the top of the ramp and scanned their surroundings. The distant roar of an unknown creature caused the manticore to vibrate, but she remained unfazed. It doesn't look like anyone has used this hangar in years, she observed. Seth nodded in agreement.
It's deserted.
What course of action do we take now? Kaida asked, uncertain of their next move, without access to any networks or data.
Let's search the area,
Seth said.
There may be spare parts for our ship or other useful resources within this massive structure.
Raleigh's lip trembled as the trio exited the ship and he surveyed the darkened station. Kaida, ever vigilant, reassured him with a nod. Don't worry, I'll cover your back. The strange clicks and buzzes of giant insects interrupted the eerie silence of the station only. With cameras in her metal thighs and blasters at the ready in each hand, Kaida led them towards the line of doors at the end of the docking hangar. But when they arrived at the control room, it was barren and covered in dust and cobwebs. They stumbled upon a storage room filled with supplies, including 10 spaceship fusion cells. Seth let out a low whistle.
I'm liking me some of these,
he said, eyeing the valuable cells. Kaida flinched at his words.
These are worth a fortune. How could the residents just abandon them here?
But a clanging noise coming from above cut their conversation short. Seth suggested checking it out, but Raleigh was hesitant to leave their newfound supplies behind.
Let's just fix the ship and get out of here,
he urged, but Seth disagreed, reminding Raleigh he was second in command. They cautiously made their way up a stairwell, weapons drawn and ready for any danger that may lie ahead. When they reached the top level, they found themselves face to face with alien scavengers. These creatures stood on 4 legs, but had elongated limbs with curved spines and bulbous heads adorned with 5 eyes. Their mottled, scaly skin emitted a putrid odour that made Kaida wrinkle her nose in disgust. Without warning, the scavengers let out guttural cries and charged forward, weapons raised. The 3 humans fought back with their blasters, lasers illuminating the cramped corridors as they dodged and returned fire. Amid the chaos, Kaida heard a gurgling and clang. Raleigh had dropped his weapon and was engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand fight with one creature. She fired her plasmas to help, but it was too late. In a split second, the alien sank its jaws into Raleigh's arm, tearing away flesh and muscle, until all that remained was a bloody stump. Kaida rushed to his side, firing at the creature to distract it, while Seth screamed for them to retreat to the ship. With adrenaline pumping through her veins, Kaida carried the injured Martian giant Raleigh over her shoulder, never once lowering her aim as they battled their way out of station. Raleigh, we need to get you out of here, she said urgently as blood continued to pour from his wound. They made it back to the ship just in time, and with the enemy vanquished, Kaida took Raleigh to the medical bay as Seth flew them away from that treacherous place. Captain Orion had retreated from the medical bay to tinker in the engine room, leaving only the patient Zos behind. The atmosphere was tense as Kaida wondered about Stephanie's fate, but now was not the time for questions. She focused on helping Annika stabilize Raleigh, while a dazed Kaida projected her memories onto the wall with her bionic eyes.
Amazing. You can record what you see.
Annika exclaimed in awe. Not just can, Kaida corrected. I naturally record everything I see.
I know exactly what those creatures are.
Zos interjected.
And I know why you didn't find any human remains. They devour every part of their victims, even their bones.
Kaida couldn't believe it. But I didn't see any blood.
They're clever beasts.
Zos, the astrobiologist, shuddered.
Their very palms and feet secrete an enzyme that breaks down any spilled blood, which they then absorb through their skin.
What are these creatures called?
Annika asked, wide-eyed.
Harbingers.
Zos answered solemnly.
I've only read about them in ancient texts. They're a predatory species, capable of shape-shifting and stowing away on spaceships.
Zos explained how difficult it was to kill a harbinger with their thick, resistant exoskeletons and hidden weak spots.
But thanks to your precise hits,
Annika praised Kaida.
Seth and Raleigh survived. It is a shame we don't have a cyborg surgeon on board.
She mused sadly. Kaida headed back to the bridge, but it was empty. She found Captain Orion and Seth Foxwell in the engine room instead. At that moment, the captain looked especially handsome, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. She wondered if he had an ancestor from Talos or Erebus, as his beige human skin had a slight blue tint.
Hey there, Kaida.
Captain Orion greeted her with a smile.
I heard about your bravery out there. Raleigh and Seth owe their lives to you.
She dismissed it with a wave of her hand. It was nothing. The captain's gaze shifted between Kaida and Seth, who was still hard at work in the engine.
While you two were out, I looked at our supplies and salvaged some spare parts.
That's fantastic, Kaida exclaimed.
But we're still missing some crucial components,
Seth said.
There's a trading post on an asteroid along our route to the murmur expanse that specializes in spaceship parts. They may have what we need.
Excellent idea.
Jaxon nodded in approval.
Let's reconvene on the bridge once we're finished here and set a course for the trading post.
As Seth continued his repairs, Captain Orion gave Kaida another once-over, though this time it didn't seem like a challenge.
Chapter 4. Whispers of the Heart. Amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, the Manticore, a vessel of steel and sturdiness, embarked once more on its journey, leaving behind the safety of Tuller III. Captain Jaxon Orion pondered the uncertainties that lay ahead. On the bridge, the brown-skinned and blue-haired Seth Foxwell turned his attention to Jaxon.
Your head dressing needs cleaning.
He observed, a note of concern threading through his words.
The ship's refueled. We're on course. Go to sick bay, then take a rest.
Jaxon protested. But you're the one who needs to rest. Seth, with a weary smile, countered.
We all do. I'm not the one with injuries. Don't worry about me, Captain. I'll set up a bed on the bridge and put the Manticore on autopilot.
Acknowledging the wisdom in Seth's words, Jaxon said, okay, and made his way to the medical bay, where Annika Patel awaited. As he lay there, entrusting himself to Anika's care, Jaxon felt the sting of antiseptic on his wounds, a small price for the promise of healing.
You're doing great.
Anika assured him.
Just a few more cuts to clean up, and you'll be as good as new.
Thank you, Jaxon murmured, his gaze lifting to meet Anika's, the depths of her dark eyes a well of compassion and strength. In that moment, he saw not just the healer but the woman beneath the doctor's coat, a vision of grace and femininity that stirred something within him. Her smile was a light in the darkness.
I'll always take care of you, Jaxon. I love you,
she confessed, her words a gentle wave that threatened to sweep him away in its tide. Jaxon, caught in the whirlpool of his emotions, replied, I have feelings for you too. But love? How? We haven't even kissed. His heart was a drumbeat of confusion and longing. Anika's cheeks flushed a deep shade of violet, her gaze shy but daring.
Maybe we should.
The suggestion hung between them, a challenge and an invitation. Here? Jaxon questioned, his mind a tempest of desire and doubt.
We could try.
Anika proposed, her voice a whisper of possibility. Rising to meet her, Jaxon found himself enveloped in her presence, her height matching his, her eyes a galaxy of indigo mysteries. Their kiss was a confluence of souls, gentle yet profound, her taste a memory of sweet coffee that lingered on his lips. In the aftermath, Anika's confession laid bare the depths of her affection.
My love for you has grown over the last several months. Did you not know?
Her words were a balm to his weary spirit, a revelation that emerged like a new star in his heart. Yet, in their newfound connection, the thread of loss took shape. Stefani's absence was a void among them, her memory a reminder of the fragility of life aboard the Manticore. Where's Camden? Jaxon inquired, his thoughts turning to the man left adrift in his grief.
He's grieving.
Anika replied, her voice a soft echo of sorrow.
In the silent expanse of the galaxy, the Manticore voyaged through the stars, its crew bound by duty and the unseen threads of fate. Kaida Takahashi, a being of steel and sorrow, found herself at the threshold of the medical bay, her cybernetic senses drawing her to a moment not meant for her eyes. Through the glass, she witnessed a tender exchange between Captain Jaxon Orion and Dr. Annika Patel, their lips meeting in a whisper of a kiss that spoke volumes in the silence of space. Her retreat was silent. With every step, the whispered confessions of Jaxon and Annika echoed in her enhanced hearing, a symphony of longing and newfound love that pierced her armored heart. I'll always take care of you, Jaxon. I love you. Annika's voice, tender and true, reached Kaida, a melody laced with the promise of devotion. Jackson's response, a tremor of disbelief and hope. I have feelings for you too. But love? How? We haven't even kissed, only served to twist the knife deeper into Kaida's spirit. The prospect of their love blossoming in the Manticore, a world away from the battles they faced, left Kaida adrift in a sea of her own unacknowledged desires. The bar became her refuge, a place to drown the echoes of a love that was not hers to feel. There, amidst the bottles and the dim glow of the vending machine, she found Visky, her presence a silent anchor in the storm. Their conversation, a dance around the edges of their shared solitude, touched upon worlds and wonders far beyond the metal walls that confined them. Why don't they have androids here to help with bartending and other jobs? Kaida mused, her voice a soft intrusion into the quiet between them. Visky's reply about Jaxon having an aversion to androids and cyborgs sparked a flicker of doubt in Kaida's heart. So, he doesn't like me? She pondered aloud. Yet in Visky's words there was a glimmer of hope, a possibility for understanding and acceptance.
Maybe this can be an educational experience for him. I mean, you saved his friends today.
Their alcoholic drinks were a token of worlds both lost and longed for. Kaida examined the holographic translation on her can of liquor. It says it's from Cygnus, Kaida said, her choice a tribute to a world of forests and memories shared in passing conversations. As they delved deeper into their shared night, the abandoned shipyard loomed over their dialogue.
I heard what happened at the abandoned shipyard. Are you okay?
Visky's concern was a light guiding Kaida back from the brink of her own thoughts. I'm fine. I was a space marine before I became a mercenary. I'm used to it, Kaida replied, her voice a fortress against the tide of memories that threatened to overwhelm her. Visky, in turn, shared her own tale of loss and survival. A story of a world overrun and a childhood stolen.
I have to tell you about my planet. The Dorgothians invaded, and they took over everything,
she confessed. Kaida listened, her heart aching for the pain that Visky had endured, her own struggles reflected in the tale of another's survival. I can't imagine what that must have been like, she whispered, her words a bridge of empathy forged in the shared forge of their pasts. As the night deepened, their conversation became a haven, a place where two souls, battered by fate and forged in the fires of adversity, could find understanding. Kaida, once isolated by her cybernetic nature and the duties that bound her, found in Visky a kindred spirit, a reminder that even in the cold vastness of space, connections could be made, trust could be built, and perhaps in time a heartfelt Num could learn to feel once more. The Manticore sailed on, its course set amongst the stars, but within its steel heart a new story was being written, a tale of two souls finding light in the darkness, guided by the shared language of their experiences and the silent promise of hope that whispered in the space between stars.
In his quarters aboard the Manticore, Damien found himself trapped in a tempest of his own making, pacing like a caged beast as the ship charted its course through the stars. His decisions were like a suffocating cloak of dread. They had departed Tolar 3 with a haste that left his plans in disarray, propelling them towards a destination fraught with danger. The Chiron system, a realm under the iron fist of the tyrannical Lord Chiron, a dictator whose cruelty knew no bounds. Seeking counsel, and perhaps a semblance of reassurance, Damien summoned the holographic presence of Arbashan, the blue horse-headed alien with a ball for legs. I wanted to apologize for leaving Tolar 3 so quickly. I left Tolar 3 quickly because scavengers had overrun the place and attacked the crew. I just wanted to apologize for it, Damien confessed. Arbachan's response, though delayed, came through their interpreting pendant while muting their whinnies and nays.
Is your spaceship weaponized?
They inquired, a question that held the weight of unspoken strategies. Yes, the Manticore is well equipped for defense. We have a Class 5 laser cannon and a plasma torpedo launcher. We also have a retractable energy shield and an advanced targeting system, but I hope we won't have to use them against Lord Chiron's forces, he elaborated. The mention of Lord Chiron sparked a flicker of intrigue in Arbachan's eyes, their gaze piercing the holographic divide.
Lord Chiron,
they echoed, prompting Damien to unfold the plan laid by Captain Orion.
I cannot send my pirates there. How about an interstellar ambush? Can you disengage the weapons?
Arbachan proposed. I'm a mercenary, not an engineer, Damien admitted, his mind racing with the implications of their plan.
But your girlfriend is an engineer. She can do it.
Arbachan's knowledge of the Manticore's crew was a blade that cut too close. Yet Visky's recent reluctance, her newfound bond with Kaida, threatened Damien's machinations. She wants out, he confessed, the words tasting of betrayal and loss. Arbachan's suggestion, a cold calculus of greed and opportunity, offered a solution bathed in the stark light of pragmatism.
Then there is more money to share. I can hire bounty hunters with military-grade fighter jets and a team of ambush ops from her cut.
They offered, a promise laced with the potential for violence. Will you make sure no one gets killed? Damien asked. Arbachan's response, a reflection of the harsh realities of their world, left Damien with no illusions.
I can tell them that, but they will kill if their own lives are at risk. Surely you understand that.
They stated, a reminder of the blood-soaked path he had chosen. The call ended, leaving Damien alone with his thoughts about a future forged in treachery and ambition. The thought of the Manticore's weapons failing in executing a casualty-free plan became his guiding light. Yet, as he contemplated reaching out to Visky, the risk of exposing his intentions loomed large, a gamble with stakes too high to contemplate.
Within the Manticore's bar, Kaida Takahashi found herself ensnared in a web of feelings, her cybernetic enhancements amplifying the turmoil that brewed within. The evening had with Kaida, Visky, and Anika Patel, the ship's healer, gathered in a closeness born of shared trials. Their libations, a tribute to Zosi's distant world, flowed freely, a balm for wounds unseen.
So how's Camden?
Visky inquired, her curiosity veiled in the casual tilt of her glass.
Still pissed.
Annika responded, a sigh escaping her lips.
But he's covering for me, so that's something.
He blamed me for that rogue meteorite, Kaida confessed, her voice a bitter drawl that cut through the warmth of their gathering.
No, Kaida, that wasn't your fault.
Visky interjected, her words a steadying hand upon Kaida's trembling spirit. The conversation meandered, a river of words that flowed from heartache to curiosity, until Visky, emboldened by the knight's embrace, broached the subject of the artifact.
You know what, Anika? Kaida's opening up now. I think we can ask her about the artifact.
She teased, the alcohol lending courage to her words. Kaida, caught in the snare of her own secrets, stiffened. What artifact? She said. Visky, the conspirator, leaned in, her voice a whisper of intrigue.
The artifact you're carrying for Xander, of course.
Annika's touch, gentle and seeking, sought to heal Kaida's fears.
Kaida, is everything okay? You seem really tense.
The tale that unfolded was one of desperation and dark bargains, a sister's life held ransom by the foreboding tendrils of the Martian mafia, Raven Fortuna's blind syndicate. Raven abducted my sister, so I'd deliver this damn artifact. The only way to get her back is to deliver it to Xander. Kaida revealed, her voice a fragile thread in the silence that enveloped them.
That sounds dangerous.
Visky murmured. Yet, in the crucible of their shared vulnerability, a bond was forged, stronger than the steel that encased Kaida's heart.
We're here for you, Kaida. Whatever you need.
Visky vowed, her hand a pillar of strength upon Kaida's shoulder. As the night deepened, a pact was sealed with the clink of glasses and the silent promise of support.
To Kaida and her sister, may they be reunited soon.
They toasted. The arrival of Jaxon and Damien, a tempest of desire and possibility, stirred the embers of longing within Kaida's soul. Jaxon sat beside her, making her yearning stronger. Anika, it's okay, Kaida whispered, her voice laced with alcohol and courage. You can tell Jaxon what I told you. Maybe he can help. As Anika recounted the tale of Kaida's sister, a hush fell over them. I just feel lost, like I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. Kaida confessed, her heart laid bare.
I know what that's like.
Jaxon said.
Sometimes it's good to take a step back and reassess.
The night unfolded, and only Kaida Jaxon and Anika were left in the bar. Emboldened by the closeness of her companions, the Japanese cyborg space marine dared to breach the distance that had kept her heart in chains. Her kiss, a question posed to the lips of both Jaxon and Anika, was an answer unto itself, a declaration of need and an invitation to a future uncharted. Both Anika and Jaxon responded with lust and desire.
Let's go back to mine before anyone sees.
Jaxon proposed, his voice a husky entreaty that spoke of promises yet fulfilled. In the captain's quarters they found refuge, a haven from the storm, where desires long suppressed found expression in the sanctuary of shared warmth.
Chapter 5. Betrayal Among the Stars.
In the threshold of the Manticore's bar, Damien Black's silhouette was agitated, his foot a staccato beat upon the cold metal floor. He awaited Visky's emergence from the neon-lit depths of revelry. For the second consecutive evening she had surrendered herself to the embrace of intoxication, seeking oblivion in the bottom of a glass. Her laughter, a melody tinged with chaos, heralded her approach, her movements joyful with uncoordinated grace. Guiding her through the corridors of the Manticore with the care of a guardian, Damien ushered her into her apartment. The red couch was a vibrant contrast to the surrounding gloom. Damien, the ever-vigilant custodian of their dark pact, busied himself with the task of brewing coffee, a mundane ritual that offered no respite from the guilt and dread churning within him. As he presented the steaming mugs, Visky's gaze meandered, landing upon a bowl of rare crystals. He seated himself beside her, an ocean of unspoken words stretching between them. Her smile was wide and unguarded.
I'm so glad we're not abducting Kaida. She's my new best friend.
She slurred, her words a puzzle that Damien found himself desperately needing to solve. His heart skipped a beat. The coffee, forgotten, became evidence of the sudden chill that enveloped him. What do you mean? The shift in Visky's demeanor was as sudden as a storm upon the horizon. Her enlightenment, fueled by the alcohol that loosened the bonds of her telepathic restraint, shone a merciless light upon his dark intentions.
I can see it in your mind. What have you done?
She accused. You're not supposed to look into minds, he deflected, a feeble barricade against the onslaught of truth.
I can't help it. I'm drunk.
She retorted.
And you're an asshole,
she declared. Desperation clawed at Damien, a beast with insatiable hunger, as he offered her a share of his ill-gotten gains. Yet Visky, unyielding, saw through the veneer to the rotten core beneath.
I don't want to do it.
She stated. The conversation spiraled, a maelstrom of accusation and justification, until Visky made to unmask the treachery to their captain. Damien, ensnared by his own web of deceit, was left with no choice but to silence her rebellion. In a desperate act born of a heart blackened by ambition, he subdued her with chloroform. Bound and unconscious, Visky became not just a prisoner of rope and chloroform, but a looking glass reflecting the darkest parts of Damien's soul. As he sat beside her, contemplating the abyss into which he had willingly stepped, he reached out to Arbachan. Arbachan, an entity of otherworldly power and inscrutable motives, listened to Damien's confession with a gaze that spanned the distance between stars.
We can't have loose ends. What have you done with her?
They inquired, their voice a cold wind that whispered of consequences yet to come. Damien laid bare before the judgment of Arbachan, committed fully to the path he had chosen. I tied her up in her apartment, he admitted, proving that the final shreds of his humanity had been consumed by the darkness. The plan now took shape, its edges sharp and unforgiving. Arbachan, interested in the stakes at play, agreed to orchestrate the ambush, sealing Damien's fate and, with it, the fate of those entwined with his destiny. Damien was left to ponder the cost of his ambitions. It was the price of a soul bartered for power and wealth. The Manticore, once a vessel of exploration and fellowship, now sailed towards a future fraught with peril, its crew unaware of the storm that approached, summoned by the actions of one of their own.
Captain Orion stretched his limbs wide upon the bridge, a gesture of contentment despite the pounding in his skull. A small price for the evening's indulgences. His gaze swept over the controls, the familiar hum of the ship's systems a comforting backdrop to the new day. Beside him, Kaida, his new cyborg lover with a past shrouded in mystery, settled into her chair, a book from Anika's collection in her hands.
I'm eager to delve into this,
She declared, interested in the promise of Vestorian history. A gift from Anika before her duty had called her to the medical bay. Jaxon smiled, intrigued. Share its tales with me. Vestoria remains a world I know little about. Seth, having tended the ship through the quiet hours, rose, his body protesting with a yawn.
Morning.
He greeted, his voice groggy with sleep.
The night passed without event, thankfully. I'm off to catch some rest.
Jaxon offered a nod, his spirits lifted inexplicably. Take your time, Seth. Today feels auspicious. Seth's departure left Jaxon and Kaida in a bubble of quiet, save for the soft buzzing of the ship.
Are there eyes here? Cameras, I mean.
Kaida asked. Jackson's laughter filled the space, a sound of genuine amusement. Indeed, security watches over us, but fret not, the evening promises privacy. Their conversation meandered, touching upon the hues of Jackson's skin, a legacy of his Zoraxian heritage, and the mysteries of Earth before and after its environmental cataclysms. Kaida, intrigued, asked Jaxon about his upbringing on Talos, a cradle of technological marvels and scientific prowess.
Your sight.
She teased, admiring his physical form, a product of virtual adventures and the gravity-defying sport in his air orb. Their banter was cut short by the ship's alarm, a shrill call to action. Outside, a squadron of fighter jets bore down upon them, their intentions clear and hostile. Jaxon sprang into action at the control panels in a desperate bid to outmaneuver their assailants. What's happened to Damien and Visky? He pondered aloud, their absence now a pressing concern. Kaida, her abilities hampered, could only offer her confusion.
I can't find them.
Seth's arrival brought no answers, only more questions as he reported the crew's absence. The medical bay, they realized, was the attacker's target. Jaxon and Kaida sprinted to the medical bay, only to find themselves face to face with the enemy. A ragtag band of space mercenaries had cornered their crew, their intentions nefarious but clear. They sought the artifact Kaida safeguarded. In a moment of self-sacrifice, Kaida offered herself up, a plea for the safety of her companions. Yet, it was Damien's betrayal that cut the deepest, his actions laying bare the depths of his duplicity. As Kaida was taken, Jaxon's world teetered on the brink of collapse. His mission, his lover, and his crew. The very fabric of his reality. Everything was at stake. And at the heart of it all was a choice, a decision that would define the fate of the Manticore and its inhabitants. After Kaida was taken, along with Damien and the unconscious Visky, Jaxon stood on the bridge, staring into the void. His decisions and the path forward were shrouded in uncertainty, but one thing remained clear. He would stop at nothing to retrieve those taken, to mend the fractures within his ship, his family.
In the coal fighter jet, Kaida found herself ensnared by ropes that felt as tight as the grip of fate itself. Her gaze, burning with fury and disbelief, was fixed upon Damien. The betrayal was a wound deeper than any physical strike. "You sold us out," she spat out, the words slicing through the tense air like a knife.
It's not personal, cyborg.
Damien retorted, his voice dripping with disdain.
It's just business.
Kaida's mechanical fingers curled into fists of impotent rage. The urge to lash out was overwhelming, but the sight of Visky, unconscious and vulnerable beside her, tempered her fury. "What did you do to her?" she demanded. The bounty hunters, a motley crew of scoundrels and mercenaries, shared a moment of cruel amusement. Their laughter was a jarring note in the tense atmosphere as they indulged in sunflower seeds like they were at some grotesque feast. The woman among them, a towering figure with skin the color of a sunset and tattoos that told tales of battles and bloodshed, cracked a seed between her teeth and spat.
Your traitor friend did the deed. Found her like this, we did.
Kaida's mind searched for a sliver of hope in the dire situation. Damien's protests were a desperate attempt to untangle himself from the web of his own making.
Why tie me up? I pulled this off.
He argued, his voice strained.
And yet, you treat me as if I'm the enemy.
The response from the bounty hunters was swift and merciless.
Quiet, traitor.
One growled, tightening Damien's bonds.
Your fate is not ours to decide.
Kaida couldn't contain her scorn. Coward, she accused, her voice echoing off the jet's metal walls. Selfish. A storm passed through Damien's eyes, but he remained silent. Visky was still lost in unconsciousness. Kaida's friend's well-being weighed heavily on her. As the pirates speculated on the artifact's purpose and power, whispers of ancient legends filled the cramped space.
The elders, could travel through universes and take over bodies that weren't theirs.
One man said, sounding skeptical and scared. They dismissed the notion with laughter, yet the pilot's next words sent a chill down Kaida's spine.
The eye of the ancients can tear through dimensions.
And tie me, and I'll share its secrets.
Damien bargained, desperate. However, the pirates did not yield. Their laughter was a clear dismissal of his offer.
Trust a traitor.
They mocked, clearly acting like a gang of thieves. Damien's plea to the pirates, a vain attempt to align with those who shared no loyalty, fell on deaf ears.
You owe me,
he insisted. The conversation turned to the artifact, the so-called Eye of the Ancients, sparking curiosity and greed. Kaida, despite her dire situation, marveled at the depth of the intrigue surrounding the object embedded in her arm. Visky's awakening, a slow return to the harsh light of betrayal, was a moment Kaida had been both dreading and longing for. The Ongu fumbled and winced, revealing the turmoil that had engulfed her since Damien's deceit came to light. As the fighter jet prepared to leap across the stars, the reality of their situation settled heavily upon Kaida's shoulders. The artifact of untold power and danger was now a duty she bore into the unknown. Her only hope lay in the slim chance of escape, a flicker of rebellion against the dark tide of fate that sought to sweep them away.
In the depths of the spaceship Manticore, Captain Orion's heart raced with a fierce urgency, his body propelled by a surge of adrenaline as he made his way through the metallic corridors to his quarters. The fate of Kaida, marked by the beacon within her, weighed heavily on his mind. He left his door ajar in his haste, falling to his knees upon the sleek black floor of his room, his hands frantically searching through the contents of his underwear drawer for the sophisticated device that could track her signal. Time was slipping through his fingers like grains of sand, each moment precious, each second lost a step further away from her. At last, his fingers closed around the receiver. With the device clenched tightly in his grasp, Jaxon dashed to the bridge, where decisions that could alter the course of their journey were made. Seth, he called out, urgency lacing his voice as he presented the receiver. Install this into the Manticore's system. We must follow Kaida. Seth Foxwell, with a frown etched between his electric blue eyebrows, said,
The Manticore might not withstand the pursuit. What if they leap to another galaxy? Their destination is a mystery. Perhaps we should head to the trading station first.
Indeed, the Manticore bore the scars of their travels, not fully recovered from their recent ordeals. Despite any doubts, the captain's heart was set on fulfilling the mission. Do it, Seth. Those are your captain's orders. Seth heaved a sigh, his fingers running through his electric blue curls in a gesture of resignation.
Yes, Captain. Right away.
As Seth set to work, integrating the receiver with the ship's systems, the Manticore came alive, its technology reaching out across the void to lock onto Kaida's signal. Their readiness for such a mission was questionable, their enemy's weaponry looming large in their minds. I'm here for my crew, Jaxon stated firmly, his fists clenched due to thoughts of Damien's treachery. Seth, though reluctant, acquiesced, acknowledging the necessity of discretion in their pursuit. Anika Patel burst onto the bridge, sensing the urgency that had gripped her comrades.
What now?
She asked. "We're pushing to hyperspeed. Alert the crew, Seth, and Anika, strap in," Jaxon commanded. Securing himself beside her, his mind, haunted by images of Kaida, turned towards a plan. "Anika, find out what you can about these pirates. We're flying blind without information." Anika's fingers tapped over the console, summoning data from the depths of the intergalactic web.
"Searching now, Captain,"
she replied. After a tense moment, she found a thread to follow.
"Captain, I found something. These pirates are known for kidnapping and selling their victims into slavery. We must tread carefully."
Jaxon's jaw tightened. "They won't lay a hand on my crew." As they prepared to leap, Damien's betrayal hung over them. Seth cursed the man who had once been considered a comrade.
If we save him, I'm seeing to his end.
Jaxon merely nodded, his mind already racing ahead to the challenges they would face. "Be my guest," he muttered. His thoughts fixed on the rescue that lay before them. The Manticore, with her crew braced for the trials ahead, surged forward into the vast, uncharted reaches of space.
In the bounty hunter's ship, the transition back to normal space jerked Kaida back to the present, her stomach rebelling against the sudden shift. The view screen presented a breathtaking vista of the destination, a desolate, rocky desert planet lying on the fringes of the known system. The descent was smooth, the ship's landing stirring clouds of dust into the air. Upon stepping off the vessel, the extraordinary entities that welcomed them immediately captivated Kaida's attention. Towering at 8 feet, their blue skin forms were naked to the eye, each possessing a horse-shaped head atop a long, slender neck and spine, ending in a curious bony loop and a spherical appendage that served as both a foot and a tool. The creatures' torsos were adorned with multiple arms, a total of 6, arranged in 2 rows, hinting at a physiology far removed from anything Kaida had ever encountered. The sight of pink nipples dotting their fronts raised questions about their biology and customs.
Greetings to Bardikar.
Came the voice of one whose nipples were dark blue and not pink like the others. Its words were translated through a device, and its crystal-like eyes lingered on Kaida.
I am Bashan. May your journey here have been one of comfort.
His gaze shifted, signaling to another of his kind, a silent communication passing between them. Without warning, the bounty hunters collapsed, their bodies deflating into mere husks upon the ground. Kaida's voice caught in her throat at the sight. Bashan offered a semblance of reassurance, his focus on the well-being of his charges and the bounty promised by Damien's treachery. The co-pilot, her body racked with sobs, mourned beside what was once a fearsome warrior, now reduced to nothing by the alien's unseen might.
"Might I be unshackled now?"
Damien inquired, a question met with Bashan's cold dismissal. The safety of Kaida and the fate of her sister was a pawn in the grander scheme of intergalactic dealings. The journey on foot, or rather by rolling, began, leading them along a marble path that snaked through the alien terrain. Bashan and his kin moved with an elegance afforded by their unique physiology, rolling atop their spherical bases with a grace that fascinated Kaida, even as she grappled with the horror of what had transpired. The annihilation of the bounty hunters was not just a display of treachery, but a demonstration of power, the means of their demise unseen yet undeniably effective. Kaida's thoughts were on survival, even as she and her companions were led deeper into Bardikar, their fate uncertain in the hands of these alien beings who wielded their power with a casual indifference to life.
Chapter 6. Shadows of Silphora.
Following Visky and Damien, Kaida trudged along with the rolling throng of aliens who were perched atop their spherical mounts. A sensation akin to the touch of unseen eyes prickled at her nape, urging her gaze to sweep the stark expanse around them. Yet all that met her wary look was the barren, rocky stretch and its odd inhabitants. The notion of deploying her cyborg armaments hung heavily in her mind, a risk too great with Visky in her unshielded state. Doubts gnawed at her, pondering the capabilities of Bashan and his crew. Could they indeed dissolve her military-crafted elemental screen and the very bones within her? As they neared a modest settlement, its perimeter patrolled by seemingly unarmed guards, the irony was not lost on her appearances here were as deceiving as the guards themselves.
Welcome to our humble abode.
Bashan proclaimed, gesturing grandly towards the cluster of dwellings.
You'll be staying here for a short while.
They trailed the aliens down a winding path flanked by domes of mud, their surfaces hardened under the relentless gaze of twin suns. A concealed slide awaited them inside one dome, revealed only by lifting a rug and opening a hatch, leading them into the earth's depths. Enveloped by the darkness of an underground cellar, Kaida's eyes struggled before adjusting to the scant light. The space, barely sufficient to house them alongside the occasional scurrying rat, reeked of decay, filling her nostrils and stirring a sense of nausea. Her gaze scoured the surroundings for any hint of escape. The walls, hewn from solid rock, and a door of reinforced metal offered no apparent vulnerability. Yet, a shipbreaker's blade concealed within her left forearm whispered of potential freedom. The haunting image of Visky, reduced to a lifeless husk upon the ground, stayed her hand. Damien's struggles against his bindings were futile. Their captors had ensured no easy escape. Visky, her vitality seemingly ebbing, slumped against the wall, her features glistening with the effort of each shallow breath. Kaida's voice, tight with concern, broke the silence. "Are you okay, Visky?"
What happened?
Her gaze, sharp and accusing, met Damien's. "Pirates abducted us."
I must have passed out. I was drunk.
Silence was her response, the moment ill-suited for unveiling betrayals.
Those weapons they used just by staring at the bounty hunters were skeletal annihilators.
Damien persisted.
They're cyborgs, too.
A shiver ran through Kaida, her gaze dropping to her metallic fingers, the desire to unleash her blades a fierce temptation. Yet she knew the aliens anticipated her every move, aware of her identity and capabilities. "Damien, do you have any ideas?" His glare projected frustration and accusation. She drew in a tight breath. It might be time to alert Raven Fortuna of her predicament. Activating the second homing beacon meant for the blind syndicate, should Jaxon Orion's efforts falter. Yet she hesitated, choosing instead to bide her time, to seek a method to nullify the aliens' weapons. Amidst their grim contemplation, a deep rumble from above signaled the arrival of a spacecraft, its landing sending vibrations through the stone walls. The cessation of its engines resonated within the cramped enclosure. Her internal device deciphered the alien dialect, a language birthed from human colonies on Mars.
What are they saying?
Damien inquired, anxiety lacing his voice.
They want to take us as slaves.
Visky whispered, fear trembling through her words.
The Ar-Aren are taking Kaida, and the Martians are taking us.
But they can't take me.
Visky's confusion was evident.
You're what?
Ah, I thought I was supposed to stay here.
What?
Disbelief rounded Visky's eyes. Kaida realized her telepathic slip.
You bastard.
Visky's anger erupted.
Hey, it's not my fault. We agreed to do it. We.
That was before I realized who Kaida is, and that her sister's life was at stake if she—
Shut up! Kaida interjected, her focus narrowing on the alien conversation. They spoke of a market, of chains and servitude, a fate too grim to contemplate.
No.
Panic seized Visky, her breaths quickening. Kaida revealed the homing beacon. Put this homing beacon somewhere safe so Jaxon can track you, she urged Visky. Placing their hope in a tiny device concealed within an earring, a desperate gambit in the face of overwhelming odds. The arrival of the Martians, their evolution marked by centuries of adaptation, underscored the severity of their situation. Their physiology, a testament to survival in the harshest of environments, now stood as a barrier between Kaida and her companions. As the Martians took Visky and Damien, Kaida's sense of purpose flared. The departure of the spacecraft, however, sealed their fate, leaving her alone in the darkness, her options dwindling. She sank to the ground, the cold, rough stone a harsh reminder of her plight. The word Ar-Aren uttered by the Martians echoed in her mind, a key to unraveling the mystery of their captors and possibly devising a means to counter their skeletal annihilators.
Upon the bridge of the Manticore, as it hung in a geostationary embrace above a moon of Bardikar, the remaining crew conversed, their interactions fraught with questions and untold stories. What the hell is that? Jaxon's grimace betrayed his astonishment at the holographic apparition before them. An 8-foot-tall equine alien, bedecked with an excess of limbs and adorned with nipples, its form defying the laws of nature with a singular orb serving as its foundation. Please don't tell me they amputate their legs so they can roll around.
Not at all.
Zos reclined in the levity of her hover chair.
Their balls are connected to that bony loop at the bottom of their spines.
Her explanation unfurled the mysteries of the Ar-Arens, creatures of chitinous slumber, their very essence a marvel of biological artistry. What does chitinous mean? Jaxon inquired.
Chitinous matter is what fingernails, tusks, and horns are made from.
Zos elucidated.
Their bodies have the same elements as us.
Ar-Aren, Jaxon murmured. The name a whisper of intrigue. Zosi's affirmation was a nod to the shared marvel.
The ball each Ar-Aren travels on provides a smooth surface. It would be hard for them to get around without roads, but in their Sulphura system, the movement of celestial bodies forms natural paths.
So they don't even need road engineers?
Seth mused.
No.
Zosi's smirk was fleeting, quickly replaced by a gravity befitting their dire straits. Jaxon's frown deepened. So, do you think they have something to do with this?
Without a doubt.
Anika interjected. A holographic map of Bardikar emerged from the comm system.
That place where Kaida currently is being held is a village which belongs to a syndicate ruled by Arbachan.
He's an Aaron? Jackson's inquiry sliced through the air, seeking clarity.
Yes, and I think Damien knew him from back in the day when he was a smuggler.
Anika revealed. Jaxon's hand found his jaw, the need for a shave forgotten in the face of revelations. We all know Damien has a dark history.
I didn't.
Kelly confessed innocently.
He kept himself to himself, that's for sure.
Seth added, his distrust of the absent crew member a shared sentiment.
I never liked the guy, to be honest. I always thought there was something off about him.
Me too.
Kelly's adjustment of her glasses was a physical echo of her inner turmoil.
Well, I knew Damien fairly well.
Anika countered, her past interactions with Damien painting a more nuanced portrait.
I think he was interested in me before he started dating Visky.
Jaxon, his arms crossed as if to shield himself from the revelations, inquired further. Did you guys ever hit it off?
No.
Anika confessed.
Damien told me he used to run with a crew of our errand smugglers and thieves. Being a doctor of medicine, their anatomy and physiology fascinated me. Damien loved to joke about their crazy customs and cybernetic engineering.
So we need to watch out.
Zos warned.
Yes.
Anika's posture was a mix of opposition and determination.
Their patented skeletal annihilators are amongst some of the most dangerous weaponry in this galaxy.
Jaxon's gaze, however, caught Seth momentarily distracted, a reminder of the human element amidst their cosmic ordeal.
Arbachan was also one of the more notorious members of that Aaron crew. He's known for his ruthlessness.
Anika continued, her words painting a vivid picture of their adversary.
Don't call our Aaron hims or hers.
Zos cautioned, her advice a lesson in the nuances of interstellar diplomacy.
They're gender non-conforming and take great offense in it. You should use the pronoun they and possessive there, even for individuals.
That's not the point, though, is it? Jaxon mused.
It is, if you want to infiltrate them without hurting their feelings.
Seth said.
Not if we use Damien's stealth onesie.
Raleigh chimed in, his one-armed jest alight in the darkness. The bleep of the receiver cut through their deliberations. Seth's investigation unveiled a new twist in their saga. Kaida's journey was far from over, her path now veering towards unknown dangers.
Damn, where to now?
The question hung in the air, a shared uncertainty among them. Let's wait for a few minutes before following, Jaxon decided.
Prepare yourselves, folks.
Seth's command was a call to readiness, the bridge transforming into a chamber of anticipation. Jaxon sought cheer from the strains and listening to classical music, a balm for the storm within. Seth, are the weapon systems online?
Yes, Captain. We're fully armed and ready for whatever they throw at us.
Seth confirmed, his assurance a steadying force as they faced the unknown.
But do you have to listen to that god-awful music?
Tough. I'm the captain, and I like it, Jaxon declared. Chapter 7. Signals in the silence.
In the vast expanse of the Martian landscape, where the stark beauty of desolation held sway, Raven Fortuna, the astute leader of the Blind Syndicate, engaged in a game of tennis with her brother Nail. This was no mere earthly sport, but a Martian adaptation grander and fraught with peril, where the ball's trajectory through a yawning chasm of 250 feet was a demonstration of skill and daring alike. Across the laser net, Nail, his skin a rich brown, paused to drink deeply from his water bottle, securing it back against the rock wall where magnetic forces awaited to swallow it whole. He ventured a question beneath his helmet, scratching at an itch that seemed more than physical.
Did you find someone to deliver the Eye of the Ancients?
Raven, her gaze sharp as the trajectory of their game, caught the bottle in mid-hover, drinking swiftly. Yep, with a grunt, she launched the ball down the chasm, her eyes tracking its path as Nail plunged after it. The ball kissed the wall, eluding Nail's grasp, a point scored in Raven's favor. He served again.
Who?
Pardon?
Who's delivering it?
A few people.
Anyone I know?
You heard about the Manticore?
The Talosian spaceship?
Yes.
Captain Orion's?
Yep.
Wow, that must have cost a lot.
I have not paid him yet. He'll get the money when Xander gets the disentangler.
You can trust Captain Orion's crew with that thing.
Raven poised for the return, her focus split between the game and her brother's questions. He's a skilled pilot and has a top-of-the-range spaceship. Plus, he doesn't ask questions, which makes him perfect for this job.
And a bodyguard? Doesn't that thing have to be kept in a special box which isn't exposed to the open air?
Oh yeah, I got a cyborg ninja too.
That's a sizable chunk out of the profits then.
No, I got her sister abducted.
Where from?
Earth.
Okay.
It wasn't easy, but all the cyborg mercenaries wanted too much of the pie. The volley continued, Nail's return a clear invitation to prolong their dialogue, the game serving as a backdrop to their scheming. Raven, seizing the opportunity, accelerated the ball with a clever adjustment from her wristband, their conversation weaving through the echoes of their sport.
Good work, sis. I knew you would get that artifact to Xander.
Nail commended, his voice carrying over the expanse. Raven's smile was a flash of confidence. Nothing is too difficult for the blind syndicate.
Where's the sister hostage?
In a colony on Mars. Kaida had no choice but to work for us.
She's Japanese.
Yep.
Cute.
I don't swing that way. Their game continued, the siblings' bond a constant amidst the shifting sands of their conversation, moving from the depths of their machinations to lighter matters, their solidarity unbroken under the Martian sun. Raven Fortuna emerged from the depths of the Martian underground, her journey on the train a brief interlude in her day. With a stride that bore the solitude of command, she navigated the labyrinthine tunnels that led to her sanctuary. The mile-long trek was a meditative passage, a bridge from the bustling life of Mars to the secluded haven she called home. Upon reaching the threshold of her private domain, guarded by security measures known only to a select few, Raven ascended the steps to her living quarters, ensconced within a dome on the red planet's unforgiving climes. The air that greeted her, though recycled, was a balm to her senses, carrying away the vestiges of exertion and the press of Martian crowds. Her abode was a reflection of her persona, vast, unadorned yet functional, where simplicity reigned supreme. The furniture, unassuming in its elegance, shared space with artwork that whispered tales of distant worlds and the myriad beauties of the galaxy. Shedding her sportswear, tainted by the sweat of competition and the dust of Mars, she washed herself in the cleansing waters of her shower, emerging anew, clad in a black jumpsuit that matched the dark cascade of her hair. The ritual of nourishment would wait, for her spirit craved a different sustenance, a moment of tranquility in the tempest of her existence. In her living room she kindled the essence of incense, its fragrance a key to realms of peace, and summoned the illusion of an aquatic haven that spanned the breadth of her quarters. Here, amidst the virtual dance of coral and fish, she found a semblance of serenity, a brief respite in her relentless pursuit of power and purpose. Yet, as the shadows lengthened and the light of Mars waned, duty beckoned. With a sigh, Raven adorned her visage with a hint of colour, her glasses a shield against the world's glare. Rising from her brief sojourn in the depths of the sea, she stepped forth once more into the maelstrom of her life. Guided by the digital map displayed upon her glasses, Raven Fortuna navigated the subterranean arteries of Mars, embarking on a journey to a destination far removed from the civility of New Olympia. The maglev, a marvel of Martian engineering, hastened her through the planet's bowels, its speed conflicting the slow churn of thoughts in her mind. Emerging into the sterile brightness of the visitation center, she surrendered herself to the ritual of security, a necessary veneer of order in the chaotic expanse of the prison colony. Amidst the ambient chatter and the silent wars waged at the surrounding tables, it was within this very space that Raven encountered Cyrus, the stabilizing force in the tumultuous sea that was her life. His vitality was dimmed by the weight of knowledge and confinement. "Hey, babe," she greeted, seeking to pierce the fog that enveloped him.
Hey.
His response was a murmur, the struggle evident in his attempt to dispel the darkness that clung to him. "What's wrong?" The concern in her voice was a light cast into the depths of his despair.
I heard something.
Cyrus's gaze was restless. "What?" Raven leaned forward, her focus narrowing to the point of a blade.
Captain Orion doesn't have her anymore.
The revelation was a gut punch, the air thinning around her as she grappled with the implications.
The Black Star Brotherhood abducted her.
The name evoked fear and fury. The Aren Syndicate. She clung to the words, seeking clarity amidst the chaos.
Exactly. The boss is Arbakan.
Cyrus's confirmation was a nail in the coffin of her plans. Raven's mission was clear. Kaida was the key, the linchpin in her quest for the Elder's ether disentangler, and she would reclaim her, no matter the cost. Where are they presently?
In the Silphora system.
Cyrus's admission was a breadcrumb, a clue so vast as to be almost meaningless. Which of the 5 habitable worlds? Or is she on an asteroid? The questions piled up, each one a brick in the wall that stood between her and her objective.
I don't know.
His ignorance was a blow, frustration boiling over as alliances and obligations tangled into a knot of desperation. "Fine. Can you get the information now?" Raven's demand was a lifeline thrown into the murky waters of their predicament.
Johnny, my bird said okay.
Cyrus's call was a bridge, a connection forged in the crucible of necessity.
Bardikar.
The name was a point on the map of her vendetta. With a kiss as fleeting as a comet's tail, Raven departed. The journey back to the transport was a walk through a gallery of souls, each a story untold. The Black Star Brotherhood loomed on the horizon, a dark cloud on her quest for the disentangler, Yet Raven Fortuna was no stranger to the shadows. She would move through them, her dealings shrouded in secrecy as she sought to conspire against her adversaries. In the solitude of her Martian abode, Raven Fortuna paced with a restless energy and the storm which brewed in her mind. The malfunction of the homing beacon, her last link to Kaida, was a blow that reverberated through the silence of the room. Outside, the Martian wilderness sprawled endlessly, a witness to her turmoil, indifferent and vast. The news of Margot's arrest had called to mind the precariousness of her plans. Margot, the crucial intermediary to Captain Jaxon Orion, now lay beyond her reach, ensnared by forces unknown. The realization that Kaida's fate hung in the balance sharpened Raven's strength of will. With a sense of purpose that matched the rugged landscape beyond her dome, Raven considered her options. The risk of direct intervention came to light, but the urgency of securing Kaida, and through her, the Ether Entangler, brooked no delay. It was a gamble, entrusting the mission to Orion, yet it was one she was prepared to make, driven by the dual motives of preservation and profit. Summoning Victor, her most trusted lieutenant, was a move born of necessity. His prompt appearance on the screen was a small comfort in the face of mounting challenges. "I need your help," she stated. The mention of Abahan and the Black Star Brotherhood underscored the importance of her request. Victor's assurance of Dimitri's expertise brought hope. She arranged to meet Dimitri at Raven's Nest, the headquarters of her syndicate. Raven's readiness, her suit a shield against the harshness of the world outside, was a physical manifestation of her readiness to confront the challenges ahead. As she departed, the Martian sky a canvas of orange and fading light, the journey to Raven's Nest was not just a traversal of physical distance but a passage through the danger that lay in her path. The conversation with her chauffeur, a brief interlude of normalcy, differed from the web of secrecy that defined her existence. The descent of the sun marked not just the end of a day, but the beginning of a crucial phase in Raven's quest. The stakes were high, the players hidden, but Raven Fortuna was no stranger to the darkness. As Raven's shuttle ascended, painting the Martian evening in shades of orange, the descending sun cast a dramatic light across the desolate yet beautiful landscape below. This spectacle, however, did little to lift the concern that crept into Raven's heart. The pressing need for Xander's financial backing was a constant reminder of her dreams for Earth, dreams that felt increasingly out of reach amidst the uncertainties that now surrounded her. Her journey led her to a hidden sanctuary, an abandoned mining tunnel cleverly disguised behind a faux wall. Disembarking from the shuttle, she was greeted by the last rays of the sun, its warmth offering a brief respite as she ventured into the tunnel and descended into the depths of her stronghold via a high-security elevator. Awaiting her was Dimitri with his Zoraxian blue complexion. His origins on the technologically advanced Talos had prepared him for this moment.
"I've been looking forward to meeting you, Raven Fortuna. I've heard a lot of stories about you."
Raven's mind was a whirlwind of schemes and concerns. "I hope you can do the job."
"I can but try,"
Dimitri assured her. Leading him to her office, Raven watched as Dimitri set to work, his focus on penetrating the Manticore's formidable security. The silence that enveloped them was finally broken by a successful connection. Yet it was Seth Foxwell, not Captain Orion, who responded.
"Captain Orion is out on business."
Seth's voice filtered through, impersonal and distant.
"Who is this?"
"This is Dimitri, Kaida Takahashi's boss. I'm trying to reach Captain Orion. It's urgent,"
Dimitri said.
"I'm sorry,"
Seth said,
"but I refuse to answer questions on behalf of my captain. Please call back in a few hours. Hopefully he will then be available."
The exchange was brief and unyielding, with Seth refusing to divulge their location or provide any information on Kaida Takahashi, despite Dimitri's insistence. The abrupt end to the conversation left Raven grappling with frustration and a sense of powerlessness. With no immediate way to contact Captain Orion or ascertain Kaida's situation, Raven was caught in a standstill, her plans thwarted by the elusive captain's absence and the ticking clock of her visa's expiration. The uncertainty of it all weighed heavily on her, each moment of inaction a step away from her aspirations for a new life on Earth. Faced with these daunting challenges, Raven could only wait. The path forward remained obscured, doubling doubts that plagued her ambitious heart.
Chapter 8. Voyage of the Unyielding. Through the teeming heart of asteroid X7 City, beneath a dome that strained the light into a murky twilight, Jaxon and Raleigh pressed forward, guided by the beacon that whispered of Kaida's proximity. The air was thick with the odor of decay and desperation. The throngs of people in the city embodied both survival and despair. The stone and metal that formed the haphazard skyline of this place spoke of a world cobbled together from necessity and neglect, its neon luminosity a false promise of life amidst the gloom under the filthy dome. Armed and cloaked in the guise of the local rabble, Jaxon and Raleigh wove through the crowded streets, their whispers lost in the racket of commerce and survival. "Keep your eyes open," Jaxon cautioned, his hand steady on the grip of his plasma gun. "We don't know what we're walking into here." Raleigh, the ever-vigilant giant of a man, nodded, his gaze piercing the crowd for any hint of danger that might lurk in the press of bodies. The path led them past cages that lined the market streets. The market of flesh that unfolded before them was a blight, a place where souls were bartered like wares, and the cries of the enslaved tore at the fabric of any semblance of justice. Jaxon felt the load of his duty more heavily with each step. Visky and Kaida, his crew, his responsibility, were somewhere within this den of misery. Amidst the din, Jaxon's thoughts turned darkly to Damien, the betrayer, whose actions had imperiled them all. The question of the artifact Kaida carried, its fate, and her own, gnawed at him with every step deeper into the market's bowels. "Keep your eyes open," Jaxon uttered, his voice a low murmur amidst the slave market they penetrated. The air was thick, laced with the scent of despair, as they passed cages that displayed the wretched and the damned. Raleigh, his countenance stern, nodded in silent agreement, his gaze never ceasing in its vigil. "We don't know what we're walking into here," Jaxon had warned, and the truth of those words lay bare in the suffering that surrounded them. It was Visky they found, not Kaida. The sight of her wounds fueled Jaxon's fury, his voice thundering in challenge to the slaver. "Did you do this to her?" The negotiation for her freedom was a bitter dance of numbers, each figure a measure of desperation. "How much?" Jaxon demanded, the price of human decency hanging in the balance. The haggling was terse, each counteroffer a grudging step towards liberation. 38. Jaxon finally declared, the number sealing Visky's release from bondage. Yet, as he cradled her bruised form, the absence of Kaida became apparent. "Where's Kaida?" The question hung unanswered, a void that Visky's weakened state could not fill. After they bought Visky back, their departure from the market was a retreat laden with unfinished business.
"What if the Ararans don't know about the bomb?"
Raleigh pondered aloud. A question hanging in the air like a sword's edge. Jaxon's reply was curt, a reflection of the grim realities they faced. They would. Our errands would have lie detectors, their technology superior. And then, a voice from the past, a plea for redemption.
"Jaxon, free me."
Damien's entreaty cut through the din, his figure a vision of regret and desperation. The exchange that followed was a tempest of accusation and guilt, a reckoning for deeds too foul to forgive.
"I'm sorry,"
Damien implored.
"I should never have done it."
A sudden confrontation with would-be robbers tested their strength and their skill. The battle that preceded was a display of martial prowess that ended as abruptly as it began. Visky's intervention turned the tide in their favor. She used her psychic powers to disable them. With their assailants subdued, Jaxon, Raleigh, and a begrudgingly freed Damien made their way back to the spaceport. The sight of the Manticore, standing resilient against the backdrop of the stars, was a bittersweet reminder of the trials they had endured and the battles yet to come. Jaxon's gaze lingered on the ship, its scars proof of their survival. In that moment of reflection, he acknowledged the debt owed to Visky's abilities, a silent vow made under the expanse of space that stretched out before them. The journey back to the Manticore was not just a return to safety, but a reaffirmation of their purpose.
Damien Black hunched within his cell, the unforgiving laser and metal bars surrounding him. His skin itched more than was customary, a physical manifestation of his guilt and remorse. He had brought harm upon Visky, his actions had led to Kaida's disappearance, and his folly had imperiled the entire crew. The silence of his brooding was pierced by Annika's concerned voice in the corridors of the Manticore.
"Damien,"
she called, her presence just beyond his prison. He could barely lift his gaze, shame anchoring his eyes to the ground. "I messed up big time," Damien confessed. Annika acknowledged his regret yet nagged about the urgency of their situation.
"Do you think she's still in the Araran world?"
"I don't know." The conversation turned to the condition of the Manticore, its inability to engage in hyperspeed a new hurdle in their quest. Damien's suggestion that hyperspeed might be unnecessary if Kaida remained on Bardikar offered a glimmer of a plan, but the need for repairs anchored them to their current location. Annika revealed plans to scavenge for parts on asteroid X7, with Raleigh and Visky set to venture into the unknown once more. Damien's concern for Visky's well-being juxtaposed against his own helplessness painted a portrait of a man torn between redemption and despair. The mention of Camden's role in Visky's care sparked a flare of jealousy and protectiveness in Damien. Pressed for information about his past dealings with Arbachan, Damien recounted his history with the notorious pirate, shedding light on the dangerous affiliations that had led them to this peril. Annika's disdain for Arbachan's deeds a mirror to Damien's own regrets. As their exchange drew to a close, Damien was left to grapple with the magnitude of his betrayal. Annika's departure left him in silence once more, a man haunted by the choices that had led him to this nadir of his existence.
The bridge, a sanctum of both command and desperation, was alive with the tension that only those who tread the fine line between survival and oblivion could truly comprehend.
I can't believe you brought Damien back,
Seth said, ever the voice of reservation.
How can you trust that two-faced Shatul?
What's a Shatul? Jaxon's ignorance of the term did little to quell the tempest brewing within Seth. Seth's eyes bulged with incredulity.
You don't know what a Shatul is.
When Jaxon confirmed his ignorance, Seth's frustration found no consolation.
Don't worry about it. This entire situation is terrible. Are you seriously sending them out there again? You almost got killed.
Jaxon faced the grim reality of their circumstance and having to return into the heart of the asteroid colony. What choice do I have? The Manticore could disintegrate if we go into hyperdrive again. His words, though calm, bore the weight of 1,000 worlds. Seth, his face a mask of despair, lamented the risks they had taken.
It was so risky coming to this system that way.
We need that artifact, Jaxon said.
I need my life more than wealth,
Seth said. It was then that Visky and Raleigh made their entrance, their forms etched with the trials they had endured. Visky, shrouded in the shadows of her hood, bore the marks of their recent tribulations. Raleigh, a giant among men, carried the loss of his dominant hand, not just as a physical ailment, but as a wound to his very spirit. As they congregated on the bridge, discussing the dire needs of the Manticore with a focus that cut through the despair, Jaxon observed. The danger of venturing back into asteroid X7 weighed heavily upon him with the memory of their recent skirmish. What exactly are you guys looking for? Jaxon's inquiry was met with a litany of needs that painted a dire picture of their situation. Antimatter fuel injectors, hyperdrive coils, quantum field stabilizers, and plasma conduits were but a few of the components necessary to mend their ship and ensure their continued survival in the vast expanse of space. The Talosian store at that technology market loomed in their future, a den of uncertainty and danger that Jaxon could not in good conscience allow his crew to face without him. I'm coming. You need backup, he declared. A captain's vow to stand by his crew against the tides of fate. Yet Seth's concern for what was left behind, for Damien and the safety of the Manticore in their absence, was a reminder of the complex web of loyalty and duty that bound them all.
Don't come, Captain,
Raleigh implored. But Jaxon's decision was made. The protection of his crew, his family forged in the fires of adversity, was paramount. I know you're not happy with me, Seth Foxwell, but Damien's locked up, and I need to protect my crew, unless of course you want to escort them.
In which order?
Search for Kaida on Bardakar, as we're already in the system, Jaxon said.
And if she's not there?
The question hung in the air. Hold the funeral and give up, Jaxon said. Chapter 9. Triad of Moons.
Awakening to the roar of plasma fire, Kaida found herself ensnared once more by the cloak of uncertainty and peril that had become her constant companion. The ground beneath her offered no comfort, its cold embrace evoking the fact she was a captive in a forsaken place. As the sounds of battle raged beyond her prison, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Could it be Jaxon braving the tempest to rescue her? Her heart quickened as a voice, familiar yet elusive, pierced the ruckus.
Kaida, are you in there?
The query, carried by the silence that followed the storm of plasma, stirred the depths of her memory. Yes, I'm here, she responded. The command to retreat was followed by a symphony of metallic protest, the Dora barrier soon to be conquered. Kaida, her survival instincts paramount, prepared herself for the unknown. The transformation of her leg into a weapon of last resort was a demonstration of her pliability, a cyborg's answer to the threat that loomed just beyond her makeshift barricade. The breach, when it came, was a herald of light in her gloomy confinement, the intruder's identity shrouded behind the visage of war.
Come on, let's go. We have little time.
The urgency in the woman's voice, muffled by her helm, was a call to action. When the petite woman with pale blue skin took off her helmet and her long silver locks fluttered in the desert wind, recognition dawned upon Kaida. You're the co-pilot, she realized, the revelation bringing with it a flood of questions. The fate of the Ararans, her captors, was summarily dispatched with a declaration of their demise, save for their leader. Kaida's subversion was noticeable, her trust in this newfound ally yet unearned. "I don't need your help, then," she declared, her weapon trained on the figure that stood between her and freedom. The standoff escalated with Kaida's finger on the trigger. Yet the futility of her attempt was laid bare, the co-pilot's assurance of her cyborg arsenal's impotence a bitter pill to swallow.
"Your cyborg weapons won't work with my EMI,"
she taunted. She tossed her long silver hair, exposing gills under her ear. She was an aqua woman from planet Thalassia, and her victory over the Araran's technology a feat of cunning and resourcefulness. But Kaida was not without her own surprises. She lunged towards the breach, only to be met with a resistance that spoke of preparation and foresight. The co-pilot, her intentions clear, brandished a threat that brooked no argument, her grasp firm and unyielding as she dragged Haida into the night. The world outside the earthen dome was a canvas of alien beauty and destruction, the triad of moons casting their gaze upon the landscape scarred by conflict. The air was laden with the aftermath of their escape. Our Aran corpses lay scattered, and small campfires dwindled. Haida's fate was now intertwined with that of her unexpected saviour, and as they fled the scene of their violent liberation, their pursuers were just around the corner. In the bleak expanse that lay beyond their makeshift prison, Kaida saw that Abashan had found himself in a dire predicament. His mobility was hindered by a padlock that ensnared the loop of his ball, rendering his unique mode of locomotion useless. With a metal bucket over his head and his 6 arms bound, he was the very image of despair.
"Please, let me go,"
he pleaded, his voice echoing the desperation of his situation.
"I'll transport Kaida to Sander myself,"
declared the aqua humanoid, her voice cold and exposing deep, personal loss.
"The last thing I need is bounty hunters chasing me. Your Arans killed my lover."
In her hands she wielded not one, but 2 plasma guns, one of which she now trained on Abachan, firing a laser shot that found its mark beneath the rim of his helmet. His scream was cut short as he fell to the ground, a life extinguished in the pursuit of vengeance. Haida, bound and rendered powerless by the continuous electromagnetic interference, could only watch as events unfolded before her. They made haste towards an abandoned fighter jet, yet the journey was marred by the grotesque, as Kaida's foot found a bag of flesh, bursting it open and staining her with the residue of the aqua woman's fallen lover. "Gross," Kaida exclaimed, repulsed by the contact.
"That was my lover,"
the woman sobbed, the revelation adding a layer of tragedy to their flight. Upon entering the jet, under the harsh light, the Thalassian's features were both alien and mesmerizing. Pale blue skin, dark green eyes, gills upon her neck, and long silver hair. Kaida, confronted with this savior, demanded, "What the hell do you want with me?"
"You're my ticket to Xander."
The interior of the shuttle was cluttered with tools and equipment. The pilot, with a ruthlessness born of necessity, positioned her plasma pistol to ensure Kaida's compliance. As they embarked on their journey, the pilot's ambition was clear: to trade Kaida for a bounty that promised riches beyond imagining.
"Once I hand you over, I'll collect the bounty and be rich,"
she boasted, leaving Kaida to stew in her scorn and despair. But fate had other designs, as the pilot's attention was captured by an unexpected discovery in the very desert they'd just taken off from. Down below was a gigantic hangar, and possibly a treasure trove that promised a ship more suited to their needs. After they touched down and entered the hangar, they were both in awe of what was there. The vessel that awaited them was a marvel of engineering, the design dwarfing the Thalassians' previous ambitions. Haida, ever watchful, found herself caught between the allure of escape and the watchful gaze of the gun that tracked her every move. The pilot's jaw went slack as she examined the ship. The propulsion system served as a promising solution for a rapid journey to the outer reaches of the galaxy.
"This Aran technology is superior."
"No, that's a Talosian ship," Haida corrected, her knowledge of spacecrafts far surpassing that of her captor. The revelation sparked a newfound respect from the Thalassian, who marveled at the ship's craftsmanship and potential.
"Whoa, I didn't know that,"
she admitted. The moment of awe was shattered by a sudden command.
"Freeze."
The voice, authoritative and unexpected, heralded the arrival of unforeseen complications, a twist in their tale that promised further danger and uncertainty. A battalion of Arara militants stood there, their arms bearing the cold gleam of laser weaponry. Kaida, alongside the aqua-hued co-pilot of mercenary allegiance, found themselves ensnared by silence and surprise, her cybernetic enhancements failing to alert her to their approach. Their surrender was immediate, hands raised in a gesture of compliance, yet the militants paid no heed to any protests that might have been voiced. The Ararans moved with precision, their intent clear as they secured Kaida and her unlikely companion. Kaida found herself in the grasp of 2 Arans, one securing her from the front, the other from behind, an unwelcome intimacy born of necessity as they sought to navigate the terrain with their charge. An additional pair of Arons took custody of the Thalassian co-pilot, ensuring that neither woman could escape their grasp. A discomforting touch and a warning came from one of the Arons to Kaida, a reminder of the physical toll their mode of transport could exact upon her. With no choice but to comply, Kaida adjusted her position, straddling one of the horse-headed aliens while the battalion rolled along the winding path. The destination was revealed by the deep-voiced Aron who cradled her from the front. King Arkaka's palace, a revelation that did little to assuage Kaida's growing dread. The mention of the king's concubines and his peculiar interest in bipeds, especially those from Earth, sent a chill through her. "I just want to go home," Kaida whispered. The laughter and warnings from her captors did little to comfort her. The prospect of becoming less than nothing in this alien court, a fate she could scarcely comprehend. Upon their arrival at the palace, Kaida was struck by the lavish that confronted her. The impressive structure reflected the alien sun, mocking her predicament. Would she be a prisoner or a guest within these walls? The uncertainty of her situation, compounded by the ominous advice to show gratitude or face dire consequences, left Kaida wrestling with the reality of her situation. As the grand doors of the palace opened to swallow them whole, she stepped into the unknown, her thoughts filled with fear, resignation, and the faintest glimmer of hope that she might yet find a way back to her friends and the life she had been torn from. Upon the harsh terrain of an alien world, Kaida found herself at the mercy of those who had spirited her away to the opulent yet daunting palace of King Arkaka. Her feet, unaccustomed to the solid ground after her time in captivity, stumbled as she was unceremoniously deposited at the entrance by the Arar militants who had served as her escorts. Kaida and Ciela Croix, the aqua woman who shared her fate, were led into the core of the palace, the root of opulence and power. The interior of the palace surpassed the grandeur that its exterior promised. The palace was a stunning display of the Aran's dominance over their surroundings, with flaring orbs and intricate patterns that depicted stories from their advanced and ancient civilization. The scent of exotic flowers, alien yet oddly comforting, filled the air. Before them lay a massive door, guarded by two Arons. With a command that resonated with authority, the door was opened, revealing the throne room where King Arkaka awaited, his presence as commanding as the golden staff he held, topped with a ball of blue light that danced like captured lightning.
"Welcome, Earthling, and welcome, Thalassian,"
boomed the king's voice, a declaration that sent a shiver down Kaida's spine. His offer, a place within his harem, was a gilded cage she had no desire to enter. "Thank you, Your Majesty, but I must decline. I have a mission to complete, and I cannot stay here," Kaida responded, her voice steady, though her heart raced with fear. The king's interest in her mission, and her denial of the life he offered, led to an exchange that revealed the depth of their predicament. Abachan's machinations had ensnared them in a web far more complex than she had imagined, and the king's dismissive way signified the end of their audience, their fate seemingly sealed. Led away to a place that masqueraded as a sanctuary, a spa within the palace grounds, Kaida and Xiao were forced into attire that marked them as part of the king's collection. It was here, amidst the steam and the scent of perfumes, that Xiao revealed her identity and her loss to Kaida. The mention of her fallen lover, a mercenary with orange skin, forged a bond of shared grief between the two women. Their conversation was punctuated by the rituals of the spa. The water, tainted by the dirt of their journey, swirled away into darkness, leaving them to contemplate their next move. The revelation of Siyer's Gill and the gadget that rendered their cybernetic enhancements useless was a double-edged sword, offering protection against the Aran's weaponry at the cost of their own. As they stood at the water's edge, the discussions of the Ongus and the casual acceptance of the other concubines to their fate underscored the alienness of their situation. Kaida's thoughts turned to Emiko, her sister, and the impossibility of their predicament. Sias discussed that the surrounding complacency replicated Kaida's own feelings. "We need to find a way out," Kaida whispered desperately. As they settled into the hot embrace of the water, their thoughts turned to the possibility of escape.
Chapter 10. King's Feast. Amidst the vibrant chaos of the technology market nestled within asteroid X7, Captain Jaxon Orion and his loyal engineers ventured forth to the area with superior technology, from Jaxon's homeworld Talos. The air was thick with the hum of negotiations and the scent of innovation, a veritable feast for any technophile or desperate captain in need of repairs. Jaxon felt a brief sense of relief amidst the crowded chaos, a rare break from the constant watchfulness that had made his shoulders tense since they started their dangerous journey. The market's vitality was a balm to their weary spirits. Visky seemed drawn to the heartbeat of the market, her third eye betraying a flicker of something unfathomable as the scarf concealing it slipped. "Your scarf has slipped," Jaxon murmured, a reminder of the need for discretion in this den of prying eyes and sharper minds.
"Thanks,"
she replied, adjusting the fabric with a practiced ease, her attention already wandering back to the myriad wonders that surrounded them. Their path led them to the doorstep of a Talos vendor, a stall with superior craftsmanship amidst the sea of lesser offerings.
"Wow, he's got everything we need,"
Raleigh exclaimed.
"And more,"
Visky added, her voice laced with a hint of something deeper. It was here, before a hyperdrive of gleaming promise, that their fortunes took a turn. "This is perfect. How much?" Jaxon inquired.
"For you, 1,000 credits.
Came the reply, a figure that struck Raleigh with disbelief in Jaxon with a pang of regret for the costs already incurred in the name of loyalty and survival. Yet it was Visky's intervention, her gaze locking with the seller, that turned the tide. Jaxon, ever uneasy with the manipulation of minds, could not deny the necessity of their ploy. Her Ongu mind control was a success. With the hyperdrive secured under such dubious means, they made haste to depart, Jaxon's conscience marking the debt of honor they would one day repay. Once back on the Manticore, the successful installation of their recently obtained savior was a clear demonstration of Visky's exceptional engineering skills. Yet, as they charted a course back to Bardakar, Jaxon broached the subject of her abilities, a discussion of ethics in a realm where survival often dictated morality. On the bridge, Visky's justification, a heartfelt admission of guilt and responsibility, revealed the depths of her commitment to their cause, her manipulation of the vendor a small price in her eyes for the chance to right the wrongs that had led them here. Then she looked at her shoes, and her pale face flushed a darker shade of gray. "What's wrong?" Jaxon asked.
"I stole this."
From her cloak, she pulled out a necklace with a glowing and spherical pendant, which looked as if it had trapped lightning within. The revelation of a stolen Sylphoran relic, a bauble of uncertain power and dubious acquisition, clouded their victory. Jaxon's admonition was swift, the necessity of returning the artifact clear. Yet before action could be taken, the orb acted of its own accord, enveloping Visky in a flash of light that spirited her away from their midst. In the wake of her disappearance, the Manticore's crew was left in stunned silence. A sudden command from Seth brought all motion to a halt, his arm extended as if to ward off some unseen danger. His eyes narrowed, a hunter's focus upon the ground, before he descended with the grace of a cat.
"Visky, what the hell?"
Seth squatted on the floor before rising to his full height. A small treasure rested in his palm, and he revealed it to his companions with a hint of pride.
"My mum always said I had eagle eyes,"
he boasted. Jaxon and Raleigh, drawn to Seth's side, beheld a sight that defied belief. A diminutive Visky, no taller than a coin, standing defiantly in the center of Seth's hand. The revelation sent a wave of dizziness crashing over Jaxon. "We must go back and return that thing," he declared, the urgency of their mission magnified 100-fold by Visky's transformation. From her minuscule stature, Visky's animated gesture spoke volumes, though her voice was lost to them, carried away on the breeze of their giant's world.
"If we can't hear her, then don't talk too loudly. It might hurt her ears,"
Raleigh said.
"Let's return to the market and see what we can do."
The revelation of such advanced technology, a marvel that could render one of their own so diminutive, cast awe and apprehension over the crew.
"Did any of you know such shrinking technology existed?"
Seth pondered aloud. "No," came the chorus from Jaxon and Raleigh, a shared admission of their ignorance to the wonders and dangers that lay hidden within the galaxy's vast expanse. "Let's return to the tech market after finding Kaida where she was with Visky," Jaxon said.
"But if we can't hear Visky, how do we know where that is?"
Raleigh said. Resourcefulness found a way, as Seth presented a writing board to their miniature friend, alongside a seed from an apple. Visky managed to etch 2 words that would steer their course.
"Save Kaida."
Through the aid of a magnifying glass, the message was made clear.
In the extravagant dining chamber of the Aran King's palace, servants, both alien and humanoid, paraded with platters laden with exotic fare, the aromas of which were intoxicatingly delightful and decidedly foreign. Kaida, charting the culinary landscape with a utensil as distinctive as the dishes it served, employed a spoon equipped with a sharp edge to manage her meal. Across from her, the king engaged in his own unique method of consumption, carefully avoiding the utensil's sharpened tip.
"Where are you from, Kaida?"
The king inquired. "Earth," she responded, her voice steady as she partook of a tangy beverage. The king mused on the state of her home planet, its environmental predicaments a topic of distant curiosity.
Earth is at the peak of its hothouse, is it not?
He pondered, to which Kaida affirmed, adding a note on the broader ecological fallout preceding humanity's decline. The conversation drifted through topics of human architectural tendencies and the inevitable rise of sea levels, the king expressing bemusement at humanity's coastal affinities, despite technological advancements that rendered such necessities obsolete.
And your family, Kaida, are they still around?
The inquiry, seemingly benign, touched a tender chord, her memories of family and duty momentarily surfacing amidst the surreal setting. She spoke of her military lineage and the distant, tropical idyll of the North Pole. As the meal progressed, a lightness seized Kaida, a giddiness that clouded her senses. The laughter and sway of the Thalassian co-pilot indicated a lack of restraint, perhaps induced by the meal's hidden potencies. Kaida's struggle to maintain clarity was futile. The conversation's ebb and flow receded to the back of her mind as a profound disorientation took hold, her thoughts adrift in a sea of intoxication. The king, seizing upon their vulnerability, leaned forward, his eyes alight with an unsettling gleam.
You two are lovely. Perhaps you would like to stay here with me for a while.
In a kingdom of blurred hospitality and captivity, Kaida pleaded to leave. The king's laughter echoed, a chilling memory of his power and authority. With a grace unbefitting his form, he propelled himself forward on his singular mode of transportation, his ball. As he drew near, one of his 6 hands reached out, caressing Kaida Takahashi's cheek with an intimacy that contradicted the coldness of his intent.
You'll stay, and you'll enjoy it,
he decreed, his voice a velvet threat that left no room for dissent. Kaida, ever the warrior, felt the stirrings of aggression within her, but the reality of her condition rendered her physically impotent. Her body, betraying her will to resist, felt unnervingly weak and sluggish. She stared at Sia in search of a silent strategy for escape. But Sia was unconscious, leaving Kaida to face their captor's whims alone. Kaida attempted to harness what remained of her strength, lunging towards the king with the hope of catching him unawares. Alas, the king, adept in his unique locomotion, evaded her with an ease that mocked her efforts. In an instant he was upon her, his return swift and merciless. 4 of his blue hands ensnared her throat, a vice of alien flesh that squeezed the breath from her lungs. Darkness encroached upon the edges of her vision. As she struggled for air, the king's face blurred into obscurity. In these final moments of consciousness, the realization of her helplessness was a bitter potion. The king's laughter a distant echo in the encroaching void.
Captain Orion, with the miniature form of Visky secured in his pocket, stepped onto the desolate surface of Bardakar, leaving the relative safety of the Manticore behind. The planet, with its relentless sun, offered no reprieve from the heat, a concern not just for him but for Visky's well-being in the confined space of his pocket. The question of her suffocation, or the peril of being whisked away by a mere gust of wind, weighed heavily on his mind. Carefully he checked on her, finding reassurance in her smile. There was a brief moment of levity before the terrain claimed his attention, causing him to stumble upon a leathery relic of past conflicts. Lifting Visky from his pocket with a makeshift harness, they examined the remains of the pirates, now nothing more than desiccated fragments of a battle long concluded. Visky's knowledge of their previous captivity was crucial, her directions promising a path to where they might find answers, or better yet, Kaida herself. Trusting in the unique method of communication they had discovered, Jaxon placed her close to his ear, her voice a whisper against the backdrop of Bardakar's silence. Her suggestion to navigate from within the sanctuary of his ear was unconventional, yet it provided her a secure vantage point from which to guide their journey. Jaxon's admission regarding his personal hygiene brought a moment of humor to their grim task. Opting for the stellar cruiser to traverse the hostile landscape, Jaxon set forth across Bardakar's vastness, the terrain challenging every inch of their advance. The wind's howl and the sand sting were relentless companions, reminders of the harshness of their quest. Visky's assurances from her peculiar perch within his ear provided both comfort and amusement, her complaints about the earwax a humorous, yet practical, in the midst of their desperate circumstances. As they neared their destination, the aftermath of conflict was evident with the pieces of our errant warriors strewn about. The sight of the broken cellar door, however, dashed any hope of finding Kaida waiting for rescue. With no sign of Kaida within the ruins, Visky's speculation offered a sliver of hope that perhaps Kaida had taken matters into her own hands, escaping to seek out Xander on her own terms. Jaxon pondered the feasibility of such a journey, the limitations of their available technology a harsh reality check against the backdrop of their hopes. The absence of any discernible tracks, a consequence of the arid environment, left them with more questions than answers. As they stood amidst the quiet desolation of Bardikar, they made a silent vow to continue their search against all odds. Aloft once more, the manticore soared across Bardikar's desolate expanse, its crew bound by a singular purpose: the pursuit of Kaida. The alien wilderness below gave way to a sight that beckoned with the promise of discovery. An enormous hangar, its presence incongruous against the barren backdrop. With the ship gently touching down at the threshold of this mystery, Seth and Raleigh disembarked, their curiosity ignited by the prospect of what lay within. Inside the hangar, hidden from the unforgiving sun, a spaceship of unparalleled beauty held dominion over the empty space. Its lines spoke of technology and design far beyond the familiar manticore. It was Raleigh's keen eye that spotted the clue amidst the awe. A boot print. "Look," Raleigh exclaimed, pointing to the ground where the print lay etched in the dust.
"There's a boot print."
Jaxon, following Raleigh's gaze, felt a surge of hope amidst the uncertainty. It's Kaida's size, he confirmed, the implication clear in his voice. "Looks like she was taken."
"They must have carried her off on their wheels,"
Seth deduced. The manticore, carrying its crew of determined souls, ventured further, following the serpentine path of a marble-like track that stretched into the horizon. This road, unlike any they had traversed, led them to a grand edifice that stood as a monument to power and isolation. A grand palace. "I read about the king who lives here. King Arkaka rules half of the world," Jaxon shared, the name evoking images of regal splendor and absolute dominion over the stark landscape.
"Who rules over the other half?"
Seth inquired, his curiosity piqued by the implications of such a division. "A queen from another land," Jaxon replied.
"Another are Aaron,"
Visky squeaked. "Yes," Jaxon said. Jaxon Orion, with the diminutive form of Visky ensconced within his ear, made a cautious approach to the palace on the barren world of Bardikar. Discovering a side door slightly ajar, an opportunity presented by fate or fortune, he armed himself against the unknown, the darkness of the passageway swallowing him whole.
"Who goes there?"
someone demanded, their voice echoing through the corridors like a ghostly sentinel. Jaxon, caught between discretion and desire for discovery, responded with a veneer of calm. "I'm just a traveler." The laughter that followed spoke of incredulity.
"Traveler? On Bardikar? You must be lost. This is the king's palace. No one enters without permission,"
the voice chided. Undeterred, Jaxon said, "I'm looking for someone. A woman. Pirates took her. I think she might be here." The voice, now a gatekeeper to Jackson's quest, imposed a conditioned disarmament as the price of entry. Jaxon complied, leaving his instruments of war at the door, a gesture of trust and desperation. Revealed in the light, the Aaron who greeted him was a sight to behold, an embodiment of the alien world's otherness.
"I will take you directly to the king,"
it declared, an ammunition belt in odd contrast to its natural form. Flanked by guards, Jaxon was ushered through the palace's heart. The throne room's doors loomed large, the knock a herald of his plea for audience.
"I'm busy,"
came the king's distracted refusal, a voice laden with annoyance. Jaxon's patience, already thin, was stretched to breaking by the delay and the distant sound of Kaida's scream, a trigger that propelled him into action. The sight that greeted him upon entry was one of horror. A king unbound by the laws of hospitality, enacting a grievous assault upon Kaida. Jaxon's intervention was swift, a physical rebuke that sent the king sprawling, a momentary victory in the face of overwhelming odds. Visky's warning, a squeak of urgency, spurred Jaxon to action, a timely evasion saving him from a fate met by an unfortunate guard. "Was that your work, Visky?" he asked with gratitude.
"Yes,"
came her small yet triumphant reply. Kaida, though weakened, was resolute in her desire to flee the king's clutches. Jaxon and Kaida roused the Aqua Woman into consciousness. As they sprinted through the palace's intricate corridors, the importance of their escape was compounded by the guards' pursuit, a discordance of rolling balls and commands echoing behind them.
"Sia? Did the switcher stop working?"
Kaida inquired.
"No."
Sia's response was confused yet alert. As they dodged through the passageways of the palace, Jaxon Orion's heart was a drum of war. The Aharan guards were a constant menace at their heels. The palace's grand halls, a maze of beauty and danger, seemed to stretch into infinity, each turn a gamble of fate. In his desperation, Jaxon's eyes darted, seeking salvation in the form of escape. It was then that the unlikely appeared: a ventilation shaft, a narrow passage to potential freedom. "There's a ventilation shaft," he declared.
It looks big enough to crawl through,
Observed Sia. With no time to spare, Jaxon lifted Kaida and Saya into the shaft, the confined space demanding they move with the earth beneath them, a slow procession in the belly of the beast. Sweat coated Jackson's brow, the narrow confines of the shaft a prison of its own, leaving him blind to the progress of his companions. Silence was their cloak, words unspoken, their armor against detection. Emerging into a deserted hallway felt like a rebirth. The brief quiet only lasted a few seconds. The sound of pursuit spurred them forward, through doors and into the promise of open space. The sight of the manticore, their steel salvation, beckoned with the sweet promise of escape. "Are you okay, Visky?" Jaxon inquired, concern lacing his voice as they fled the palace for the freedom of the open. The silence that greeted him was a void, swallowing his hope whole. The final stretch to the manticore was a gauntlet, the air alive with the threat of disintegration.
Zigzag,
CA advised, her words a master plan against the deadly precision of the Aaron blasters. Jaxon's return fire scattered their foes, providing the moment they needed. The cargo bay hatch, their gateway to safety, welcomed them into the manticore's embrace. With Kaida and Saya secured within, Jaxon sealed their escape, the hatch closing. As the manticore ascended, Bardakar shrinking beneath them, Jaxon's relief was an ephemeral ghost, chased by loss. Visky, removed from her sanctuary within his ear, lay motionless. Chapter 11. Crossroads and New Beginnings. As the manticore cut through the void, her crew, now joined by new allies and old burdens, convened on the bridge for a council of war and mourning. Captain Orion assumed his place at the head of the gathering. Damien remained ensnared within a cage of lasers, the scrutiny of Annika and Camden a tangible shroud around him. Kaida and CIA shared the space with Kelly. Raleigh, reborn in part as machine, and Zos, healed from her injuries, bore silent witness to the proceedings. Jaxon's acknowledgement of the efforts within the medical bay was a balm to the weary hearts of Annika, Camden, and their patients. Yet it was Camden's query, a heartrending reminder of loss and duty deferred, that pierced the solemnity of their assembly.
"When will my sister have the funeral she deserves?"
he implored. With a promise made, the gathering turned its attention to Saya LaCroix, her introduction by Kaida a bridge to understanding, or perhaps confrontation. Sia's past as an assailant of the manticore, now revealed, cast her in the stark light of suspicion and recrimination. Seth Foxwell's outcry, a visceral rejection of the notion of harboring former foes, underscored the complexities of their predicament.
"But she's an enemy,"
he protested. Kaida defended Sia. Sia's role in Kaida's escape from the clutches of the Black Star Brotherhood, though marred by motivations unclear, offered a glimpse into the potential for redemption, or at least utility. Kelly's anger, a raw expression of personal violation, clashed with Sia's attempt at detachment, her profession of duty over animosity a cold comfort to those she had wronged. The revelation of a shared bounty, a pragmatic solution to the tangle of their lives, did little to soothe the simmering distrust among them. Jaxon's announcement heightened the tension at the already tense gathering. The night, once peaceful, was now haunted by loss. Visky lay lifeless, a symbol of their failures and the fragility of their undertaking. Damien's grief was a raw echo of the crew's collective sorrow. The gadget Visky had stolen, its origins and effects now laid bare by Raleigh's recounting, was a grim demonstration of the perils of their journey and the price of curiosity. As the crew grappled with the reality of Visky's actions and the impending rituals of farewell, the manticore sailed on, a vessel of both hope and despair. The morrow would bring them face to face with their grief. In the vast expanse of space, bound by duty and driven by the need for redemption, they would continue their odyssey, a band of souls intertwined by fate and the relentless pursuit of their mission. Damien, constrained within the laser cage, resorted to wiping his tears on his shoulders, his hands rendered useless by the bonds that ensnared him.
"I always knew she had a tendency to steal,"
he admitted, his voice tinged with resignation as he recounted Visky's past. A childhood marred by slavery and survival through pilfering. His gaze, lost in the stars beyond the view screen, spoke volumes of regret and unfulfilled dreams.
"She wanted to rescue Ungu slaves with her share of the money we were going to get."
Seth's response was a venomous retort, a reminder of the consequences of actions taken and the opportunities lost. Damien's posture deflated.
"I don't want any. Visky died because of my greed,"
he confessed. Anika's timely interjection provided a rational standpoint amidst self-blame, soothing Damien's self-punishment. However, Damien's assertion that his actions had initiated the tragic events on asteroid X7 was met with a shared sorrow that filled the bridge. Jaxon, assuming his role as the captain, provided his perspective, suggesting that Visky's small stature and courageous display of power in their defense may have determined her destiny. The crew found themselves even more deeply embroiled in a web of blame and sorrow as a result of Kaida's admission of guilt. Anika's urging to transcend their guilt and recognize the unchangeable nature of the past had a minimal effect on calming the unrest among the crew. The unwavering determination of Kelly and Seth to confront the presence of perceived foes within their midst highlighted the deepening division and lack of trust that had been worsened by Visky's passing. As the conversations veered towards Damien's ultimate outcome, the crew grappled with the profound implications of justice and retribution. The suggestions varied from handing him over to the authorities to abandoning him on a remote planet, with each proposal showcasing the crew's moral dilemmas in navigating their journey. Jaxon's decree, a compromise born of compassion and practicality, offered Damien and Saya a semblance of dignity in confinement, a decision that drew Seth's ire but was quelled by Jaxon's authoritative stance. With the crew's consensus to deliberate Damien's fate following the morrow's funerals, Jaxon called for rest. In the solitude that followed, the bridge bore witness to the silent communion between Jaxon and Kaida, a moment of introspection before the rites of mourning that awaited them. The cargo hold, transformed into a sanctum of sorrow, gathered the Manticore's crew in solemn assembly to pay their respects to Stefani and Visky. Captain Jaxon Orion, embodying the dual roles of leader and mourner, presided over the ceremony. The funerals, a poignant farewell to their fallen comrades, marked both an end and a beginning, as the crew steeled themselves for the challenges and uncertainties of the path that stretched before them. On the morrow, the crew of the Manticore congregated within the cargo hold. The air was heavy, laden with the solemnity of the occasion, as Captain Jaxon Orion stood before his crew, a silent sentinel of sorrow. Clad in the universal garb of mourning, the crew's collective heartache was unmistakable, their faces etched with the pain of loss. In the center of the hold, Visky's remains, cradled within a diminutive metal casket, lay beside the much larger vessel that housed Stefani's. Jaxon's voice echoed in the vastness of their makeshift chapel, paying homage to Visky, recounting her journey from the ashes of Dorgothian tyranny to the Manticore's crew. Visky was a remarkable engineer and an even more remarkable person. He spoke of her strength of character carved from the crucible of survival against insurmountable odds. Her legacy, he assured, was etched not only in the steel and circuitry of the ship she had served, but in the lives she had touched. The sorrowful crew listened as Jaxon wove the tapestry of Visky's life, a narrative of triumph and tragedy. Her loss will be deeply felt, he concluded, a final benediction for a spirit now unbound. In the silence that followed, a sacred stillness enveloped the room. The crew united in their contemplation of the twin caskets that bore their fallen comrades. Camden, his voice a fragile thread of grief, then spoke of Stefani, his twin, his tribute. A river of memories and mourning flowed through the hold, a poignant remembrance of a life intertwined with his own, a bond severed too soon by the cruel hand of fate. The sorrowful crew migrated to the observation deck, a silent procession bearing witness to the final voyage of their departed. Jaxon and Seth, stewards of this last rite, guided the caskets to the airlock, their movements deliberate, a choreography of reverence and courage. As Visky and Stefani were committed to the void, the only sound was the ship's engines, a solemn hymn to accompany their passage into the infinite. The mournful crew observed the caskets disappearing into the cosmos. United beneath the universe's watchful gaze, the Manticore's crew carried on the legacy of the lost. In the solemn aftermath of the funeral, the crew of the Manticore stood united in their grief, their attention captured by Camden's unexpected declaration. His voice, laden with sorrow and resignation, broke the silence.
"I will be leaving the Manticore,"
he stated, his demand for a shuttle evidence of his desire for a self-imposed exile. Anika questioned the logistics of his plan, embodying the crew's collective anxiety.
"But where will you go?"
she inquired, her eyes wide with apprehension. Jaxon acknowledged Camden's decision with a nod, his clenched fists buried deep in his pockets, a physical manifestation of the turmoil within. The crew shared unease at the prospect of losing one of their own, even under such strained circumstances. "You go, take the frontier," Jaxon decreed. his words cutting through the tension. Seth's protest was swiftly quelled, Jaxon's authority unchallenged as he sought confirmation of Camden's intentions. "Do you know where you will go?" he pressed, seeking assurance that Camden had a destination in mind. "Yes," was the doctor's simple yet resolute reply, a statement of intent that sealed his fate. Later on, the air in the medical bay was thick with anticipation as Jaxon sought solace in Anika's presence. Anika greeted him with a smile, her eyes lighting up. Jaxon's confession of longing, "I wanted to see you, I missed you," was met with Anika's embrace, a moment of connection that transcended the chaos that had engulfed their lives. Their mutual admission of missing each other proved the depth of their bond. The diversion of VR rock climbing offered a respite from the reality of their circumstances, a chance for Jaxon and Anika to explore their relationship beyond the limits of duty and survival. Their playful competition and mutual admiration laid the groundwork for a deeper exploration of their feelings, culminating in Jaxon's bold invitation to take their relationship to a new level. As they emerged from their private world refreshed and connected, the canteen became the stage for their reintegration with the crew. Kelly's greeting, warm and inclusive, reminded them of the community they had built among the stars. Anika's suggestion to extend an olive branch to Damien and Saya was a reflection of her compassionate spirit. Even as Jaxon's protective instincts flared at the mention of any threat to Kaida, the evening meal, a celebration of earthly heritage and culinary skill, became a backdrop for the crew's tentative steps towards reconciliation and unity. Kaida's interaction with Jaxon, a gentle acknowledgement of their shared journey, was a poignant reminder of the bonds that sustained them. Kelly's playful observation hinted at the evolving dynamics within their midst, a subtle recognition of the changing tides of affection and allegiance aboard the Manticore. In the vastness of space, aboard a vessel named for a mythical beast, the crew of the Manticore navigated the complexities of their mission and the intricacies of their interpersonal relationships, each moment a stitch in the fabric of their collective saga, woven with threads of courage, loss, and the promise of new beginnings. Chapter 12. Space Pirate.
In the Manticore's bar, the murmurs of conversation and the occasional clink of glass established an ambience of companionship and escape. Sia, her throat warmed by the whiskey, observed the crew members arrayed before her. Kelly, with her robust laughter and beige complexion, contrasted with Raleigh's towering presence and rich Indian heritage. Zose, the newcomer in Sia's acquaintance, opted for juice over stronger spirits, her demeanor calm and collected. The question of their origins lingered in Sia's mind, a curiosity unvoiced, for inquiries invited scrutiny, and Sia was not yet prepared to unravel her own story. Kelly, her inhibitions loosened by alcohol, broached the subject of Sia's freedom with blunt curiosity. "So Sia, why aren't you still locked up with Damien Black?" she inquired, her question laden with an undercurrent of doubtfulness. Sia's response, a simple shrug, was designed to deflect rather than inform. "The captain and Kaida decided to let me out. They think they can trust me now," she stated, a layer of ice beneath her words. Raleigh raised a doubtful eyebrow, a silent challenge to Sia's assertion of newfound trust. Yet Sia remained unfazed. The conversation took an unexpected turn when Zose, the brown-skinned woman with a recently mended leg, leapt to Sia's defense. Her intervention, unexpected yet welcome, marked a shift in the dynamics of their interaction. Kelly's focus shifted to Zose, her concern genuine as she inquired after Zose's recovery. The mention of Zose's abstinence from alcohol, a precaution tied to her healing, sparked a conversation that veered into the realm of science and discovery. Zose's experiment, a venture into the potential of genetically engineered grasses as a new fuel source, intrigued Sia. The revelation that such innovation sprung from the vertical farms of Kelly's asteroid, a place barren yet brimming with hidden potential, was a brilliant display of creativity. Raleigh's inquiry into Sia's future plans peeled back another layer of the mystery surrounding her. Sia's admission of seeking work within her network of contacts hinted at a life led on the fringes, a pirate's existence defined by the pursuit of opportunity, however dubious. The crew's curiosity about Sia's line of work was met with a guarded response. Sia, with a complex past, hesitated to share details about her experiences. Zose's gentle probing, an offer of friendship, clashed with Sia's instinctual reserve. Their exchange, a dance of inquiry and evasion, underscored the fragile trust that existed among them. Sia, a woman carved by the harsh realities of her profession, found herself at a crossroads, surrounded by individuals whose lives intersected with her own in the most unexpected of ways. In the Manticore bar, amidst the ebb and flow of conversation and the shared experience of their makeshift family aboard the Manticore, Sia contemplated the possibility of belonging. Yet her path remained hers to navigate, a solitary journey illuminated by brief moments of connection and the ever-present call of the stars. Within the convivial ambience of the Manticore's bar, Sia found herself relaxing, the warmth of companionship tempering her habitual wariness. Despite her insistence on maintaining a cautious distance, the evening's merriment, a rare reprieve from the solitude of her past, allowed her a semblance of ease among those she now called crewmates. The knowledge that their journey together would extend far longer than she had initially let on loomed in her mind. As the night progressed, Sia and Kelly found themselves ensconced in the rhythm of the dance floor, their inhibitions washed away by alcohol and laughter. It was then that Raleigh approached, his demeanor a blend of charm and mischief, his greeting to Sia teetering on the edge of jest and offense.
"Hello there, blue-skinned water woman."
Sia's retort, playful yet pointed, underscored the fine line between humor and sensitivity. Raleigh's invitation to rest, coupled with his concern for her hydration, drew her away from the dance's embrace to a quieter alcove, a sanctuary of sorts within the bustle of the bar. Their conversation meandered, touching on Sia's heritage and the unique physiology that allowed her to traverse both aquatic and terrestrial realms. Raleigh's curiosity about Sia's origins, whether born of scientific tampering or natural evolution, sparked a dialogue that ventured into the realms of their respective backgrounds. Sia told Raleigh about Thalassia, a world of boundless oceans and devotion to the sea. It was so different to Raleigh's upbringing on Mars. His interest in her was evident. Despite the alcohol loosening her reserve, Sia found herself drawn into the conversation, sharing glimpses of her life as a sailor turned smuggler. Her tales of galactic voyages and cultural immersion offered a glimpse into a life marked by adventure and autonomy. Raleigh's admiration for her adventurous spirit was unmistakable. In this moment of shared stories and laughter, the barriers between them seemed to blur, the distance of worlds and experiences bridged by genuine connection and mutual fascination. As the night waned, the dance floor's energy subsided, leaving Sia and Raleigh in a bubble of shared understanding and unexpected kinship. In the light of the bar, they discovered a common ground, a foundation upon which new friendships could be built. His confession, whispered with an intimacy that bridged the space between them, elicited a reaction she hadn't anticipated. Her heart fluttered, a tinge of red coloring her cheeks. Yet recent loss hung heavily upon her. The memory of her girlfriend's tragic fate. Sia's grief tempered the budding connection between them. His apology, though earnest, underscored the delicate dance of their burgeoning friendship.
On the Manticore's bridge, the conversation between Captain Orion and Seth Foxwell took on the severity of a council deciding the fate of kingdoms. Seth's suggestion to deliver Damien and Seer to a familiar sheriff in the Atarlis cluster introduced a new variable into their equation. Jaxon harbored reservations, Seer's plea for a different drop-off point billowing at the forefront of his mind. The Teponia Pass, her chosen sanctuary, lay closer to their ultimate goal. He didn't voice the fact that he also wanted to forgive Damien. Seth's frustration was obvious. The debate surrounding her destiny, alongside Damien's prolonged confinement, continued. Jaxon's defense of Seer, rooted in her instrumental role in Kaida's rescue, underscored his want to free her at the Teponia Pass. Seth's counter-argument was a speculative foray into the what-ifs of their recent past. The conversation underscored the strain of choices not easily made. Seth, ever the pragmatist, voiced his concerns.
That space pirate could kill a member of crew and abduct Kaida again.
That's not going to happen. I told her I'll pay her, Jaxon countered. His decision not merely a matter of finance but of faith in Seer's character and capabilities. In Seer, Jaxon recognized not just a skilled engineer and pilot who could replace Visky, but a person whom he admired deeply. His mind, however, was not immune to distraction. The image of Seer in the Manticore's tight-fitting overalls crossed his thoughts. Her plea in the corridor, her eyes shining with fear and hope, remained etched in his mind. The transformation she underwent for the funeral, her silver hair flowing freely, underscored the depth of the change she sought in her life. Shaking off the daydream, Jaxon refocused on the matter at hand. I understand your concerns about Damien, but we can't just hand him over to the authorities.
He'll just become a mercenary again if we let him go,
Seth predicted, his words a grim prophecy that Jaxon wished to avert. The debate intensified, their raised voices echoing through the bridge. I think we should have a vote, Jaxon proposed.
Okay, that sounds fair,
Seth agreed wearily. When they finally voted, Seth was fuming. The previous night, Seer had not only made friends with Zoes and Rally, but had also connected with the stubborn Kelly, who had once said CI should be thrown into space with no protection. The votes favored CI remain on the Manticore. The condition of Seer's continued presence on their journey to the Teponia Pass was a personal victory for the captain, a chance to get to know the woman better. But then he wondered what Kaida and Anika would think. Anika's vote was in favor of depositing Seer with the sheriff, indicating her clear dislike for the woman. In the balance of leadership and camaraderie, Jaxon Orion navigated the Manticore through the tumultuous waters of space, a captain charting a course through the unknown with his crew's trust as his compass. Chapter 13. Merc's Mercy.
In the solitude of his quarters aboard the Manticore, Damian Black found himself ensnared by ghosts of his past, each memory a shackle tightening around his soul. Visky's death, a consequence of his own plotting, loomed over him like a shadow, its darkness permeating the very air he breathed. The guilt was an insidious vine, wrapping its tendrils around his heart and squeezing with remorseless strength. He had envisioned the bounty as his salvation, a means to escape the mercenary life that had defined him. Instead, it had become his damnation, the price of his greed etched in the blood of his comrades. The ghosts of his past were relentless companions, their whispers echoing through the silent room. He remembered the desolate world where innocents had perished under his watch, the screams of civilians cut down by his comrades' guns, a chorus of accusation that haunted his dreams. Their deaths were a burden he bore with every labored breath. Another memory, sharp as a knife's edge, sliced through his mind. The asteroid base, the smell of gunpowder and blood, the desperation of battle. All of it played out before his eyes with merciless clarity. The loss of a teammate, a life extinguished too soon, was a wound that time had failed to heal. Damian's role as the messenger of death, both direct and indirect, was a mantle he wore with increasing heaviness. PTSD, a foe as formidable as any he had faced on the battlefield, clung to him with voracious intent. Its symptoms were shackles from which he could find no reprieve, a constant barrage backs and anxiety that threatened to engulf him. The fear of losing himself to the darkness, of becoming the very monster he fought against, was a silent scream that echoed in the void of his soul. In his desperation, Damian turned to the meager possessions left to him by Captain Jaxon Orion, searching for a means to silence the turmoil within. The creation of a makeshift rope from his bedsheet was an act of despair, a final attempt to exert control over a life that had spiraled far beyond his grasp. Memories of a simpler time surfaced as he prepared for the irreversible step. Erebus, with its harsh landscapes and ruthless demands, had also been a cradle of laughter and love. The echoes of his childhood, of games played in innocence, and the warmth of his mother's embrace were so different to the path he had walked as an adult. The realization that he had distanced himself from the only source of unconditional love in his life, contacting his mother only sporadically, added a layer of regret to his troubled heart. He had left behind the simplicity of the date farm, the warmth of the sun on his back, and the laughter of his family for the cold expanse of space and the company of mercenaries. A killing machine, he whispered to himself. The guilt of his actions, the lives he had extinguished, were a misfortune he bore with every labored breath. In the stillness of his room, Damian allowed himself to ponder the impossible. To imagine a life untainted by violence, a path not forsaken. He longed for the innocence he had once known, a time when the galaxy held wonder and not the echoes of screams. If there were a way to undo the choices that had led him here, to erase the pain he had caused and the scars that marred his soul, he would seize it without hesitation. Yet the harsh truth of his existence was that there was no turning back, no redemption to be found in the void. The faces of those he had wronged, their expressions of fear and betrayal, were etched into his memory, an indelible record of his transgressions. Each victim, each life he had snuffed out, was the cost of his ambitions, a price paid in the currency of human suffering. As Damian grappled with the magnitude of his guilt, he realized that he was irrevocably changed. The dreams of his youth, once so vivid and alluring, had led him down a path from which there was no return. The innocence and happiness of his childhood were relics of a past life, their light dimmed by the darkness of his deeds. In the depths of his despair, he understood that the choices he had made were irrevocable, each step taken a mile further from the man he had hoped to be. The hollowness in his chest felt somehow heavy. He had nothing left to live for. He finished the rope, secured it to the ceiling, slipped it around his neck, and kicked over the chair. His body lurched as the rope tightened around his neck, cutting off his breathing. It was excruciatingly painful, and he felt as if it would cut clean through his neck. The door was thrust open. Jaxon Orion stormed inside. Damien's world, already teetering on the brink, was suddenly filled with the blinding spots of an overwhelming intervention as Jaxon's arms encircled him, pulling him back to his life. The rope, an instrument of his despair, was swiftly removed, its cruel grip relinquished under Jaxon's efforts. Cast upon the floor, Damien was a man reborn into the agony of survival, his breath's ragged battles fought in the aftermath of his near demise. The marks upon his neck proved to the depth of his anguish, burned with the pain of living. As clarity wrestled its way through the fog of his near departure, voices began to anchor him back to reality. Kaida's voice cut through the haze. Damien's response was a feeble nod. Jaxon, ever the captain, marshaled the forces of salvation with a call for medical assistance that crackled through the comms with urgency. In Damien's turmoil there brewed a storm of intensity towards Jaxon, a tempest of anger, shame, and an unspoken plea for oblivion that he could not voice. Kaida's rebuke, born of shock and fear of what might have been lost, was swiftly tempered by Jaxon's command. The cabin, once a chamber of solitude, had become a stage upon which Damien's inner conflict was laid bare for those he had come to regard as family. Dr. Anika Patel's arrival marked the transition from immediate peril to the promise of healing, though the journey was fraught with pain. Her ministrations to his wounded neck were a balm to his physical injuries, yet the wounds within remained untouched, raw and festering. As Anika administered her care, Damien was caught in the vice of his own making. The sharp pain that accompanied her treatments was a small price to pay for the chance at redemption, though the cost to his pride was immeasurable. When at last they bore him away to sick bay, Damien was adrift in a sea of pain and regret. The stretcher upon which he lay was both cradle and crucible, each movement a reminder of the life he had nearly forsaken. In the depths of his despair, Damien realized the truth that had eluded him in his darkest moment, the battle with his demons. The confrontation with his past was a war that could not be fled. It was a journey back to the light, fraught with pain and the promise of healing, that lay before him now. Within the Manticore's sick bay, Damien Black awoke to the unfamiliar weight of shackles binding him to the bed, an ignoble reminder of the previous night's despair. His throat was an arid landscape, his mind a whirlwind of disorientation and regret. As his heart raced, memories of his attempted escape from life's cruel embrace flooded back. Kaida sat beside him, her visage marred by exhaustion.
"You're in sick bay. You tried to kill yourself last night,"
she declared, her voice a bittersweet melody in the silent chamber. "I'm sorry," Damien murmured, his voice a whisper of defeat.
"We're all here to help you,"
Kaida assured him. Damien's plea for release, for the freedom to embrace the darkness, was met with Kaida's refusal. Her grip, unyielding and compassionate, was a lifeline he was reluctant to grasp. Jaxon Orion arrived.
"Good morning, Damien,"
he greeted. The shackles, once a symbol of restraint, were unlocked by Jaxon, a gesture of trust that resonated deeply within Damien's battered soul.
"I trust you don't need these anymore,"
Jaxon said, taking off the handcuffs. A simple act that spoke volumes of the faith he placed in Damien's capacity for change. Damien's response, though fraught with uncertainty, was a whisper of hope in the darkness. "I don't know if I can do that," he admitted, the path to redemption daunting in its unfamiliarity.
"Try. We all believe in you. We want to give you a second chance,"
the captain urged, his departure leaving Damien to ponder the magnitude of the forgiveness offered. Kaida, still at his side, became his confessor, her inquiries into his future intentions a bridge between their shared experiences of trauma. Damien's admission, that being part of the crew had once been his salvation, was a revelation of his deepest truth. Kaida's acknowledgement of her own battles with PTSD reflected Damien's own struggle. Her contemplation of the future, of a purpose beyond survival, sparked a flicker of hope within Damien.
"I was thinking of doing something good like you,"
she mused. Me? He questioned.
Yes, being a security guard for a ship like this or protecting other innocents from criminal syndicates,
she said. The simple act of reaching out, of taking Kaida's hand, demonstrated the bond forged in the crucible of their shared experiences. Thank you, he whispered. Kaida's smile was a silent vow of her support.
You're welcome,
she replied, her eyes alight with the relief and understanding that only those who have traversed the darkest paths can offer to one another. The conversation delved deeper into realms, both personal and painful. Do you still have PTSD? Damien ventured. His inquiry a bridge to the shared ground of their afflictions. Kaida's admission, though hesitant, opened the floodgates to memories best left forgotten.
I was a space marine and then a mercenary. I've seen some things, done some things. It's not something I like to talk about,
she confided. Damien found consolation in her understanding, sharing his own descent into the abyss of addiction and despair. I was in a bad place before I joined the Manticore. I was a drug addict and lived on the streets. It was a dark time in my life, he confessed, laying bare the wounds of his soul. Their exchange expressed shared suffering and mutual support. Damien's recounting of his dalliance with Neuraxia, the potent hallucinogen from the distant planet Canarian, painted a vivid picture of his escape from reality. Neuraxia is a potent hallucinogen. It heightened my sensory experiences, he explained, a wistful note in his voice betraying the allure of the dream like stated offered. Kaida's curiosity, tempered by her own experiences with milder substances, provided a backdrop to their discussion.
I've never tried it myself. I tried marijuana once. It just made me sleepy,
she shared, a touch of humor in her voice. The conversation meandered through the landscapes of their pasts, touching upon the Buddhist philosophy that had offered Kaida a semblance of peace.
I like the Buddhist way of thinking about impermanence, knowing that everything is always changing, that nothing lasts forever. It's a reminder to appreciate the present moment and not get too attached to the past or the future, she
said. Damien found in Kaida's reflections a potential salve for his own tormented soul. I'll have to remember that. Maybe it'll help me too, he mused, the possibility of healing, of finding cheer in the teachings of Buddhism, a newfound star to navigate by. Their dialogue, a meandering river of confessions, revelations, and shared understanding, culminated in Kaida's recounting of a mission that had left an indelible mark upon her spirit.
There was one mission in particular that left me scarred,
she whispered, as she spoke of the biological weapon, of the impossible choices they were forced to make on that remote planet. The air between them grew dense.
We had to decide whether to stay and fight or retreat and save our lives,
she recounted, her voice cracking. The pain of that decision, of leaving the local population to their fate, was a wound that time had not healed.
We left the local population to suffer and die, all because we couldn't protect ourselves,
Kaida lamented, her tears a silent testament to the price of war. Damien, his chains of guilt and regret momentarily lifted, squeezed Kaida's hand. So I'm not the only one suffering.
You're certainly not,
she said. Kaida, her mechanical hand warm against his skin, offered a smile that was both sad and understanding. Do you still have PTSD? Damien ventured. Kaida's pause, a brief but telling silence, preceded her nod.
Yes,
she confessed, her admission a window into her soul, marred by the scars of battles both physical and mental. As Damien shared his own descent into darkness, a time when drugs were his refuge from the relentless torment of his past, Kaida listened with a compassion born of her own struggles. The drug Neuraxia, a potent hallucinogen from the distant Andromeda galaxy, had once been his escape, a way to amplify his senses and flee from the harsh realities of his existence. Their discussion turned to the harsh realities of those who harvested Neuraxia. Kaida's investigation into the possibility of missing the drug revealed his current state of sobriety, showcasing the resilience he had developed while on the Manticore, where the crew had unexpectedly become his saviors.
Chapter 14. Dying Star. Captain Orion's voice echoed through the corridors of the Manticore, a call that summoned the crew to the conference room. With a splash of cold water to his face, he steeled himself for the discussions ahead. As the crew trickled in, forming a semicircle of anticipation and curiosity around the table, Jaxon scanned the faces of his eclectic family. To his right, Kelly's smile was a beacon of warmth, though shadows of concern flitted across her gaze towards Damien, whose recent actions had cast a pall over the ship. On his left, Kaida and Annika, a pair as inseparable in spirit as they were in proximity, their shared experiences a silent bond between them. Sitting across from him, Rally's infectious laughter and Seth's contemplative silence created a striking juxtaposition. With the air thick with expectation, Jaxon addressed his crew. I have some important news to share with you all. Sieur LaCroix will join us as the ship's engineer until we reach the Teponia Pass. I understand that some of you may have reservations about her, but I ask that you give her a chance. There were a few murmurs of agreement.
I like Sia.
Zosie's smile reached her eyes.
She's always been friendly to me, and I understand she needs to make a living.
Jaxon nodded in agreement. Thank you, Zos. Now, I also want to talk about Damien. I know that some of you may be hesitant to forgive him, but I believe he deserves a second chance. He's going to be working with us again, and I expect you all to treat him with respect.
It's not fair.
Seth grumbled.
He tried to kill himself, and now we're just letting him back on the ship.
Jaxon turned to face Seth, his jaw clenched. I understand your concerns, but we've all made mistakes. I believe Damien deserves another chance. We took a vote, and only one person wanted him to go to prison. Everyone else wanted to give him a second chance.
I'm prepared to give them both a second chance.
Although Rally's face remained neutral, there was a gleam in his eye.
We could use the extra crew members.
Kaida nodded. I agree, and we still need to deliver the artifact to Alexander Grayson. Jaxon formed a steeple with his hands. Thank you, all of you. I believe we can overcome any obstacle if we work together. Jaxon's gaze bounced towards Anika, but she closed her mouth again. Are you okay, Anika?
I'm not sure whether this is the right place to verbalize my concern.
We are a crew, and we can have any discussions as a group if you feel comfortable doing so.
I was wondering about the safety of Kaida. I mean, there could be more bounty hunters. Kaida must carry the artifact, and...
I will try my best to protect Kaida,
Damien said.
And don't forget that I'm also weaponized.
Kaida said.
Give me a gun and I can fight off any pirates.
Seer said.
Kaida's my friend now, and I won't let anything happen to her.
It's not that.
Anika straightened. What is it? Jaxon asked. Her gaze remained fixed on her fidgeting hands.
Well, I'm not sure if it's okay to tell everyone the truth about why Kaida was forced to partake in this mission.
She hinged around to face Kaida. Kaida nodded reluctantly.
I don't want anyone's sympathy, but it's probably better we're honest.
Her eyes widened as they darted towards Jaxon.
About my sister,
The corner of Anika's mouth twitched, and Jaxon guessed she, too, realized Kaida meant to keep their threesome a secret. Jaxon shifted in his seat.
Shall I tell them, or you?
I will.
Kaida took a deep breath and stood.
I know I've been closed off about my reasons for being on this mission, but I think it's time I told you all. My sister is being held hostage by Raven Fortuna's blind syndicate, and I need to deliver the artifact to Alexander Grayson, or she'll be killed.
The crew was stunned into silence, and Kaida explained more about Raven Fortuna and her motivations.
Raven Fortuna is from the New Olympia Martian colony.
Kaida said.
Is she tall like me?
Rally asked.
She is 7 feet tall, which is quite short for a Martian.
Kaida said, trying to inject some humor into the situation.
Hey,
Rally said.
Are you calling me a short ass?
You are almost 8 feet tall, so no. When I worked for Earth Space Marines, we were going to go after her, but something else came up. I learned a lot about her, though, from double agents. Apparently, she always felt trapped on Mars and wanted to move the Syndicate to Earth to expand her influence.
Every Martian wishes to live on Earth,
Rally said. Captain Orion frowned at him.
Sorry.
Rally held up his hands.
I'll shut up now.
Rally is right. I heard a lot about her when I worked for Earth Space Corps.
She squeezed her eyes shut and pinched out tears from the inner corners. Kelly spoke up first.
I don't see why we can't help Kaida get her sister back and stop Raven Fortuna from hurting anyone else.
Just rescuing my sister is enough for me,
Kaida said. Rally nodded in agreement.
We will succeed.
Seth grumbled under his breath, probably still resentful towards Damien. He said nothing this time. Sieur LaCroix stood. A datapad shone from her palm.
You've had that device in your hand the entire time.
Seth's eyes were so round, Kaida could see the whites all around them. Seer shrugged.
Sure.
Can you communicate with it?
Of course. How else do you think arranged to meet friends in the Teponia Pass?
But...
Shut it, Seth.
Kaida ground her teeth.
We've heard enough of your opinions.
His eyebrows shot up.
What?
His gaze bounced between Kaida and the captain.
You can't let her speak to me like that.
Why not? You have had nothing good to say. Please let Seer talk.
Seer winked at Kaida before her expression grew sullen.
The mercenaries I worked with talked about the artifact's potential danger and true purpose. It's got 2 names, the Eye of the Ancients and the Ether Entangler. It belongs to the Elders.
How could etheric beings hold a solid object like that?
Zoe said.
The elders aren't even real. Just from folk tales.
Seer winced.
Some believed there was truth to the theories.
The crew murmured among themselves.
Didn't you look into these theories yourself?
Seer's nose wrinkled when everyone shook their heads. I don't believe in any magical theories, Jaxon said, though I do believe those theories are ridiculous old wives' tales. CA nodded.
I agree, Captain. However, it's important to consider all possibilities when dealing with an unknown technology.
She flipped through her datapad.
One theory is that the artifact is used to unknot the threads between universes and create black holes.
Creating black holes? That's insane.
Seth Foxwell pinched his lips together when angry faces looked his way.
It seems highly unlikely,
Seer said.
However, we can't ignore the fact that the mercenaries feared it was possible. I suggest everyone take some time to research about this Eye of the Ancients. Do you all know what it looks like?
Kaida wouldn't let us see it,
Raleigh said.
Kaida.
Sia raised a thin, silver eyebrow. Kaida took the artifact from the compartment in her arm. She held it out at arm's length and allowed everyone to take photos. Okay, Jaxon stood. The meeting is adjourned. Kaida and Aka, can you stay behind? I need to talk about something. In the secluded sanctum of the conference room, now barred from the outside world, Jaxon, Kaida, and Annika remained. Captain Jaxon Orion's voice broke the post-meeting stillness. His question about them having a threesome there, and there was pointed yet gentle. Annika's laughter was light and lilting, her jest a flicker of warmth in the cool expanse of the conference room. As Kaida inclined towards Jaxon, their lips meeting in a moment suspended between past regrets and future promises, Annika's hands, skilled in both healing and harm, traced the lines of Kaida's cybernetic enhancements, a tactile exploration of the intersection between humanity and technology. The unexpected vibration of Kaida's arm, under Annika's touch, introduced an element of the unknown into their intimate convergence. Annika's reaction was one of professional intrigue and personal concern. There was a sudden shift in the room's atmosphere as an ethereal blue light emanated from Kaida's metallic arm. Jaxon's gaze, sharp and unyielding, found Kaida, whose cyborg arm, now enveloped in enigmatic blue hieroglyphs, spoke of ancient secrets and untold power. Annika, with her raven hair cascading like an inky waterfall, leaned in, her voice a whisper of dread.
It's the artifact.
Kaida's gaze, locked onto her transformed limb, was a storm of fear and wonder.
It's been activated,
she uttered, her words hanging in the air like a prophecy of doom. The urgency in Jaxon's voice cut through the tension. We need to shut it down, but also keep calm. His leadership guided them towards the bridge, even as the ship itself seemed to rebel against the calm of the void, tossing them like leaves in a storm. Annika stumbled and fell, her ankle twisted beneath her. Seth Foxwell's voice boomed over the intercom, his urgency palpable.
All crew members, to the bridge immediately. This is of utmost importance.
Jaxon and Kaida helped Annika to her feet, supporting her weight between them. When they arrived at the bridge, the manticore was still rocking violently. Raleigh and Saya were desperately trying to stabilize the ship, while Seth barked out orders with a look of intense concentration etched on his face. Jaxon's adrenaline surged through his veins. Had the artifact caused this chaos, or was it something more sinister? What's happening? He demanded, striding over to the nearest console. Seth glanced up at him, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead.
We're not certain yet, Captain.
Seer added.
There seems to be an external force interfering with our systems. We're struggling to regain control.
Jaxon took a deep breath, attempting to remain calm in the face of danger. Keep working on it, Seer. I want a full diagnostic report as soon as possible. The rest of the crew burst onto the bridge. Kelly, Zose, Damien, all huddled around Kaida, bombarding her with questions about her glowing arm and its potential implications. Silence. Jaxon roared. Let Kaida speak. All eyes turned to Kaida, awaiting her explanation. She hesitated before speaking softly.
I believe it's the artifact. It's been activated.
A collective gasp echoed through the crew. Jaxon felt a knot form in his stomach. This was dire news.
What does that mean?
Kelly asked urgently.
Is the shaking from the ship related?
I cannot say for certain,
Kaida replied honestly. Buckle in at your stations, Jaxon ordered, his voice brimming with authority. The crew obeyed, tension thick in the air. It could mean anything. Jaxon continued. The true power of the artifact remains a mystery. We must all remain vigilant. And Kaida, I need you to monitor your arm closely. Report any changes immediately. The rest of the crew nodded gravely, their expressions grim. As the ship continued to rattle and shake, Jaxon's nerves were on edge. Could they survive this ordeal? With his jaw set, he leaned over his console and worked alongside his team, analyzing the chaotic data streaming in from the ship's sensors. His stomach churned as he tried to make sense of it all. Seth, take a look at this. The LiDAR is picking up an alarming amount of energy emissions coming from those 5 stars ahead of us. Seth leaned over for a closer examination.
That's peculiar. No gamma radiation, but the heat signatures are off the charts.
Jaxon's suspicions were confirmed. Precisely. And look at the spectral analysis. Spikes in helium and heavy metals in the surrounding space. It could indicate a supernova event.
5 stars going supernova simultaneously,
Seth exclaimed, pressing a fist to his mouth in disbelief. The data does not lie. Jaxon confirmed grimly. We must approach for a closer investigation. They cautiously approached the cluster of dying stars, activating the ship's spectrometers and directing them towards the explosions. As they studied the data displayed on their monitors, it became clear. These stars were indeed exploding. The gravitational waves emanating from these supernovae could have catastrophic effects on nearby planets and systems. Jaxon warned, we must send out a warning to any nearby colonies and prepare for potential fallout. Raleigh quickly sent out a distress signal to warn nearby colonies and systems about the impending danger. The gravity waves are not our only concern, Jaxon added. The small crew of the Manticore sat in stunned silence as they received the news. Panic and fear rose among them. Raleigh's voice broke through the tense atmosphere aboard the ship.
Jaxon,
He began, his tone heavy with concern.
The second planet. It's called Osiris. The entire system bears its name and serves as the central hub for business and finance.
Seth nodded eagerly.
That's where my brother trained to become a chef.
Jaxon's expression darkened as he processed this information. He turned to Zos, who was deeply immersed in her console. What can you tell us about these planets? He demanded. Zos looked up, worry etched into her features.
There are 5 habitable worlds in the Osiris system,
She replied, her voice strained.
I have extensively studied their unique biomes and ecologies. Each one is vastly different from the others.
But won't those planets be destroyed by the supernovae?
Seer asked frantically, her voice trembling with emotion. Seth answered before Zos got the chance.
Yes, they will certainly suffer from the shock waves and radiation.
Zos's confirmation only added to the growing sense of dread among the crew. Anika's fingers flew over the holographic keyboard as she accessed the ship's databases, searching for any potential solutions or assistance. We must act quickly, Jaxon declared. We'll send out distress signals to nearby ships and organizations for aid in evacuation or relief efforts. Raleigh immediately sprung into action, reaching out to military and relief agencies for support. Kaida's sobs could be heard, her voice raw with pain.
As long as I live,
She cried.
This thing in my arm will never stop. Take me out into space and leave me there before I can harm anyone else.
Anika refused to accept this solution, determined to find another way to save the lives of those on the dying planets. Seth, however, saw the potential in Kaida's suggestion.
For the sake of these worlds,
He argued.
we must consider what Kaida has proposed.
Seer shot him a scathing look, clearly appalled by his callousness. But Jaxon remained focused on finding a solution amidst the chaos. As they drew closer to the dying stars, Seth's unease grew.
We're too close.
The gravimetric sensors blared loudly, signaling the intense gravitational pull of the supernovae. The crew braced themselves as Jaxon fought to maintain their trajectory, but it was no use. The Manticore shuddered as it was pulled towards the dying star with increasing force. Seer's frantic attempts to restore damaged systems only added to the sense of desperation aboard the ship as they hurtled closer towards certain destruction.
We must abandon ship.
She screamed over the deafening roar of the engines.
It's too risky.
Jaxon gave the order, and the crew scrambled to their feet, shaking with fear and adrenaline. They stumbled through flickering corridors as the ship continued to suffer from intense gravitational forces. Damien tripped and fell, but Jaxon quickly helped him up and urged them all towards the escape pods. Kaida's glowing arm provided light in the now pitch-black corridors. The air filled with the stench of ozone as they raced against time to save themselves from certain doom. But even as they struggled to survive, A lingering question remained: what would become of the 5 dying worlds and all those who called them home? As they descended to the lower deck, Jaxon's pulse thumped wildly in his ears. There was no turning back now. He instructed his crew to enter the 5 pods, feeling a sense of responsibility for their safety. Zealous Zos and valiant Damien took one pod, while fierce Kaida and cunning Anika claimed another. Kelly, ever the loyal cook and cleaner, followed him into their designated pod along with Seth. Raleigh and Sia, having completed their crucial task in the engine room, entered their respective pod last. As they strapped themselves in, preparing for the unknown danger that awaited them beyond the hatch, darkness engulfed them all with an ominous whisper of impending doom. Chapter 15. Raging Raven.
In the depths of her clandestine abode, known amongst the few who dared whisper of its existence as the Raven's Nest, Raven Fortuna marched down a corridor. This passageway, a vein of steel and secrecy, was lit by the harsh lights overhead, which cast an austere luminance upon the stainless steel panels lining its length. Her onyx hair flowed behind her, akin to a shadowy nimbus, while her gaze was sharp. Stress had hardened Raven's stomach into a tight knot as she gestured towards the biometric scanner. The door obediently obeyed her command, allowing her access into a sacred chamber that safeguarded her assemblage of android companions, a hidden trove of synthetic partners concealed from the world, particularly Cyrus. The unveiling of their existence would devastate whose heart. Within this chamber of mechanical desires, Raven summoned another concealed portal with a swift movement, revealing a sanctuary dedicated to the art of relaxation. Several sex bots hung here. She chose one and surrendered to the embrace of a massage table, disrobing with a hastiness born of a need to escape. "Massage me, Michael," she commanded wearily. As the droid's hands commenced their dance of pressure and relief upon her skin, Raven found herself adrift in a sea of bliss, her mind untethered from the cares that incessantly besieged her. However, this interlude of serenity was abruptly severed by the insistent vibration of her comm band, heralding an incoming tachyon instant call. The interruption, a rude re-entry into reality, bore the name Xander. This man, a nexus of ambition and danger, sought the ether disentangler, and, more perilously, Kaida. The stakes of this communication were monumental, not merely a dialogue but a gambit upon which fortunes could pivot. Adorned once more in her jumpsuit, Raven confronted the holographic visage of Xander. His inquiry,
"Raven, everything on course,"
was met with a calculated affirmation from Raven, her heart thundering against her chest as she navigated the treacherous waters of deception and alliance. As Xander's presence dissipated, Raven was ensnared once more by her quest. The Eye of the Ancients, an artifact of untold power and mystery, billowed at the forefront of her mind. With the sands of time cascading relentlessly through the hourglass of fate, the urgency of her mission was stronger than ever. Under the red sky of New Olympia, within her home pod, Raven Fortuna sought refuge in slumber's gentle grasp. The night whispered promises of rest before the morrow's demands beckoned her forth. Arising from her repose, she prepared herself for the evening's obligations, a visitation to an art exhibition nestled in the opulent heart of the colony's residential zenith. The ritual of her preparation, a shower followed by the adornment of a silver cocktail dress that paid homage to her athletic form, was an ode to the occasion's expected decorum. A figure of egotism and grandiosity had extended the invitation with the expectation of attendance. Her domain was an art gallery amidst a constellation of grand estates. Raven, indifferent to the reminders of a forgotten birthday and the entreaties for a delightful gift, harbored little affection for such self-centeredness. Yet, the undercurrents of necessity drew her to this gathering, for entwined with Rose's sphere was her husband, the Crimson Syndicate's underboss, whose favor Raven could ill afford to lose. His control over the Starfire's flow, a stimulant of potent allure, was a tether she dared not sever, despite the whispers of his impending departure to Talos. Thus, motivated by a pragmatic foresight to secure her supply against unforeseen scarcities, Raven journeyed to the district of the affluent, where the grandeur of sprawling mansions bespoke the inhabitant status. Her passage, facilitated by a private jet and the clandestine efficiency of an underground port, culminated in her arrival at the gallery. A bastion of luxury with marble and chandeliers, framed against the stark backdrop of the Martian landscape. The encounter with Rose was but a prelude to the evening's true purpose. Raven's inquiry for Jimmy, veiled beneath a veneer of disinterest in the art that Rose held dear, betrayed her urgency. The transaction that unfolded between Raven and Jimmy was a delicate ballet of power, ambition, and survival. As the revelation of the Black Star Brotherhood's interference with the Starfire harvest emerged, Raven agreed to finance him in exchange for a stake in the Crimson Syndicate's Dark Empire. The promise of underboss ascension dangled before her, a tantalizing vision of power and influence forged in the crucible of her intelligence, connections, and wealth. The night, however, held further revelations. Amidst the intoxicating swirl of starfire and the ephemeral beauty of art, a hooded messenger delivered tidings of Kaida's liberation, but the moment of triumph was quickly overcast by the ominous news that soon swept through the gallery. The report of supernovas and the destruction wrought upon the Nebula Vista region, including the catastrophic loss of Tuliru, plunged Raven into a vortex of dread and calculation. The implications of these cosmic calamities, the annihilation of Starfire's source, and the unraveling of the galaxy's fabric necessitated a re-evaluation of alliances, resources, and strategies. In the wake of the hologram's silence, Raven's thoughts focused on survival, withdrawal, and the quest for alternatives to the Starfire. The dance floor, once a tableau of revelry, had transformed into a stage of contemplation. In her home pod, Raven Fortuna found herself ensnared in the grip of withdrawal. The absence of Starfire manifested as a physical malaise that clung to her like a second skin. Clad in the simple garb of sleepwear, she was a figure marooned on the shores of her own disquiet. Her sanctuary, once a bastion of control and calculation, now served as the stage for a vigil marked by anxiety and the hunger for tidings from the void. Her datapad, a window to the cosmos, whispered secrets of celestial calamities. The news of a black hole's insatiable maw consuming planets, and a spaceship drew her focus with the gravity of a star-gone supernova. The Osiris system, with its garden worlds of Tuliru, Osiris, Ismene, Keras, and Astarte, now lay in ruin, their potential extinguished by the cold, unyielding arithmetic of the universe. The fate of the Starfire, a resource entwined with her own destiny, sealed by the indiscriminate fury of radiation and gravitational collapse. And there, amidst the litany of losses, a name emerged from the digital ether. The Manticore, steed of the void under the command of Jaxon Orion. Even Captain Orion and his crew were presumed to be ensnared by the black hole's unbreakable embrace. The revelation struck Raven with the force of a physical blow. The Manticore, a symbol of hope and ambition, was now reduced to a footnote in the annals of cosmic tragedies. The scientists, stewards of knowledge and understanding, had peered into the abyss, seeking answers where none could be found. In the wake of this revelation, Raven was cast adrift on a sea of uncertainty. The image of Emiko haunted her thoughts. What purpose did her schemes serve in the face of such overwhelming loss? Thus, Raven Fortuna, once a master of her own destiny, found herself confronting black holes, the fates of empires and individuals alike, but dust motes caught in the inexorable currents of cosmic forces.
Chapter 16. Twin Worlds. In the Manticore's belly, Captain Orion, Seth, Kelly, and Jaxon were thrust against their constraints as the vessel spiraled uncontrollably through the vast emptiness. The darkness pressing in around them until Jackson's insides twisted with the ship's deafening dance through the cosmos. Kelly's voice pierced the silence.
What's happening? Shouldn't we be dead?
The surrounding void seemed to conspire, subjecting their fragile forms to a siege of gravity. But as abruptly as their ordeal had begun, tranquility followed. Jaxon, with muscles slack and spirit wearied, shielded his eyes as the pod's emergency luminescence flickered to life. "We made it through," he pondered aloud and disbelieving. Kelly was quick to discard her restraints, rising to assess their condition. Seer inquired after their well-being through the comms. They exchanged assurances of survival. Seth's curse was a soft exhalation. A silence surrounded them, foreshadowing Siaya's declaration, filled with relief. As they vacated their temporary sanctuary, the bridge became the stage for their disorientation and awe. The familiar yet inexplicably altered vista before them prompted a cascade of questions, with Damien's confusion voicing the collective unease. Jaxon, his voice a hoarse whisper from the ordeal, posited a theory as unsettling as it was improbable. They were not where they had been, a notion confirmed by the incongruity of the celestial landmarks. Despite Seer confirming their location in the Osiris system, the mystery remained unsolved. The supernovas that had marked their departure were now mere illusions of their former selves, their catastrophic beauty undone. Jaxon's insistence on a closer examination challenged Seth's casual dismissal of the anomaly. The holographic display of the cosmos revealed a truth as stunning as it was inexplicable. Where once 5 planets had danced in the delicate balance of the Goldilocks zone, now 10 lay in their stead. The revelation sparked a flurry of theories and conjectures, with Anika voicing the incredulity that gripped them. Jaxon's hypothesis, that the black hole had acted as a cosmic conduit to an alternate reality, explained the impossible. Their reality, it seemed, had been overlaid upon another, a parallel universe. Seth's understanding of their one-of-a-kind situation emphasized the importance of their breakthrough. The arrangement of planets within this other Osiris system was not merely altered. Seer's dubiousness clashed with Kaida's belief in the unfathomable, igniting a debate that echoed through the metallic corridors of their interstellar vessel.
That's ridiculous.
Seer scoffed.
There's no such thing as parallel universes. I tell you what, though, it's a good thing Camden left us when he did.
Kaida's frustration was noticeable.
How can you explain this? You were speculating with your pirate friends. Now that it's happened, you can't believe it. How do you explain what just happened?
Seer, usually unflappable, found herself at a loss, her lilac cheeks betraying her agitation beneath the powder blue of her skin.
I have an idea,
Seth said, a spark of normalcy in his voice.
Let's go visit the hotel where my brother trained to be a chef on Osiris.
The suggestion provided a temporary break, allowing them to regain a sense of normalcy before descending to Osiris. What greeted them was a world transformed, a planet ensnared in the icy grip of an age long past. A desolate landscape replaced the vibrant life they had expected.
Maybe the supernova caused it,
Kelly offered. But the sight of the unaltered suns above called into question any simple explanations. Kaida speculated they had not only traversed space, but time itself.
Time traveled,
Seth echoed, the notion as unsettling as it was intriguing. The discussion delved into speculative topics. Seth's discovery of figures amidst the frozen desolation cut their deliberations short.
Are they people or yetis?
Zoe wondered aloud. As they prepared to venture into the icy wilderness, Anika and Damien affirmed their readiness to protect the group. Exploring the icy world was a journey into uncharted territory for them. The crew of the Manticore, led by Captain Orion, ventured forth. The crunch of boots marked their journey on ice under the fading light of a distant sun. As night descended, casting the icy landscape into a realm of shadows and hues, they found themselves at the mouth of a cave in the mountains, where the tracks of some unknown creature beckoned them inward. Jaxon's gaze swept over the desolate beauty that surrounded them. Let's explore and see what we can find. The cave, a gaping maw in the mountainside, welcomed them with the unexpected warmth of its belly. As they made their way into the cave, the wind's chilly kiss faded, and the promise of shelter beneath the earth awaited them.
Those are certainly not Yeti prints.
Zoe observed, peering at the marks that led them into the darkness.
They look like some kind of monkey prints. Pretty big monkeys.
Inside, the cave unfolded like a tale of two worlds, its air rich with the scent of damp earth, its walls adorned with ice that glittered like jewels.
I can't believe how cold it is out there. My hands feel like they're going to fall off,
Seer confessed. Kaida, too, acknowledged the cave's mercy.
I can barely feel my feet. Thank goodness for this cave.
Yet Jaxon urged them onward, deeper into Osiris's embrace. Their journey was a cautious one, mindful of the delicate balance that held the cave together. A subterranean river greeted them.
What's that?
Anika's voice broke the silence, drawing their attention to the sounds that echoed from another tunnel. The grunting and hissing of unseen creatures led them to a discovery as astonishing as it was unexpected. Large green-furred monkeys, their eyes wide with curiosity and caution, retreated from the light. Damien's instinct was to reach for his weapon, but Jaxon's calm intervention reminded them of their purpose.
Let's not act aggressive. Let's try to approach them peacefully.
Kelly's question,
what should we do?
Was met with Seer's trust in Jaxon's leadership. Zoe's attempt to communicate brought their worlds closer together. The monkeys, intrigued by Kaida's cybernetic limb, embraced her in a gesture of acceptance.
Chill, Damien,
Zoe whispered, as the monkeys welcomed the scientist with open arms as well.
They're hugging me.
Jaxon said, "Thank you for welcoming us. We mean no harm. We're just exploring." Yet the true nature of their hosts remained a mystery, their language elusive to Zoe's interpretation device. The revelation of the hieroglyphs in Kaida's cybernetic arm, illuminated with an otherworldly light, made the monkeys curious. Then hieroglyphs beamed from the walls of the cave, too, emanating on all their faces, both furry and hairless. "What in hell's name are those symbols?" Jaxon said.
Those symbols are the same as the ones in my arm,
Kaida declared. Tension filled the cave as the crew of the Manticore and their unexpected hosts faced off, the ancient walls watching in silence. Zose's curiosity drew her to the hieroglyphs etched deep into the stone, her fingers tracing the outlines of a history long forgotten.
They're etched into the wall,
She murmured, wide-eyed. Damien's caution, however, was immediate and forceful.
Step away from it, Zose,
he commanded, the hum of his plasma rifle slicing through the air. Yet Zose's retort was swift, a declaration of autonomy.
No, Damien, you're not my captain.
3 monkeys approached, their focus on Kaida's arm. Her reaction was instinctual, a retreat that brought her into sharp contact with the icy wall behind her. The monkeys' intentions, though cryptic, were clear in their silent gestures towards the artifact within her arm.
I think the monkeys want Kaida to bury it,
Anika observed, voicing the silent question that hung between them.
Don't bury it,
Seth argued, his concern for the implications obvious. Zoe's and Anika's examination of the symbols and their technology's inability to recognize them only deepened the mystery. A rumble echoed through the cave's depths as a boulder dislodged, hurtling towards them with deadly intent. The crew scrambled for safety. That was a close shave. Jaxon breathed out. The relief short-lived as another creature made its appearance, its intentions ambiguous. The creature's vehement gestures and the green monkey's hissing response sparked a debate among the crew, with Sia and Zoes voicing their concerns and doubts. Kaidas confronted the green monkey, and it insisted on the artifact's burial.
She can't.
Seer interjected. The stakes of their dilemma laid bare.
She needs it to save her sister's life.
The crew was uneasy. Damien's call to leave echoed the sentiment that pervaded the air. Under the cloak of night, as the rest of the Manticore's crew surrendered to slumber, a clandestine gathering took place upon the bridge. Captain Orion, Seth Foxwell, Rally Ahuja, and Seer LaCroix stood as the remaining sentinels of their vessel. Jaxon said, "All right, let's take off and head to the Merope expanse to find Xander."
But this isn't our universe as we know it.
Seer remarked.
Even if Viris still exists in Merope's sprawling star system, Xander won't be alive.
Rally's agreement only deepened the crew's apprehension.
She's right. You might find a Merope expanse. I sure don't think you'll be finding any man by the name of Alexander Grayson.
Wouldn't it be weird if we existed here, though, and if we met other versions of ourselves?
Seth's laughter, though silent, echoed the absurdity and wonder of their journey. As they ascended into the cosmos, Seth's observations underscored the alien nature of their surroundings.
Yep, the solar system analysis definitely reveals a strange planetary arrangement in the Goldilocks zone.
Seer's desire for progress clashed with the need for confirmation.
We already know,
she said, only to be met by Seth's insistence.
Just reconfirming.
This planetary body matches Osiris's too. Jaxon pointed at the system chart. When they saw a technologically advanced infrastructure from orbit, Seer said,
"What if we're breaking regulations by exploring uncharted territory?"
Jaxon's dismissal of her concerns, juxtaposed with Seth's teasing reminder of her piratical past. Their descent into the Nova Metropolis was a journey from the heavens into the midst of desolation. The sky city that once glittered like clear quartz lay shattered, its beauty marred by the chaos that had consumed it. Seth's disbelief, Rally's shock, and Seer's horror were obvious.
Captain, it's chaos down there.
Seth's words barely scratched the surface of the devastation that unfolded before their eyes. The carnage that lay sprawled beneath them exemplified the fragility of civilization. Jaxon Orion's silent contemplation of the ruins spoke volumes, a solemn vow to solve the mystery of what had befallen the once majestic city. When they touched down on a hotel roof, the crew of the Manticore, led by Captain Jaxon Orion, found themselves amidst the ruins. The devastation below laid bare the scope of the catastrophe that had befallen Osiris.
We must find out what happened here and if there are any survivors,
Seth declared. Jaxon's agreement was swift. Okay. When they penetrated the hotel, they discovered that it was called Stellar Haven Retreat, and that the once a symbol of luxury was now a refuge for the weary. The presence of armed security revealed the lawlessness that had descended upon the city. Seth's initiative to communicate with them, to ensure a safe passage for his companions, underscored the delicate balance they had to maintain between caution and pressing demands. As they ventured into the chaos, the extent of the destruction became painfully apparent. The once gleaming crystal tunnels and skywalks of Osiris lay shattered, their beauty and purpose obliterated by an unseen force. The crew decided to assist in the rescue efforts and to bring aid to the injured and the lost. In the midst of this commotion, Kaida's actions stood out. She used her darkened arm, a reminder of their encounter in the monkey's cave, to revive the hospital's backup generator. The symbols on her arm glowed again with a brilliant blue light as she restored power to the hospital beside the hotel. Yet Kaida's revelation of the guilt she harbored revealed the depth of her turmoil.
I caused countless black holes, These people are injured, dead, or dying because of me and this damned artifact. I should let my sister die and destroy it to prevent wiping out more worlds.
Kaida's decision to return the artifact to the cave remained unbreakable. She said she had to fulfill the request of the monkeys, even if it was at a great personal cost. The crew grappled with the decision to support Kaida's mission. In the end, Kaida pleaded,
"Let me borrow the manticore. Believe it or not, I'm an outstanding pilot, as well as a cyborg warrior."
The thought of her leaving and flying away made Jaxon's throat feel tight. Her lips came together in a firm press.
Captain Orion, I have to go back. I think that's the key to stopping more black holes from forming. I pulled 4 worlds into this alternate universe. It mustn't happen again.
"Let me borrow the manticore. I'll do it alone."
Worry was clear in Seer's voice.
Kaida, we can't just let you go back there alone. It's too risky.
Rally nodded in agreement.
Seer's right. We're a team.
Despite the circumstances, Kaida's face remained firm, showing no signs of wavering.
"I appreciate your concern, but I need to do this."
With each passing moment, Jaxon's worry grew deeper, weighing heavily on his heart. "Kaida, I can't just let you go out there by yourself. What if something happens?"
"Trust me."
She spun on her heel and confidently strode into the hotel. They chased after her, their hurried footsteps echoing through the stairwell as they ascended. As she moved her arm in the dark space, it emitted a brilliant blue light that reflected off the walls. Jaxon, along with Rally and Seer, struggled to catch their breaths as they followed her onto the roof. Briefly halting on the 7th floor, she turned to face them.
"I'll bring the spaceship back as soon as I'm done."
They waited anxiously by the stairwell, their hearts pounding, as Kaida confidently marched towards the manticore. Her arm continued to emit a mysterious, pulsating radiance. With a strong-willed glance back at Jaxon, Kaida extended her hand towards the fearsome manticore, its scales glistening in the sunlight. The ship's landing bay doors swung open, much to Jaxon's astonishment. With her cyborg enhancements and mystical artifact powers, it appeared she possessed an innate ability to manipulate the ship. She entered the ship, and the metallic doors closed behind her with a resounding thud. With a thunderous roar, the manticore's engines ignited, propelling the ship off the hotel's roof and into the sky. In stunned silence, Jaxon's eyes followed the spaceship as it faded into the horizon, taking Kaida on a journey to the unexplored. Chapter 17. Solace and Stress.
The manticore, now under Kaida's command, cut against the backdrop of stars that stretched endlessly in all directions. Within the Japanese cyborg, the artifact was a constant presence. She contemplated the fate of those she had left behind on the ravaged world below. The decision to part ways with her comrades was because of the hope of averting further catastrophe. The knowledge that her actions could dictate the survival of countless others, including her dear Amiko, afflicted her soul with dread. As she navigated the ship toward the icy world that beckoned with its silence, Kaida reflected on the hieroglyphics, the guardianship of the green monkeys, and the eye of the ancients. The ice world came into view as she approached, its surface adorned with colors from the celestial lights in the sky. She quietly descended onto a world that seemed untouched by time or tragedy. With each crunch of her boots on the frozen ground, she embarked on a solitary journey toward her destiny. The mountains stood as silent sentinels. After hiking for a couple of hours into the mountains, the hole in ice and rock approached. Upon entering the cave, she felt a strange connection with the ancient hieroglyphics, as if they were speaking directly to her, pulsing with a life force that resonated with the artifact she held. The energy was unmistakable. The appearance of the 7 green monkeys and their deep admiration established in their kowtows was a clear acknowledgement of her role. As Kaida raised the eye of the ancients, surrendering it to the ground, the voices of the ancients spoke through her, declaring her the chosen one, the elders' intention to invade her material realm, to claim more humans for their inscrutable purposes, was a twist of fate she had not foreseen. The transformation of the monkeys into beings that mimicked her own visage was a moment of revelation and horror. As she descended the mountainside, back to the manticore, her doppelgangers accompanied her in their silent procession. Kaida's journey back to the ship was not just a physical return, but a contemplation of the paradoxes of her existence, a warrior, a savior, an usher of potential doom. The line between heroism and hubris, between salvation and destruction, had never seemed so thin. The manticore returned to the stars, uncertain of what the future held.
In the Martian landscape, Raven Fortuna stood sentinel within her upper-class dome. The black holes threatened not just her empire but the very fabric of existence. Her contemplation was a silent storm, brewing with the urgency of the crisis at hand. Vinny approached.
Boss, we got some information.
Vinny's report spoke of elders and cosmic phenomena, of scholars hidden away on the fringes of civilization. He suggested a meeting with a reclusive professor. The journey to Professor Baxter's abode was a passage through desolation. The professor greeted them not with warmth but with the keen edge of intellect that had been sharpened by years of solitude. Raven's plea for knowledge, met with Baxter's demand for something called the Star Heart, was a negotiation of desperation and opportunity. The Star Heart was a magical gem, apparently, and it became their only hope against the encroaching darkness. Disengaging the ether entangler by finding the Star Heart was the key to the Milky Way's salvation. Raven's revelation, the confession of her role as both captor and syndicate leader, laid bare the complexity of her quest. The scholar's reaction was one of shock when she heard what a gangster Raven was. Raven acknowledged her need for Kaida, the cyborg warrior inside the ship that was sucked through a black hole. As Raven contemplated her next move, the reality of their situation settled around her like a cloak. The Star Heart was on a world called Obsidianthra, which was on the opposite side of the Milky Way. The conversation with Professor Baxter, steeped in the lore of the Star Heart and the mysteries of the universe, ignited action. Raven's decision, born of necessity and desperation, set them on a course to retrieve the Star Heart from the monsters guarding it on planet Obsidianthra. The adventure would test the limits of their courage, their intellect, and their will to survive. In the silent expanse that stretched before them, Raven Fortuna, mobster, leader, and reluctant savior, faced the abyss.
Within the bustling hospital lit by the grace of Kaida's intervention, Jaxon Orion and his crew dedicated themselves to the care of those afflicted by the disaster. Amidst the clinical symphony of beeps and whispers, they moved with purpose, their actions a balm to the wounded. Kelly mustered the able-bodied to nourish the weakened. Jaxon tended to the afflicted. Beside him, Dr. Anika Patel worked on patients. In these moments of shared purpose, an unspoken bond flourished between them, a connection born of shared burdens and silent acknowledgments. I never expected our medical skills to be the only hope for these people, Jaxon confessed. Anika acknowledged their fragile hopes.
It's incredible how quickly everything can change, but we're doing everything we can to help,
she affirmed. The arrival of Raleigh and the others, bearing tidings of progress, cut through the monotony of their task.
Jaxon, we've stabilized the patients in the West Wing. Zosie's working on the last one,
Raleigh reported. CA added,
They're going to make it, thanks to the supplies we found.
While commendations were being shared, Jaxon's thoughts drifted towards Kaida's absence. Anika, perceptive as ever, voiced the concern that haunted their quiet moments.
You're worried about her, aren't you?
His admission was a whisper of vulnerability. Yeah, what if something goes wrong? Anika's empathy shone through her gentle reassurance.
I'm worried, too.
I just hope she's safe, he mused, his sentiment an echo of their collective wish. Anika's faith in Kaida's strength was unwavering.
She's strong, Jaxon. She'll return with the Manticore.
Yet the mission's outcome remained a question unanswered. I don't know, Jaxon admitted. The hotel manager welcomed them with a gaze that acknowledged their exhaustion and valor.
Many able-bodied have been gathered and been instructed where help is needed. You must rest now,
he proclaimed, his voice a balm to their frayed spirits. Jaxon was weary and needed to rest, but his mind was ensnared by thoughts of Kaida. The manager extended his offer of refuge.
We have prepared individual hotel suites for each of you. You deserve a comfortable place to rest. Your friend fixed the electrical generator, so now the dispensers in the kitchens work well.
A bed and a warm meal sounds like a dream right now,
Kelly confessed, her gratitude echoing through the silent corridors of the hotel. Led by the manager, they traversed the luxurious halls. But it was hard to feel relieved for very long. A dual concern ensnared Jaxon for Kaida and for the well-being of his team. Presented with the sanctuary of their own suites, the manager's words were a gentle reminder of their courage.
All amenities are in the suites. Rest and freshen up. I recommend a good sleep. You can stay here as long as you require. You have saved countless lives,
he intoned, his respect for their deeds a cloak that enfolded them in honor.
Thank you for your generosity. We appreciate everything you've done for us,
Anika said. The manager replied,
It's the least we can do for the heroes who have helped our city in its time of need. If you require anything else, please don't hesitate to ask.
After the rest of the crew had bid them good night, Jaxon and Anika's shared hesitation prompted the manager's thoughtful intervention.
I can arrange a suite with a bigger bed if you need accommodations for two,
he offered. With a shared glance that spoke volumes, Jaxon and Anika accepted the offer. That would be perfect, Jaxon affirmed.
Right this way, then,
the manager beckoned, leading them to a haven where they could find rest together.
After showering, Sia decided she would try to seduce the captain. She could think of no one but him, and since Kaida had left them, she needed someone to talk to about her anxieties. Amid the hushed corridors of the hotel, Sia approached Jaxon Orion's door, her heart banging in her chest. The knock on the door was a herald of the confrontation to come. Jaxon's greeting, warm yet wearied, offered a brief respite from the storm. Yet, the sight of Annika, an unexpected sentinel in this haven of rest, cast a dark cloud over the fragile peace Sia had sought. The air, charged with tension, became a battlefield of unspoken words and veiled feelings. Annika's acknowledgement, polite yet distant, was a cold blade to Sia's hopes. Jaxon tried to prevent the awkwardness, but it didn't work. Sia's confession, a vulnerable admission of her need for companionship and her concern for Kaida, was met with Jaxon's assurance. Yet, the assurance did little to quell the storm that raged within her, a storm that Annika's presence only intensified. The private exchange between Jaxon and Annika, though hushed, made Sia's muscles tense, each whispered word an omen of her fears. The tension that returned with them was a barrier that stood between Sia and the solace she sought. Despite Jaxon's kindness and understanding about Sia's worry for Kaida, her frustration could no longer be contained. Her accusations, a reflection of her fear and longing, laid bare the fractures within their unity. Annika's defense, measured and patient, was a counterpoint to Sia's turmoil, yet it was Jaxon's intervention that sought to mend the fissures that threatened to divide them further. His firm stance was a call to unity and trust. Sia's departure left a silence in its wake. The door, a barrier between what was and what could have been, closed on the possibility of reconciliation. In the solitude of her departure, Sia grappled with the loneliness that enveloped her, a loneliness deepened by the conflict that had alienated her from those she sought to connect with. Under the cloak of a humid night, Sia found herself wandering the remnants of a once vibrant city. The encounter with Jaxon and Annika had left her feeling isolated, propelling her into the solitude of the ruins, seeking a semblance of peace amidst the destruction. Her journey through the desolation was interrupted by the chance overhearing of a conversation. The mention of a space freighter, ready and fueled for a journey beyond the stars, sparked a dormant desire for exploration within her. The voice belonged to an elderly xanther, a species she had grown familiar with during her time as a trader on their home planet. Their unique appearance, with fluorescent yellow skin and a quartet of black eyes, no longer seemed alien to her. Approaching the survivors, Sia's inquiry about the freighter was met with the old xanther's acknowledgement of his plans to venture into the unknown. Ephraim, as he introduced himself, recognized the value in Sia's offer to pilot his ship, an agreement forged from mutual need and curiosity. As they boarded the freighter, the vessel's aged exterior belied the promise of adventure it held. Ephraim's guidance through the ship's systems showcased his experience. In orbit, the sight of the devastation wrought upon their planet was a sobering backdrop to their journey. Yet, as Sia set their course, the endless expanse of space offered a canvas of possibilities. The detection of the Manticore's heat signature was a sudden and unexpected twist, drawing her into a pursuit fueled by concern and a sense of purpose. Her decision to alter their trajectory, despite Ephraim's confusion, was a bold assertion of her intent. The threat of violence, a knife pressed against the old xanther's side, was a declaration of her stubbornness to follow through with her plan. As they neared the black hole, Ephraim's fear was unmistakable, whereas Sia accepted the risks involved. Her experience lent her a reckless confidence, even as Ephraim protested the folly of their attempt. The decision to enter the black hole, with the Manticore just within reach, was a leap into the unknown, driven by desperation and hope. Sia's command to buckle in was both a warning and a declaration, a final step into the void that separated them from their pursuit of answers and resolution. In this moment, Sia stood at the helm of destiny, her actions a gambit against the vast, uncaring expanse of space.
Chapter 18. Astronus.
Under the cloak of a humid night, Sia found herself wandering the remnants of a once vibrant city. The encounter with Jaxon and Annika had left her feeling isolated, propelling her into the solitude of the ruins, seeking peace amidst the destruction. Her journey through the desolation was interrupted by the chance overhearing of a conversation. The mention of a space freighter, ready and fueled for a journey beyond the stars, sparked a dormant desire for exploration within her. The voice belonged to an elderly xanther, a species she had grown familiar with during her time as a trader on their home planet. Their unique appearance, with fluorescent yellow skin and a quartet of black eyes, no longer seemed alien to her. Approaching the survivors, Sia's inquiry about the freighter was met with the old xanther's acknowledgement of his plans to venture into the unknown. Ephraim, as he introduced himself, recognized the value in Sia's offer to pilot his ship, an agreement forged from mutual need and curiosity. As they boarded the freighter, the vessel's aged exterior belied the promise of adventure it held. Ephraim's guidance through the ship's systems showcased his experience. In orbit, the sight of the devastation wrought upon their planet was a sobering backdrop to their journey. Yet, as Sia set their course, the endless expanse of space offered a canvas of possibilities. The detection of the Manticore's heat signature was a sudden and unexpected twist, drawing her into a pursuit fueled by concern and a sense of purpose. Her decision to alter their trajectory, despite Ephraim's confusion, was a bold assertion of her intent. The threat of violence, a knife pressed against the old xanthide, was a declaration of her stubbornness to follow through with her plan. As they neared the black hole, Ephraim's fear was unmistakable, whereas Sia accepted the risks involved. Her experience lent her a reckless confidence, even as Ephraim protested the folly of their attempt. The decision to enter the black hole, with the Manticore just within reach, was a leap into the unknown, driven by desperation and hope. Sia's command to buckle in was both a warning and a declaration, a final step into the void that separated them from their pursuit of answers and resolution. In this moment, Sia stood at the helm of destiny, her actions a gambit against the vast, uncaring expanse of space.
In the dark depths of Kaida's mind, where darkness reigned supreme, she found herself an unwilling captive. The vast, unyielding presence of the elders loomed over her, their thoughts, an alien chorus, melding with her own in a haunting symphony. Bound by an invisible force, Kaida's struggle to reclaim her consciousness was futile. The elders overwhelmed her. Her inner sanctum twisted and reshaped under the elders' influence, a grotesque orchestra of voices layering upon one another until they coalesced into an indistinct noise. Despite the terror that trembled through her essence, her physical form remained eerily calm, a stillness not granted by her cybernetic augmentations but imposed by the possession that held her. A singular entity, the foremost among its kin, emerged. It conjured a visage before Kaida, a reflection twisted by eons of wisdom and malevolence.
Kaida,
it intoned.
You are a magnificent vessel. The fact you are human and machine makes you a better conduit for our purpose.
Her silent screams were swallowed by their collective might, rendering her voiceless against their claim. With a mere thought, they steered the Manticore toward an abyss that consumed all in its path, the gravitational pull of a black hole ensnaring them. Kaida waged a desperate battle for freedom against the Elders' unified will, yet her resistance was but a whisper against their storm. As the Manticore descended into the black hole's heart, reality shattered, dimensions folding into an incomprehensible void. Kaida, her essence quivering, could only observe as they plunged deeper into the abyss, until suddenly the pandemonium ceased. In that moment of stillness, hope flickered within Kaida at the sound of Raven's voice piercing the silence.
Jaxon. Captain Jaxon Orion, can you hear me?
But the Elder's grip remained unyielding.
Raven.
The Elder's voice echoed with a cold authority.
Your attempts are futile. We are beyond your reach, as is Kaida.
What?
Raven said.
Kaida, what are you talking about? I'll free your sister to stop these black holes. Let's work together. I need you to.
Their interruption was chilling.
We can read your mind, Raven Fortuna. We body-snatched your pawn. Your client will never receive our ether entangler, and you will never stop us.
Stop who?
The Elder's response was laced with a cold pride.
Most with the consciousness who've translated our stories call us the Elders. We call ourselves the Ancients.
Raven's bravado was tinged with desperation.
You can't control her forever. She'll break free.
Their laughter was cold, resonating through Kaida's mind.
Ah, dear Raven, you underestimate our power.
You won't succeed. I'll stop you.
Raven vowed. The elder's amusement was clear.
Stop us. We are the architects of chaos, the weavers of the fabric of reality.
Raven's voice was a faint echo.
Kaida, don't listen to them. We'll break their hold on you. I'm freeing your sister now. I will take care of Emiko. I'm sorry about everything. I will make it up to you. Just hold on.
Yet the elder's will, unbreakable and cold, snuffed out the light of hope.
Hope is but a fading ember. We shall birth more black holes, more realms of chaos, until your resistance crumbles.
They proclaimed, sealing Kaida's fate in their vision of endless darkness.
As Ephraim's spacecraft neared the pull of the black hole, cold sweat beaded over Sia's skin, and her hands slipped against the fabric of her jumpsuit. Beneath the fear, however, a spark of curiosity flared. The unknown called to her, a siren's song that spoke of adventure and the possibility of following Kaida into the beyond. Would she emerge unscathed as she had before? The spacecraft, with Ephraim at the controls and Sia as his reluctant companion, dove into the void. As they penetrated the event horizon, the familiar laws that governed reality came apart. Miraculously, they emerged unscathed on the other side, trailing the Manticore's signature through the cosmos until they found themselves in orbit around a world cloaked in shadow. "Where are we?" Sia questioned, peering at the holographic star chart filled with Xantharian script, its meanings elusive. Ephraim's response was tinged with irritation, his arms crossed defiantly.
"Why should I tell you with that knife against my side?"
Sia's grip on the knife tightened. "Because I have killed before, and I'll do it again." He grimaced under her threat.
"Aestrianus,"
he conceded. "And the system," she said.
"Luminara,"
he replied through clenched teeth. Upon landing, the alien landscape of Aestrianus unfolded before them, a world of turquoise sands and blue mists, where they felt as light as feathers. The Manticore's hull stood as a beacon, guiding Sia and her captive Ephraim towards what lay ahead. But nothing could have prepared Sia for the sight that greeted them. 8 figures, each bearing Kaida's likeness, their eyes ablaze with a haunting blue luminosity. The tales of the elders, once whispered in dark corners, now seemed all too real. Were these clones the work of the elders, or had Kaida harbored secrets beyond imagining? Sia's voice barely concealed her shock. "Kaida, is that you?"
Your friend is a vessel,
replied one of the Kaida-like figures, a statement that chilled Sia to the bone. Her hand clenched around the knife's handle. "Who are you? What have you done to Kaida?" The figures spoke with one voice, a haunting chorus that filled the air.
We are the elders. We have embraced Kaida's purpose.
Sia's heart pounded. What purpose? Kaida is her own person, not a vessel for anyone. The figures, unyielding, their gaze piercing, responded,
You lack understanding. We are beyond individuals, beyond concepts of self. Our purpose is to shape the universe, to weave chaos and creation.
"I won't let you do this to her," Sia said. "She deserves her own life." Their reply was as cold as the void.
You are but a speck in the cosmic design. Our power is beyond your comprehension. Resistance is futile.
"Kaida, if you're in there somewhere, fight back," Sia pleaded. But the figures turned, sprinting across the plain with inhuman speed, leaving Sia and Ephraim in their wake. Desperate, Sia returned to Ephraim, looking for a solution. "Got any smaller modes of transport in your ship? I must follow them."
"No,"
he replied, his gaze drifting towards the Manticore.
"How about that ship your friend and her clones have?"
"They are not her clones. An artifact she carries created them. They are the ancients, the elders. They copied her body." "They are mystical beings,"
"I don't understand,"
he said. "Don't worry about it. I'm taking the Manticore they left here. I'm going to follow them. You're free to go." Ephraim frowned.
"But what will I do?"
Sia's heart ached for him, her own mission too pressing to ignore. "I'm pretty sure you're back in your original universe."
"But the black holes,"
he croaked.
"I left my wife and grandchildren back on Osiris."
Sympathy colored Sia's voice. "I'm sorry. Do what you will." You have your ship. Their exchange, a negotiation of desperation and duty, ended with Sia's decision sealed. She needed the Manticore, driven by a purpose that outweighed even Ephraim's plight. I must follow them, she said. Sorry, go home. Do what you will. With that, Sia set her course. She left Ephraim to face his own crossroads as she ventured into the unknown, following the echoes of Kaida and the Elders. The Manticore, responding to her touch, soared into the skies, transitioning smoothly into glider mode as Sia pursued the possessed Kaidas. She watched the multiple cyborgs ascend a mountain with unnatural speed, a sight both awe-inspiring and chilling. Below, a valley stretched out, and a cave mouth called to her from the mountainside, its significance etched into her memory. As she prepared to land, a wave of loneliness washed over her. The Manticore's descent through the dense forest canopy was jarring, the undergrowth below tangled. Exhaustion gripped her, and the physical toll of her journey seemed almost too much to bear. She pressed on, driven by a purpose that transcended her weariness. The sight that greeted her at the cave's entrance was one of nightmare and revelation. 20 figures, mirror images of Kaida, stood in silent judgment. Sia's heart sank. The impossibility of her situation, the multiplication of her foe, mocked her efforts. One Kaida detached from the group, its words a cold declaration.
Sia, you're a thorn in my side.
The distance closed between them, and Sia found herself enveloped in a kiss that was anything but human. It was a theft, a violation as the Kaida drew the very essence from her, leaving her gasping, her vision darkening as the Elder's mockery filled her ears.
If only there were double the number of guardians at each sacred cave to body snatch, we could multiply Sia as well. But she isn't as useful as a cyborg,
Another said, its words slicing through Sia's fading consciousness. Trapped within her own mind, Sia sensed Kaida's presence, a fellow captive in this bizarre and horrific scenario. The Elders, unsatisfied with her inability to match Kaida's pace as they sprinted, expressed their annoyance openly. Their journey down the mountain ended with a terrible revelation. The Manticore was gone, replaced by Ephraim's decrepit freighter. He had followed her and stolen it. Desolation, deep and unyielding, settled over Sia. Alone, without allies or hope, she faced the vast, uncaring expanse of the universe. A pawn in a cosmic game, her spirit battered by the Elder's machinations, she stood at the edge of despair.
Nestled in her mafia hideout, her nest, raven paced, her movements echoing the turmoil that churned within. The recent exchange with Kaida, or rather, the entity that had usurped Kaida's voice, left a cold dread coiling in her gut. The ship's signal had provided hope amidst despair, but the Elder's words through Kaida had revealed a reality worse than she imagined. Action was imperative, yet Raven found herself ensnared in a web of uncertainty, her allies' whereabouts unknown, their fates a mystery, as dense as the Nebulorium Obscura itself. The Manticore's journey through the black hole, a feat as bewildering as it was terrifying, only deepened the enigma. Dimitri, she uttered, breaking the silence that had settled like a shroud over the room. The hacker, a silent sentinel up until now, responded with a nod, his presence a steady constant in the shifting sands of uncertainty.
Yes, boss.
Raven fixed her gaze upon the holo screen. I must counteract the Elder's intentions. I need that star heart to save my syndicate and my family. Her words were a vow, a promise forged in the fire of her will as she dispatched a message into the void, a plea for aid in her darkest hour. Listen, Tavian, she began, the connection buzzing to life, her voice cutting through the static with the sharpness of a knife. I've got a job for you. Get me to Obsidianthra. Tavian's inquiry did little to deter her.
Where's that?
Nebulorium Obscura, she replied, the name a whisper of danger and allure.
That's far. Why?
He said. Raven recounted of the professor's message. Help me find the Star Heart, and you'll have a cut of my syndicate. You have only 2 weeks. Tavian's response conveyed amusement and greed, evident in his smirk and the gleam in his eyes, serving as evidence of the delicate equilibrium between risk and reward.
2 weeks, huh? Seems a bit tight for such a risky venture.
Raven's retort was born of desperation, a blade wielded in the dark. It's the only choice I've got. Kaida's possessed by elders and Jaxon is unreachable. His laughter, devoid of joy, echoed her own fears.
Ah, desperation. A powerful motivator. I'll take the job, but my cut will be higher than usual for the risks.
Her eyes, alight with a fierce determination, met his challenge. Fine. But remember, Tavian, no one crosses me.
You've got yourself a deal, Miss Fortuna,
he said.
2 weeks, a bigger cut. Meet me at 7 at my shipyard. Know where it is?
Yes, she affirmed, the call ending as she steeled herself for the journey ahead. In the silence that followed, Raven clenched her fists. The stakes were higher than ever. The gamble was one she was willing to take. The quest for the Starheart was more than a mission, it was a battle for her very soul, a fight she was determined to win at any cost.
Chapter 19. Elder's Enigma. In the stillness of the night, a loud knocking shattered the silence of Jaxon Orion's quarters, rousing him from the depths of sleep. With the agility born of countless emergencies faced in the vacuum of space, he sprang into action, donning his jumpsuit in swift motions. "Coming," he called out. Peering through the door's monitor, Jaxon was met with an unexpected sight. An elderly man, his appearance marred by sweat and engine oil, his expression etched with frantic urgency. Orion's hand instinctively went to his plasma pistol as he flung the door open to confront the visitor. "Hello."
Captain Orion.
The man's voice was a tremulous whisper. "Yes," Jaxon replied, his stance relaxing slightly, allowing space for the man to enter. The man's voice was urgent as he declined the offer of a seat, choosing instead to stand, a figure of worry and haste.
"It's about your crew member, Sia, and her friend called Kaida. They're in danger. The Elders. They're real. They've taken over Kaida's body, multiplied it, and they're using her for something. Something cosmic and destructive."
Jaxon's response was instinctual, a bark of laughter born of disbelief. "Come on." Yet the man's demeanor silenced his mistrust. "What?" Jaxon bellowed. The visitor paced, sharing a nightmarish story. He spoke of black holes, of a crew member forced to navigate through the cosmos on a perilous journey, of Kaida and her duplications, each a vessel for the malevolent elders. The tale was one of cosmic horror, of an ordinary man thrust into an extraordinary ordeal. Jaxon listened, a sense of dread coiling in his gut as the man spoke of his family's tragedy, of losses too great to comprehend, and of his desperate flight through the black hole to escape a fate intertwined with the Elders' insidious plans. How could there be 8 Kaidas? She's a cyborg, but not a clone. Jaxon pondered aloud, grappling with the implications.
"Because the Elders are real."
The plea in the man's eyes was a silent cry for understanding, his account of the Asian cyborg woman speaking with the voices of many chilling Jaxon to the core. "And Sia, what happened to her?"
"She went to search for them."
Jaxon processed the information, and his decision was swift. "Can you wait for me in your shipyard while I gather the crew?" The incredulity in the man's voice was evident.
"You're gonna go there?"
"Of course," Jaxon said. As the old man departed, Jaxon's thoughts billowed at the forefront of his mind. Time was a luxury they did not possess, and with a crew to assemble and a journey into the unknown ahead, hesitation was a luxury Jaxon Orion could ill afford. The stakes were higher than ever, a battle not just for the lives of his crew, but for the very fabric of reality itself. In the cheerless twilight of the shipyard, where derelict ships whispered tales of voyages past, Jaxon Orion led his crew toward the Manticore. Its hull, bathed in the cold glow of artificial light, stood silent. Jaxon's throat tightened at the thought of what awaited them beyond the event horizon, the black hole's insatiable maw a looming menace in his mind. He snorted at the graveness of their mission as they approached the ship. Raleigh, his face a mask of apprehension, suddenly halted, causing a ripple of impatience among the crew. Damien, ever the voice of pragmatism, urged him on, but Jaxon knew the stakes were higher than mere timeliness.
"We need to fly through that black hole and find Sia and Kaida."
Seth, skepticism etched on his features, spun to confront the captain, his question a reflection of the fear and uncertainty that gripped them all.
"And then what? Get killed by those Elders?"
His words echoed Raleigh's sentiments, a chorus of doubt and despair. "We can't let the universe fall apart. We owe it to everyone to try," Jaxon said. The debate that followed laid bare the crew's divisions. Seth and Raleigh, consumed by doubt and fear. Zos, Kelly, and Damien, aligned with Jaxon's strength of will. Anika, the voice of reason amidst the chaos, reminding them of the duty they bore towards the cosmos itself. As Raleigh and Seth declared their refusal to venture once more into the black hole, their departure served as a solemn reminder of the risky nature of their mission. Yet, in their absence, a core of steadfastness solidified among Jaxon, Annika, Zose, Kelly, and Damien, a pact sealed not by words but by shared purpose and unspoken bonds. With their decision made, the diminished crew boarded the Manticore. Jaxon, his hands firm upon the controls, issued his final command, a directive that echoed in the hearts of his crew. Harness yourselves and hold on tight. We're going through that black hole. Damien's gaze upon the view screens marked the passage of time. 2 hours felt like an eternity as the ship's engines roared against the gravitational maw that lay ahead. As they approached the event horizon, the fabric of space contorted. The ship's hull undulated under cosmic forces that sought to deny them passage. Inside, Jaxon commanded the ship, his knuckles white as he clenched his hands into fists. Beside him, Annika, Zose, Kelly, and Damien were secured, each confronting the abyss in their own way. Annika, her eyes reflecting a primal fear, voiced the question that haunted them all. Jaxon's response, though resolute, could not mask the uncertainty of their journey. As reality unraveled around them, the Manticore was thrust into a maelstrom of distorted colors and stretched stars, a surreal dance of cosmic forces that defied understanding. Zoe succumbed to unconsciousness, a merciful escape from the ordeal. Kelly, overwhelmed by the journey, was a picture of distress. Damien, his features set in a grimace of concentration, and Annika, her voice a whisper of vulnerability, were stark reminders of the human element amidst the celestial chaos. The ship's sudden lurch threw Annika violently against her constraints. Jaxon's attempt to comfort her was hindered by the forces that buffeted the ship, his concern for her evident even as he fought to maintain control. As they finally emerged from the black hole, their relief was short-lived. Jaxon's immediate concern for Annika, her pain evident, shifted their focus from the cosmic to the personal. The coordinates to Dara T4 offered a new objective, a new challenge to face.
In her quarters, Raven prepared for her journey. Her decision to enter cryogenic sleep underscored the importance of the mission ahead. Before embarking, Dimitri suggested a final attempt to communicate with the Elders through the Tachyon Instantcom, a sliver of hope in the darkness that enveloped their plans. With a sense of foreboding gripping her heart, Raven initiated the connection, her fingers moving with practiced ease over her comband. The holographic projection of the Manticore's communication system flickered to life, casting soft light in the dark room. Come on, she urged, as static crackled like a prelude to a storm. The response, when it came, was a voice that cut through the static, its inquiry a challenge to her presence. The exchange that followed was a dance of questions and revelations, Raven's identity as the leader of the blind syndicate revealed amidst the tension. Her admission laid bare the stakes of their confrontation. The voice, its connection to Qaeda implicit in its queries, demanded answers, its cynicism reflecting Raven's own fears. As Raven divulged the threat posed by the Elders, the universe itself teetering on the brink of destruction, the mention of Qaeda's possession and transported artifact conveyed guilt, responsibility, and a longing for redemption. Jaxon's voice replied, instead. In response to Raven's news, he expressed surprise and reluctantly admired her actions in liberating Qaeda's sister and providing her with care at her residence on Mars. The conversation shifted towards a shared goal, the thwarting of the Elders' plans and the rescue of their endangered comrades. Jaxon's revelation that he had navigated back through the black hole had been a maneuver as daring as it was reckless, but perhaps he could turn the tide against their unseen foes. Raven offered this information as a potential key to their salvation. The mysterious Starheart, with its ability to oppose the Elders, brought a glimmer of hope to their bleak future. Raven's revelation, drawn from the wisdom of Professor Baxter, hung in the air. A gamble against the Elders. Raven's plea, her voice cracking under the strain of her drug withdrawal and the monumental task ahead, was met with a pragmatic response. Jaxon's voice on the other end processed Raven's words and agreed to search for the Starheart. The coordinates to Dara T4 marked a new course in their fraught journey, but Jaxon's single-mindedness, tempered by the scars of past manipulations, demanded a direct line to the scholar whose knowledge of the Starheart could turn the tide against the Elders. Their conversation, a precarious bridge over the chasm of mistrust, concluded with a plan that set them on separate but intertwined paths. Raven, tasked with ensuring the safety of Qaeda's sister, bore the load of her past actions and the hope of redemption. As the connection severed, silence followed. The fate of the galaxy was relying on the fate of a few brave souls. The holographic interface before Raven faded into the ether, leaving her to face the silence of the room. The abrupt end to her conversation with Jaxon left a sudden disconnection from the fragile thread of hope. Raven's return to Professor Baxter's dome marked a pivotal moment in their quest. The professor, both wise and wary, greeted Raven with a piercing gaze. The scholar's dwelling, proof of a life dedicated to the pursuit of understanding, became the stage for a revelation that would shift the balance of their venture. Professor Baxter revealed that the Starheart was a gem divided into two halves, which had to come together if it was to hinder the Elder's malicious plans. Professor Baxter demanded to join Raven on her journey across the galaxy. Raven agreed, all the time realizing the scholar's decision to emerge from her solitude and take an active role in the battle against the Elders underscored the severity of the crisis they faced. The Raven's Nest, now a nexus of desperate strategies and newfound alliances, buzzed with activity as Dimitri facilitated the connection to the Manticore. With the unexpected voice of Dr. Patel, their mission became more urgent. The news of Jaxon and Damien's predicament, trapped on Dara T4, was a blow to their plans, a wrench in the machinery of their carefully laid strategies. After her dire discussion with the doctor of the starship, the decision to proceed without Jaxon's direct involvement was an acknowledgement of the task that lay ahead. United by a common goal, Raven and Professor Baxter prepared to confront the Elder's threat.
Chapter 20. Chiathippe. In the strobing light of a grimy nightclub, Captain Jaxon Orion found himself adrift in a maelstrom of remorse and bewilderment. His intent to rescue his comrades had led him astray, onto a path dark and fraught with peril. The essence of his being seemed alien, commandeered by an unseen force, his every motion orchestrated by the Elders, leaving him a mere spectator in the depths of his own consciousness, a prisoner within his body. The air was thick with the scent of desperation and cheap perfumes, as he, ensnared by forces beyond his comprehension, pressed his lips against a fair-haired earthling. Her initial response was one of ardor, her moans filling the air, yet the scene took a macabre turn as she began to choke. It was not the kiss of a lover but that of a reaper, as Jaxon, manipulated like a marionette, drew the very soul from her being. The transformation was swift. The Elder's essence now inhabited the woman's form. With an eerie grace, she rose, her actions no longer her own, and offered Jaxon a nod of acknowledgement, a silent pact sealed between puppet and puppeteer. Together they moved onto the dance floor, a tableau of predation under the strobing lights. She, newly empowered, bestowed a kiss upon another unsuspecting soul, spreading the Elder's influence like a plague amongst the revelers. Thus the Elder's machinations unfolded, insidious as a virus, each kiss a conduit for their dark intent. Jaxon, caught in the eye of this tempest, could only watch as his body became an instrument of alien will, a vessel for conquest. Chiathippe was a planet renowned for its libertine embrace of carnal pleasures and intoxicants. A prisoner within his own form, Jaxon danced, controlled by unseen masters. His mind, however, wandered far from this den of iniquity, tracing the echoes of memory back to a desolate mountain range on a distant world where the saga had begun. He had been a hound on the scent, trailing the heat signature of an ancient vessel, his heart buoyed by the slim hope of rescuing his beloved, ensnared in an interstellar web of deceit and danger. The cave had loomed before them, an abyssal maw that swallowed light and hope alike. It was there that Sia, her eyes wide with desperation and fear, had implored him for salvation. Her plea was a siren's call, stirring within him a tempest of doubt. Yet, as she sought refuge in his embrace, their lips met in a desperate kiss. For at that moment, an insidious transformation was wrought. Green monkeys, mimicking his form, had emerged from the void, a grotesque parody of his essence. Ikaida had ensnared Damien in a similar fate. And upon their return to their vessel, his doppelgangers had unleashed the Elder's will upon Anika, Zos, and Kelly through the same cursed kiss, a vile sacrament that bound them to the alien will. Now, amidst the revelry of Chiathippe, Jaxon moved with an elegance and purpose not his own, his every action controlled by the Elder's dominion. The act of dancing, of engaging in the nightclub's hedonistic rituals, was a duality of exhilaration and horror, each touch and kiss a betrayal of his very soul. Amidst the frenzy, his thoughts lingered on Raven Fortuna, the woman who had stood against the coming storm. Regret was his constant companion, a relentless wraith that tasted of ash and sorrow. Raven's words, once dismissed, now echoed with a prescient clarity. If only he had heeded her warnings, if only he had seen the truth behind her desperate entreaties. The Elder's dominion expanded unchecked, a conflagration of wills that threatened to engulf all in its path. Yet Jaxon, steadfast in his resistance, clung to the vestiges of his identity as if they were a life raft amidst the tempestuous waves of subjugation. The memory of Saya's kiss, an act that had unwittingly ensnared him within this nightmarish tableau, served as a catalyst, igniting a spark within him. This spark coursed through his veins, a reminder of who he was, and more importantly, who he refused to become. He delved deep into the reservoirs of his memory, each recollection a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. The innocence of his youth on Talos, marred by the tragedy of his parents' untimely demise in a terrorist act, and his arduous path to becoming a captain revered amongst his peers, these were the anvil upon which his willpower was forged. As the pounding music in the club enveloped him, Jaxon waged a silent war against his unseen captors. The Elders, those alien interlopers fascinated by the myriad expressions of life within the Milky Way, found themselves ill-prepared for the indomitable will of the human spirit. With each moment, their grip faltered, their influence waning as Jaxon methodically expelled them from the sanctum of his mind. Drawing upon the entirety of his experience, his leadership, and his duty, he mounted his counteroffensive. The Elders recoiled, their essence turbulent, as he reaffirmed his identity, his lineage, and his sacred charge to safeguard the galaxy from the artifact's ruinous potential. It was within this crucible of self-affirmation that Jaxon discerned a faint, yet unmistakable connection to his companions, the real Qaeda and Seer, ensnared as he was in this alien web. With a mental beckoning, he reached out across the void, a lifeline cast in the darkness. As the vice-like embrace of the Elders sought to suffocate his essence, Captain Jaxon Orion ignited a rebellion within the depths of his soul. Qaeda, Seer, his thoughts whispered across the ether. "I'm here. Can you hear me?" A response, faint as the last light of dusk, brushed against his consciousness.
Jaxon,
came Qaeda's voice, a fragile echo in the vastness of his mind. Seer, he implored once more, his spirit a bastion against despair.
Jaxon, is that you?
Seer's voice, tinged with disbelief and hope, reverberated within him. "Yes, listen to me. We can break free," he affirmed. His thoughts, entwined with those of Qaeda and Sia, became a torch, piercing through the encroaching darkness. The memory of that pivotal kiss, once a symbol of his subjugation, now assisted his resurgence, transforming his chains into a weapon against his captors. With a fierce cry, he shattered the bonds that tethered him to the darkness, emerging into the light of his own volition. Relief, pure and exhilarating, coursed through him. He was his own master once more, but the battle was far from over. The ethereal threads connecting him to Qaeda and Seer were tangible, a reminder of the task that lay ahead. He departed the nightclub, a bastion of hedonism and manipulation, to seek out his companions. Outside the club, the urban sprawl of the planet unfolded before Jaxon, its spires clawing at the heavens under the watchful gaze of 3 crescent moons. These celestial sentinels bore witness to his quest, their light filtering through the dome that cradled this bastion of civilization. "Where are you, Qaeda?" he asked in his mind.
"In a strip club. I've unwillingly kissed men and women, transforming them into elders,"
came Qaeda's grim revelation, a confession that stoked the flames of jealousy and anger within Jaxon's heart. "And you, Seer?" he inquired, bracing himself for further anguish.
"On a yacht, I've kissed one man, and now he is making elders from unknowing women."
The thought of these women's lips on others, whether by will or compulsion, sparked a visceral reaction in Jaxon. "Qaeda, what's the name of the club?"
7 stars.
"Do you know where it is? Got an address?" he probed, trying to formulate a plan.
"No."
Undeterred, Jaxon hailed a hovercab, its design a reflection of the city's neon pulse. He relayed his destination to the driver through the interpreting device, the name 7 stars being a key that unlocked the path forward. Knowledgeable of the city's secrets, the driver confirmed the club's existence within the high-class district, a locale of infamy and indulgence. As the hovercab ascended, navigating the layered complexities of the city, Jaxon's single-mindedness hardened. The high stakes of their mission, the freedom of his friends, and the thwarting of the Elders' insidious agenda coalesced into a singular purpose. The journey to 7 stars was not just a rescue operation, it was a declaration of war against the darkness that sought to engulf them all. "Qaeda, I'm coming for you. Stay strong," he vowed. Seer's warning,
"Jaxon, Be careful, the elders are watching.
Resonated within him. Yet, undeterred, Jaxon pressed on.
Jaxon, I'm outside now.
Kaida's exhausted voice said. And there she was, a solitary figure on a bridge, her white dress a contrast against the backdrop of the city's artificial twilight. The canal below mirrored the city's neon lights, casting her in a light that seemed otherworldly. As Jaxon approached, he declared, "I'm here. I won't let them control you any longer." Their reunion, under the moons, was an opposition against the Elders' dominion. Their embrace, their kiss, was a reclamation of self, a moment of purity amidst the chaos that sought to consume them. With newfound hope, Jaxon rallied his friends. "We must find the others." He called into the night. Seer's instructions led them next.
I'm at a harbor on the outskirts of the city. It's near the spaceport. The elders who have occupied rich business executives are planning to take their starship to another system. Meet me at the spaceport.
Zoe's and Damien's voices joined the chorus, uniting in resistance. But it was Kelly's plight that hung heavy in the air, her confession of being trapped, an elder within yet confined in the Manticore's bathroom, that underscored the bizarre and desperate nature of their struggle. Disaster struck. An explosion tore through the night, its roar a deafening silence that echoed the fragility of their situation. The inferno that followed engulfed the city, a maw of flame and smoke that threatened to devour everything in its path.
Jump onto my back,
Kaida ordered, an echo of survival's call. Jaxon, bewildered yet driven by instinct, complied. What followed was a desperate sprint through a city under siege, the ground beneath them convulsing with the fury of unseen battles, the air thick with dust and despair. As they navigated the ruptured skyways, the city's structures groaned under the onslaught. Jaxon, tears mingling with the dust on his face, clung to Kaida. Captain Jaxon Orion and his cyborg companion, Kaida, found themselves beneath the sprawling expanse of the spaceport as chaos unfurled its dark wings over the city. Seer's voice pierced their thoughts.
Jaxon, Kaida, we must get out of here. The city is collapsing.
Jaxon's heart clenched at the thought of leaving anyone behind. But what about the others?
They're all safe. It worked,
Seer reassured, her mental voice a balm to their frayed nerves. Confusion furrowed Jaxon's brow. What worked?
What you told us to do, to think about our memories and why we're individuals.
The simplicity of their survival, rooted in the essence of their being, offered a momentary reprieve from the chaos. "And where are you all?" Jaxon asked, scanning the sea of faces for a hint of familiarity.
"I'm with the business people behind you,"
came the response. Whirling around, Jaxon's gaze landed on Seer, her pale blue skin a stark contrast against the corporate attire, a mosaic of alien ethnicities at her side. "Where are the others, Seer?" Jaxon asked. Damien's voice then boomed in his consciousness.
"I'm on the Manticore waiting for you with Anika, Zoes, and Kelly."
"Wait," Jaxon interjected, seeking clarity. "They're with you, Damien."
"Yes, bring Kaida and Seer."
Damien confirmed, his voice guiding them through the mental fog. Ships rose into the sky, painting streaks of hope as Cia reunited with them. Yet, it was Kaida's unexpected command that seized the moment.
"Kiss her,"
she insisted. Jaxon, caught in a whirlwind of duty and desire, complied. His lips met Seer's in an act that defied the chaos surrounding them, a kiss not of mere flesh and blood but of souls intertwined that transcended their reality. Their shared kiss was not just an act of non-compliance, but a declaration of their intertwined destinies. As reality snapped back into focus, the urgency of their mission reasserted itself. "We need to find the Manticore," Jaxon stated. Seer, ever vigilant, spotted their salvation.
"There."
She pointed towards the gleaming hull of the Manticore. Their sprint towards the ship was a race against time. "Kaida, get in," Jaxon bellowed. Aboard the Manticore, amidst the vast emptiness of space, Captain Jaxon Orion and his eclectic crew of companions found themselves at the helm of destiny, having narrowly escaped the cataclysm that had befallen the planet below. The once bustling metropolis was now a ruin, lay far behind as they charted a course into the unknown. As the ship pierced the heavens, breaching the confines of the protective dome that had cradled their forsaken world, a sense of relief washed over the bridge. The destruction that had loomed so large in the rear view was now but a fading shadow, and with it, the tension that had ensnared their hearts began to ebb away. In the newfound calm that enveloped the bridge, Jaxon, driven by a curiosity that had gnawed at him amidst the chaos, turned to Damien. "Did you kiss Anika to bring back her consciousness?" he inquired. The question hanging in the air like a remnant of the trials they had endured. Damien's laughter filled the space between them.
"No,"
he replied, his amusement evident.
"None of us kissed. What you said was enough."
This revelation, simple yet profound, sparked a silent exchange between Jaxon and Seer, a moment of unspoken understanding that resonated deeply within him. The conversation took an unexpected turn when Anika asked,
"Why? Did you and Seer kiss?"
The air thickened with anticipation as Jaxon found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet it was Kaida who intervened, her confession cutting through the tension.
No, he didn't. I kissed Seer.
Anika's reaction was immediate, a growl of discontent rumbling from her throat. She crossed her arms, her posture a fortress of indignation. Seer's admission,
"I liked it,"
only deepened the discomfort, the Aqua Woman's words a spark in the tinderbox of emotions that filled the bridge. Jaxon found himself adrift in a sea of what-ifs, his desires at war with the reality of their situation. The unity that had carried them through the darkness now seemed fragile, a delicate balance threatened by unspoken desires and hidden truths. As they ventured forth from the gravitational pull of their past, Jaxon took a moment to survey the faces that had become his constellation, his family. Raleigh and Seth's absence reminded everyone of the intricate trust and belief that connected them. Jaxon's thoughts briefly wandered to those left behind, a silent prayer for their fate whispered to the stars. In a moment of vulnerability, Jaxon revealed the missed opportunity to heed Raven Fortuna's desperate plea for the Starheart. His admission, a confession of stubbornness and guilt, laid bare before those whose lives had become intertwined with his own. The proposal to contact Raven, voiced by Seer, marked a turning point. Jaxon, his gaze lingering on Seer, adorned in the garb of her recent trials, felt a stirring of purpose. Activating his comm band, he faced the uncertain horizon that lay before them. "Yes, I'll try now," he affirmed. It was a man called Dimitri who answered the call, a gatekeeper to the answers Jaxon so desperately sought. "It's Captain Jaxon Orion of the Manticore. Is Raven available?" After a pause, Dimitri said,
"Sorry, but she's already left."
The word struck Jaxon with the weight of a collapsing star, his hopes dimming in the void of space. Left? Where? The revelation that Raven and Professor Baxter had embarked on a journey to the Nebulorium Obscura system, ensconced in the artificial slumber of cryosleep aboard a dark matter hull shuttle, was a twist of fate Jaxon had not anticipated. Cryosleep, he echoed. The concept alien and yet fraught with finality. Dimitri's explanation, that their journey was a necessary expedient to reach the distant system in a fraction of the time, did little to quell the rising tide of desperation within Jaxon. The impossibility of communication during the voyage, a measure to conserve the shuttle's power, was a barrier he had not foreseen. Determined to amend his past reluctance to heed Raven's plea, Jaxon vowed to retrieve the gem she sought, the Starheart, and to reunite it with its counterpart in Raven's possession. Yet the path forward was fraught with complexities, as Dimitri elucidated the intricacies of the dark matter hull technology and the precise calculations required to navigate the treacherous currents of space. Jaxon's request for the coordinates was met with a cautionary tale of the perils of quantum mechanics and gravitational fluctuations, a reminder of the razor-thin margin between success and oblivion. Dimitri's words were a sobering reminder of the enormity of the task ahead, the delicate balance between precision and the infinite variables of the cosmos. Resigned yet resolute, Jaxon acquiesced to Dimitri's advice, agreeing to call for the coordinates once the Starheart was in his possession. His final request was a plea to ensure that Raven was informed of his pursuit. The call ended with a mutual understanding, a silent pact sealed across the stars. The journey ahead to the nebulous heart of the Nebulorium Obscura system was a quest for redemption among the stars. Chapter 21. Starheart. The Manticore carved its path through the void towards Obsidianthra. Captain Orion manned the helm with the expertise born of countless voyages. His eyes, fixed on the horizon of space, were windows to a soul tempered by the fires of adversity and the cold of the void. By his side, Seer Lacroix tended to the ship's vitals with a grace that was at odds with the tension of their undertaking.
"Approaching the planet's atmosphere,"
Seer said.
"Strap in, everyone."
The Manticore, a steadfast ship, bore the brunt of nature's wrath, shuddering under the assault of turbulence and the scorching embrace of atmospheric entry. Alarms sang a chorus of caution. Through the tempest, Jaxon steered their chariot of fire and metal against the backdrop of an alien world. As they emerged victorious, Kaida announced their passage into calm. The desolate landscape whispered ancient secrets and future challenges. Kaida, with the precision of a space marine and the insight of a cyborg, charted their course to destiny.
Coordinates locked in. We're heading for that cavern in the eastern mountains,
She declared, her words a map to the treasure they sought. The Starheart, a gem of untold power and the key to their quest. As the Manticore descended upon the rugged eastern mountains, its engines hummed. The crew, armed with the tools of their trade, prepared to disembark into the unknown. The air, laden with the scent of earth and ancient stone, was a presence, a reminder of the planet's raw beauty and the peril that lay in wait. On the mountain, Captain Jaxon Orion and his valiant crew ventured forth, their spirits steeled against the unknown. The cavern, a gaping maw in the rugged face of Obsidianthra, swallowed them whole, a beast of stone and echo awaiting its prey. Jaxon led the charge, his plasma rifle an extension of his will. The absence of Kaida's eye of the ancients cast a pall over their journey, yet the azure radiance of Jaxon's levitating orbs pierced the darkness. The cavern's winding tunnels played host to a deadly dance. Creatures, born of nightmare and malice, struck from the void, their forms twisted parodies of life. Razor-sharp claws and eyes bright with malevolence sought to end their quest before it had truly begun. Kaida, with the grace of a warrior forged in the crucible of countless battles, dispatched their foes with a precision that spoke of years honed in the field of conflict. Her plasma bursts sang a song of destruction, each note a requiem for the fallen. Beside her, Cyr LaCroix, a paragon of calm amidst the storm, wielded her plasma rifle with a surgeon's precision, her mind a blade cutting through the fog of war. Her analytical gaze dissected each threat, her responses measured and deadly. But Annika faltered under the horrors that besieged them. Her screams echoed off the cavern's ancient walls. Zoz's ordeal brought forth a unity forged in the fires of adversity when a monster grabbed her from behind and tried to crush her. Jaxon's blade, a light in the darkness, severed the monster's body and limbs, while Damien and Kelly offered support. The cavern was alive with the blaze of plasma fire. Their bravery was tested. Illusions, crafted by the malevolent will of the elders, sought to unravel the fabric of their reality, to turn friend against friend, and to prey upon their deepest fears. Kelly's struggle, a heart-wrenching battle against the illusion of her brother twisted by the elder's malice, was a poignant reminder of the stakes of their quest. Anika's words guided her back from the brink.
It's not him. The elder has gone.
Kelly's brother dissipated into the ether. As they pressed on, the crew of the Manticore embodied the essence of courage. The heart of the cavern, a sanctum of power and mystery, unfolded before them, its air charged with destiny. The Starheart glowed with an otherworldly light, nestled in stillness and stone, its vibrant colors a symbol of hope amidst the shadows. Kelly's whispered pleas filled the space between breaths as Anika acknowledged the artifact's significance.
This is it. The Starheart.
Sia cast her gaze into the gloom.
Stay alert. The elders won't let us take it without a fight.
Jaxon, too, sought out the unseen threat. The Guardians, ethereal and imposing, materialized as if conjured from the very air. These beings, echoes of a distant and alien dimension, stood as sentinels over the Starheart. But the perseverance of Jaxon and his crew was not so easily quelled. Kaida, a shield to her companions, stood firm against the onslaught, her valor a rallying cry in the chaos. And as the final Guardian faded into nothingness, the crew, bound by purpose, plasma, and steel, found a moment of respite in the aftermath. Jaxon, compelled by a force greater than himself, reached for the Starheart. The artifact, pulsing with ancient power, bestowed upon him a clarity and vitality that bordered on the divine. The cavern's once oppressive air now seemed alive with possibility, the very essence of the universe within his grasp. But another phantom appeared. This elder, in its form of power, challenged their right to the Starheart. Jaxon, undaunted, declared their noble intent, a plea for the salvation of their universe. The elder, moved by their bravery, or perhaps amused by their audacity, conceded, leaving them with a portentous warning of the consequences that lay ahead. With the Starheart secured and the elder gone, the crew emerged from the cavern's embrace into the light of Obsidianthra's binary suns. The world around them, bathed in the mystical luminosity of the setting luminaries, stood as a silent witness to their passage. Thus, as the Manticore's crew stood united under the alien skies, the Starheart among them, their gazes cast toward the horizon and the challenges that awaited.
On the Manticore, the crew gathered on the bridge, tired but relieved. Damien, his heart still a drumbeat of the chaos left behind, glanced at his comrades. Zoz's inquiry, a spark in the quiet aftermath, sought clarity amidst the confusion.
Kaida? So who has the eye of the ancients? Why didn't you explode?
Kaida, her mystery deepening, confessed her ignorance of the forces that had spared her from destruction.
I don't know why I didn't explode,
She admitted.
but one of those monkeys disguised as me took it.
Her revelation, a piece of the puzzle laid bare, hinted at the complexity of their adversaries. Seer said,
They must have been some kind of elder guardian.
In the midst of reflection, Jaxon summoned the comforting embrace of classical music, a gesture that bridged the gap between the present and memories of Seth, their absent co-pilot. The melodies, a sanctuary of sound, mingled with the scent of coffee, crafting a haven of tranquility within the cockpit. The moment of respite was shattered by Anika's approach, her arm cradled in a sling, her tears revealing the depth of her relief. Her passionate embrace with Jaxon marked a turning point, a declaration of their bond amidst the uncertainty that enveloped them. Damien's gaze found instead a reflection of jealousy and bitterness. The subsequent embrace between Anika and Kaida, a kiss that spoke volumes of their intertwined fates, left no room for doubt as to the nature of their connection. The shared surprise among Damien, Zoz, and Kelly, spectators to the unfolding drama, underscored the complexity of the relationships that had been forged and revealed in the crucible of their journey.
All right, you guys, we all need some rest,
Jaxon declared, shepherding the crew towards a much-needed reprieve from the trials that had tested their mettle. As Damien followed Sia, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and revelations, he ventured a question, seeking to untangle the web of secrets that had enveloped them. Did you know about them, he asked? Sia's response, tinged with resignation, peeled back another layer of the enigma that surrounded them.
I knew about some things, but not everything.
She admitted, her words a confession of partial understanding. Their conversation revealed the scars and secrets that had been born out of their shared ordeal. Sia's parting words,
Here's my cabin. Sleep well,
was an invitation to rest. In the quiet that followed, the crew of the Manticore stood at the threshold of tomorrow, their bonds a complex weave of loyalty, love, and loss.
Chapter 22. Stellara's Way Station.
That night on the Manticore starship, Sia's bed was a solitary island amidst a sea of turmoil and memory. Since the tragic demise of Xironis, her late girlfriend, at the hands of the Ararans, her nights were full of sad thoughts and unspoken desires. Grief for her fallen love mingled with her longing for Jaxon, kindling a fire within her heart that was bright yet a curse. Their kiss, that had severed the chains of the Elder's possession, lingered in her consciousness. Like a beam breaking through the darkness, it symbolized liberation and harmony. The remnants of the Elder's influence within her mind were insidious whispers, though. Those whispers blurred the lines between her essence and the remnants of their control. The struggle to erase the footprints left by the Elders in the sands of her mind was a war waged in the quietude of her soul. She desired to kiss Jaxon once more, but the chill of Anika's disdain cast shadows over her path. Sia sought refuge in sleep, succumbing to its soothing embrace. In the purity of rest, she found a brief haven from distress as she stood on the brink of tomorrow.
The Manticore's bar played host to the weary travelers. Anika, her arm now free of its sling and donned in attire that did little to conceal her allure, drew the gaze of many a crew member. Kaida, with her cyborg arms laid bare, was a warrior undimmed by battle. It was Seer whose presence cast a spell over Jaxon. Her dreamy gaze, a sea of dark green, pulled him into depths unknown. The way she playfully teased her tongue on her pink lips and her choice of a tight-fitting electric blue menadress had him yearning for her intensely. Averting his gaze, Jaxon's comm band was a convenient distraction. Then he raised his glass for a toast, to another successful mission. A chorus of agreement filled the air, a collective sigh of relief from souls too long adrift in the void. The crew's bond created a sense of normalcy in an extraordinary situation. Zozi's recount of the tentacle encounter was a balm to the weariness that darkened their spirits. Jaxon's gaze, however, found its way back to Seer, her allure magnified by the mystery of what lay beneath. The glimpse of red lace between her long thighs threatened to unravel the composure he clung to. Yet the presence of Annika, her gaze sharp and knowing, was a tether that pulled him back from the brink. The conversation shifted, the mention of Raven and the looming rendezvous in the Proxima 9 system. Doubts and hopes mingled in the air, the trust in their Martian ally, a threadbare cloak against the chill of uncertainty. Kaida hated and mistrusted Raven, so the promise of Raven's aid was both a salve and a sword, the potential for betrayal strong. The sudden intrusion of Dimitri's voice offered a new course.
Captain Orion, I've got the coordinates you need. Raven's waiting for you in the Proxima 9 system.
With the coordinates in hand and the promise of a meeting at Stellara's way station, Jaxon signaled the next phase of their odyssey. The Manticore set her sights once more on a road upon which they would chase their destiny. The coordinates led them not to the bustling Stellara's way station, but to a solitary shuttle in geostationary orbit, a lone sentinel against the backdrop of the cosmos. Jaxon navigated the Manticore with a wary hand to Raven's shuttle, and she docked onto his far larger starship. They awaited her in the docking bay. When Raven entered the Manticore through the adjusted airlock, she was tall and dark and beautiful. "Raven," Jaxon greeted, "you made it." The silence that followed was broken by another voice, seasoned and weary from the shuttle's depths.
"And Dimitri tells us you have the Starheart."
The woman's voice came from Raven's shuttle, and Jaxon peeked around Raven to catch sight of her, but she had yet to exit. Jaxon, ever the diplomat, extended the hand of hospitality. "Yes, please come out. You are welcome aboard the Manticore, Professor Baxter." The emergence of the gray-haired woman and the teenager who mirrored Kaida in form and spirit was a moment suspended between heartbeats. Kaida found her voice.
"Emiko, is that really you?"
Emiko answered with a tremor of joy and disbelief.
"Kaida."
Amidst the spectacle of reunion, Professor Baxter stepped forward. "It's good to see you," Jaxon said.
"Yes, I thank you all for delivering the other half."
Professor Baxter replied, her gratitude a solemn note in the symphony of their encounter. Jaxon pulled the other half from his pocket and presented it to her. Her hands, etched with the tales of time, cradled the gem.
"It's time,"
she declared, still in the docking bay. As she brought the halves together, a hush fell over the assembly. The Starheart's pieces melded with a grace that captivated all. The green and pink glow that emanated from the crystal cast a spell over them. Raven held her breath in silent expectation, watching the ritual unfolding. Electricity crackled, causing Jaxon's scalp to tingle and his body to sway with the unseen currents that swirled around them. The Starheart's light, a crescendo of brilliance, flared with such intensity that it stole the breath from his lungs and the sight from his eyes. In the light's embrace, Kaida gripped his hand. When vision returned and the world settled once more into clarity, the Starheart hung before them, whole and resplendent, suspended in the air. Then, in a breath, the unimaginable occurred. The Starheart, the professor, and the light vanished, leaving behind nothing but a mound of ash where Baxter had stood. Anika's despair broke the silence.
"Did she die?"
I never thought I'd say this.
Damien mused.
But something tells me another part of her has journeyed somewhere to stop the Elders.
But will she have time? Will the Sol system be safe?
Raven asked. 2 moons had passed since the momentous event when the Starheart was made whole again. Professor Baxter's achievement was undeniable, and the cosmos seemed to let out a collective sigh of relief. Raven, Kaida's sister, and the crew of the Manticore were gathered in a bustling tavern on the Stellara's way station. The air was thick with the smell of sweet spices and sizzling meats, and colorful lanterns illuminated the room. As they indulged in lively conversation and hearty food, a sense of calm settled over them. They had been through much together, facing death and danger as one. Now they could finally rest and enjoy each other's company. Raven and Kaida's sister had seamlessly integrated into the group, despite Emiko once being held captive by Raven. As they shared stories and laughs, Jaxon felt his heart swell with gratitude for their companionship. They had survived so much together, emerging stronger than ever before. It was an unbreakable bond that he cherished with every fiber of his being.
"Can you believe it?
Kelly marveled.
No more black holes. It's like something out of a dream."
Raven raised her glass in agreement.
Baxter's ingenuity and the power of the Starheart. It's nothing short of a miracle.
Emiko smiled, clearly grateful for her newfound freedom. Seer sat quietly, fiddling with her utensils as she occasionally glanced at the group's conversation. Jaxon understood her distant demeanor all too well. Though Anika had warmed up to Seer, she still didn't like when Jaxon even interacted with the stunning pilot. Despite having all of his physical needs taken care of, he still yearned for Seer. He shifted in his seat as he thought back to their passionate kiss and wondered about the tantalizing treasure hidden beneath her lace undergarments. Clearing his throat, he asked, "So what comes next for all of us?" Raven let out a heavy sigh.
For me, it's time to dismantle the syndicate. Now that I'm no longer chasing foolish ambitions, I must focus on my health.
Kaida nodded in agreement.
I will be taking Emiko home with me. She's been through so much and we both need some quality family time. I'll miss you all, but Anika and Jaxon can come pick me up after a few moons.
Anika spoke up with a hint of sadness in her voice.
I'll miss you dearly, Kaida.
We will all miss you. Jaxon chimed in.
But I will miss you most.
Ci interjected with a jut of her chin. Anika's faint sneer did not go unnoticed by Jaxon.
I wish I could simply live on Earth.
Raven lamented.
But obtaining a green card is costlier than gold dragons, and my lack of qualifications makes finding work difficult.
Jaxon let out a deep sigh. Well then, perhaps I shall drop you off on Mars before heading to Earth with Kaida and Emiko. Damien's expression darkened.
It is a shame Raleigh and Seth did not come back through with us. They were good friends.
Seer cleared her throat, breaking her silence.
If it pleases you, I would like to serve as co-pilot and assist in the engine room.
Excellent idea, Jaxon agreed, though we may need to search for 1 or 2 more skilled engineers.
I know just the place.
Damien offered.
Sirius has some of the finest engineers in all the known realms.
Which class, A, B, or C?
Kaida asked with curiosity.
I'm uncertain,
Damien admitted.
But I shall conduct further research.
Anika's eyes glimmered with excitement as she leaned in.
I aim to bolster the staff in sick bay.
Zos grunted in agreement, adding,
And I have plans to begin my research on rocket fuel. Of course, having an extra researcher by my side would be most beneficial.
Perhaps we could take a brief respite on Earth and seek out promising medical graduates,
suggested Anika. Emiko nodded in approval.
A sound plan indeed. We can even introduce you to our parents, Captain.
Kaida flinched at the thought.
Don't tell them we're a thing.
Jaxon, who had remained quiet until now, spoke up. What about me? Kaida shook her head firmly.
You are not Japanese, Jaxon. Best to keep it that way.
The Manticore descended gracefully through Earth's atmosphere, coming to rest on a secluded military base nestled among the artificial islands created by geoengineering efforts. Kaida and Emiko's childhood home still stood proudly on one of these islands. As they disembarked onto the man-made tarmac, Kaida's parents rushed forward with open arms and tears streaming down their faces. They spoke rapidly in Japanese while Jaxon stood quietly by their side. Kaida and Emiko's parents warmly embraced Jaxon, expressing their gratitude through his interpreter device.
Thank you, Captain Orion.
Kaida's mother, once a formidable special operative, said with tears in her eyes.
You have returned our precious daughter to us.
Jaxon humbly accepted their thanks, his gaze softening. It was a team effort. We worked together to ensure her safety, but it was Kaida's bravery that truly saved us all. Her father, a retired Navy captain, clasped Jaxon's shoulder in appreciation.
Your leadership was vital. We owe you a great debt.
As the sun began to set over the tropical ocean, casting golden hues on the sand, Kaida's parents led the crew to their humble home nestled among coconut trees. The traditional Japanese decor and scent of incense filled the air, welcoming them with open arms. Kaida's mother began preparing for a tea ceremony, explaining its significance as a symbol of respect, mindfulness, and connection between individuals. Gathered around a low table, the crew watched in silence as Kaida's mother performed the intricate ritual with grace and precision. She cleansed each utensil and bowl before measuring out precise portions of tea leaves and whisking them into a frothy green liquid. With each sip of tea, a sense of calm descended upon them. It was a moment of shared understanding and gratitude, a bridge between different cultures and experiences. Kaida's mother smiled warmly at the crew.
Thank you for joining us in this tradition. Your presence has brought light to our home.
Jaxon bowed respectfully. And thank you for welcoming us with such hospitality. Kaida's father flashed a toothy grin, his eyes glinting like steel in the fading light.
Captain Orion,
he boomed, clapping the leader on the shoulder.
You're always welcome in our home.
As darkness draped its cloak over the land, the crew and Kaida's kin gathered on the porch, swapping tales and raucous laughter. It was a rare sight, one of camaraderie born from bloodshed and hardship. Jaxon couldn't help but be reminded that even amid chaos and turmoil, Bonds between kin and comrades remained unbreakable, a fire to warm the soul in even the coldest of nights. The end. This has been Elderswar, the first installment of Orion's Odyssey. Written by John Robinson. Narrated by AI. Copyright 2004 by John Robinson. Production copyright 2004 by John Robinson.